Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Vortex Gallery SoulCalibur event being hosted on Parsec, as we all typically want. My name is JJJ alongside Carbon Clive. Carbon Clive, how are you doing today?
I'm good, JJJ. How are you?
I am overwhelmed at the sheer amount of people that we got for. I think it's somewhere between 40 and 50 people. I think 46 specifically. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure it's something like that, which is a pretty big event for SoulCalibur VI at this point. So I'm very happy to see that kind of thing.
Yeah, definitely. And like I've always said, on social media and stuff, any opportunity the Caliber community gets to show up, show out, and play, we definitely take advantage of it. So I'm so happy that enough people showed up. It's going to be quite the tournament today.
Yeah, a lot of the typical staples we see in these kinds of events, but also some of the people that we typically only see once in a blue moon, people we only see in offline type of events. So, pretty exciting stuff, pretty unique stuff that you wouldn't necessarily get in some of the other places.
Definitely. And, even though we've kind of gotten back to some semi-normal in terms of offline tournaments and stuff like that, still just to be able to continue to compete in these online spaces is super important. So I'm just glad we got a nice mix of players.
Yeah, it's a real shame, as we always typically say, that the online for SoulCalibur tends to be pretty shoddy, which is probably the most diplomatic way that I can describe it. So we end up having to go through a few more hoops to try and get some quality matches. So we are ending up doing this on Parsec. I believe this is the central server, which would be happening in Iowa. So it kind of gives everybody across the country the best shot at having not just a good connection, but a consistent connection. So if anybody is having some sort of lag or issues with their connection, it's really only going to be affecting themselves as opposed to affecting the match overall. Plus, no dot caliber. That's always the biggest bonus for Parsec stuff.
Whew. I mean, from your lips to God's ears,
Yeah.
to the Caliber God's ears, no dot caliber today, definitely.
I just kind of assumed that was one of the main reasons why we went to Parsec in general, because dot caliber situations are so very difficult to... It's so difficult to maintain one's enthusiasm when that is something that is occurring. Not to mention, simply because dot caliber is happening does not necessarily mean that the match ended for the players. So a lot of times people can really be like, raring to go, here we go, now's the time, and they'll get a few mixes or whatever, and then it'll all just go south.
It's just gone. Just gone. I just hope, and I'm not gonna let this go. There has been some recent news about Namco teaming up with a third party, Arika, to figure out the rollback situation for a certain other 3D fighter. I'm hoping that energy comes to Caliber. I know it's a stretch, but I'm just putting it
in the universe.
It is. It's a huge stretch.
Yeah.
But I hope we get some love on this side so we can have a better online experience. But for the time being, like you were just explaining, having Parsec as a tool to have a better online experience where we can have a lot of these tournaments. And the Caliber scene is seasoned at this point with Parsec and entering these online tournaments. So again, just to be able to continue the Caliber love and the Caliber play, I'm just really grateful that we're still here, we're still fighting, and we're not going anywhere. So happy to be here.
Yeah, I was around for when we were effectively in this age in SoulCalibur V. So to pretend like the game is dead, that it gets no new players, that it gets no new viewers, that there really isn't any point in looking at any of this level of competition. Like I said, I mean, it is so much bigger, it is so much broader, and it's a much more... just the sheer volume of events and the community that we have now as opposed to previous iterations of SoulCalibur, it's really night and day. So if someone like me can have survived in SoulCalibur V, along with people like Party Wolf, along with people like Linkors, then I can only imagine that there is still a chance that there are people who are either rising stars now or complete unknowns in SoulCalibur VI. They haven't even picked up the game yet, that will become masters of the game before the whole thing is over.
It's so true. And, as someone who shares so much Caliber footage, just from my online plays and playing with other people and things like that, when I share it on other platforms, specifically TikTok and YouTube, there are people who don't even know this game was released. So hopefully we make it to that point. But it looks like we're going to get into our first set here. It's looking like a Tira versus Cassandra matchup.
All right.
I don't love the DLCs.
Hey folks, this is Blurring versus Hauntlich.
Yeah, it looks like Hauntlich, pretty new on the scene. I've been seeing them in a handful of Twitch chats once in a blue moon, but I think they're just like a pseudo-recent streamer, and so we're excited to have somebody that's relatively new. Blurring, also a streamer, also relatively new, but has also, I believe, played in a handful of Wednesday Night Fights types of situations, so we've seen them play in tournament before. I imagine this is going to be quite the learning experience for Hauntlich, just getting used to playing a short-range character against somebody who has one of the best backdashes in the game.
Yeah, and just like I said, battle of the DLCs. The thing about these two characters, as you kind of alluded to, is this is going to be an up-close and personal battle here. Both of these characters, pretty good pokes, but the big... If I could say, the big variable here is going to probably be Tira and seeing how much mood switches she can get in there and how powerful she would get towards the end of the set. I think that's going to make all the difference here in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're not really seeing a whole lot of stance changes just yet. We're still going into just like Jolly and stuff like that. So I don't know just like how much the defensive game plan is really going to come up for something like this. We'll have to see as it progresses, but still, Blurring's still pretty relatively in control, has the meter advantage, going through a lot of strings that are a little bit difficult for them to go through, so we'll see.
Yeah, it looks like they're battling. They're jockeying for control here, that edge of the ring. You know, in SoulCalibur, ring outs are pretty important, but I'm not seeing it as a huge factor in this particular matchup. Let's see how this shapes out. Tira going for the soul charge. And being able to clutch that one out is Blurring. Already up by 2.
Yeah, I was really surprised that he ended up getting that combo at the very end that was like a 2-way into the 4K. I thought it was either 4K or bust. So doesn't end up getting the 4K punish there, but already in Gloomy, this is going to be real tough stuff because we're talking about a fantastic backdash on top of having massive damage as opposed to Jolly. Okay, back to Jolly. Whoop, never mind.
Right, but here comes Cassandra with a soul charge of her own. She can be quite oppressive in this mode, and Blurring has to soul charge here, which they do against another. It's just soul charge mania here. They had to soul charge to kind of regenerate some of that gauge, but it really doesn't matter at this point. Blurring taking it 3-0. What a convincing first set.
Yeah, really the only thing that I can see on Blurring's side that needs to be improved are a handful of the block punishes that Tira would be able to get off of some of the things where Hauntlich is kind of throwing out, shall we call it, like an uppercut of sorts. But that's really the only thing. It's mostly Hauntlich having to get used to one string. Now, see, like, stuff like this, you have to allow... Like, there is a chance that Hauntlich is unfamiliar enough to where he thinks that Blurring is actually taunting just for taunting's sake. Like, he might think that Blurring is being, like, arrogant or something like that. For anybody who's new to SoulCalibur, that's very much not the case. The whole point of Tira is that she can switch in between Jolly and Gloomy stances, and at the very end you want to get to the ultimate stance change, which gets you into Coda. And one of the ways that you can control, it's a little bit RNG, but one of the ways that you can control whether or not the character is in a particular stance or gets a stance change is by taunting. So it's very much not the case, and unfortunately it creates a very difficult dynamic where the character is massively defensive and you can't play defensive back to her, because if you just let her go across the screen, she's just going to taunt, and then she's going to get stance changes and you're in Bad News Bears territory. Well, the end of that round was massive spaghetti. That was crazy.
Yeah, and that's such a good point. One of the things about the Tira matchup, depending on which character you're playing, you've got to have almost a game plan for dealing with them when they decide to just taunt in neutral, right? Yeah. Certain characters can really punish that from full screen and certainly take advantage of that, but maybe they weren't aware, like you said. But this is the second time we're seeing Tira with the gauge in red. I wonder if Hauntlich is going to get an opportunity to take advantage of that. Possibly break a guard here.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, that's going to do the round. But yeah, effectively, it's great that they're getting a lot of guard pressure, but the fact that they're always on the back foot constantly means that it just becomes so much more difficult. And see, this is a situation, right? Hauntless just has to deal with the fact that this is the case. You can't allow... Now, blurring is one stance change away from getting Coda. And for anybody who isn't familiar, and I was about to say, like, you're potentially going to see it just now, Coda Tira is one of the most powerful characters in the game. It's effectively having Soul Charge, but permanently. And that's the reason why blurring is going through, like, all of these stances and going through the taunts to get the stance changes. Yeah, here's Coda right now. We might get to see Hauntlich get this, if only through, like, the Guard Crush. But now we have... All right, so the round is going to be won. But like Coda Tira has strings that do a massive amount of damage, tons of ring carry, an unbreakable grab, a ton of stuff. It is very difficult to deal with. Here's one of them just now. This is just like a straight up string launcher, which is difficult to punish on its own. And yeah, it's like halfway through, you can't RE that. I'd be willing to bet we're going to end it with a grab. Yeah, I knew it.
Yeah, and you can kind of see some, I don't know if he's unfamiliar. Oh, nice whiff punish. I don't know if there's much familiarity with Tira and Coda, but you can kind of see Hauntlich trying to figure it out. But unfortunately, once you get Tira and Coda, she becomes incredibly difficult to deal with, and I'm just not sure if Hauntlich had the right understanding of how to approach her at that point. Blurring taking it 2-0.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't seem that they were fully prepared for what Tira had in store for them. As I said at the very beginning, I kind of expected this to be a learning experience for Hauntlich.
Yeah.
If Hauntlich ends up listening back, or if any Cassandra players are looking at this, again, blurring is not playing the way that they are playing simply to be arrogant. That's not the point of the taunts. The character is a naturally defensive character and has one of the best backdashes in the game against a very short-range character. So you're going to have to be doing a lot of, in a way you can consider it like an obstacle course. You're going to be dealing with just a lot of small pokes, a lot of safe pokes. Take solace in the fact that a Jolly Tira really can't do a whole lot of damage, so it's perfectly reasonable for you to be wrong once, twice, 3 times without it really being that big of a deal. The only time that it becomes a big deal is when you get Gloomy and when you're dealing with stance changes. So it's a lot of walking and blocking. It's a lot of using your stage control to try and put them back into the corner so that the backdash isn't as big of a deal, and corralling the opponent into an unfavorable position. The guard damage was a very good idea. It just never really came to fruition as much as, obviously, Hauntlich would have hoped.
Yeah, and then the other question that I would have as someone who doesn't main Cassandra is, what is Cassandra's game plan for when Tira is doing stuff like that? You know what I mean? Because she's not a long-range character. It's not like she can deal with it from that far away. She has to go in and do something. So I think that's some of the things you also have to consider. Like, just like I was mentioning before, what is your character's game plan for dealing with Tira in that situation? And not only that specific situation, when Tira is cycling through her many moods, what does she have access to? What can she do? What can she do? What does she lose? So those are all things to consider as you approach learning that Tira matchup.
It's one of the most difficult things about SoulCalibur in general. Very similar to just Namco games in general, where each character, unlike a game like Street Fighter, has so many different things about them, so many different stances, the way they're transitioning within each stance, the Swiss cheese hole type gaps that they might have in the pressure, and understanding when certain things are duckable highs, or you're supposed to use step duck to get out of a certain situation. It's a lot of complicated stuff. It's honestly, I would argue, one of the most punishing things when it comes to learning the game right off the bat. Things that used to seem unbeatable. Maxi is probably the best example that I can come up with, which is just like a massively complicated character that once you start getting used to it is significantly easier to digest, and it doesn't just feel like an overwhelming amount of pressure that you can do nothing about.
Yeah, and then on top of that, which is part of that conversation and learning the game's mechanics itself, you know what I mean? Soul charge, guard impacts, critical edges, like ring outs.
Yeah, universal mechanics in general,
Yeah, all resist impacts, like all of those things are also part of learning the game. And when you start adding that up with each character and learning the different matchups and things like that, it can be quite overwhelming, but rest assured, it is one of the best experiences ever. SoulCalibur VI, SoulCalibur in general, there's just no game like this at all.
Yeah, 3D weapons fighter is pretty solid.
Yep.
And it looks like we're going to be going through our ads. We've got Homebrew Haven, which is an event that's being hosted by one of the 956 people. So as you can tell on the screen, it's going to be held in Kentucky. You've got a variety of different games that are going on. A lot of games that you don't necessarily see in a lot of other places. March 31st to April 1st, $100 pop bonus for all main games. And, it seems like a very niche kind of thing. So it's very exciting to have stuff like Windjammers and All-Star Brawl, the anime games with Guilty Gear and Melty Blood. So, a lot of the stuff that you don't get to see in a lot of other places. Happy to see that we're going to have something like that.
And Fighting Herds. Wow. Speaking of niche, like Fighting Herds, definitely up there.
Having literally any money or attention dedicated to it is pretty solid stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So we're getting into our next match. Arca versus Canyon. Can't say I know Canyon. I've run into Arca quite a handful of times in ranked, and I gotta say, this guy is weird with a capital W. He has such an odd series of pressure. It is very difficult to understand where it's going.
Yes, and he will be going up against Nightmare. Now, we are on a stage with no ring out opportunities. That can benefit any character in general, but I think it benefits Nightmare in particular. So I'm interested to see how this is going to pan out with Nightmare versus Mitsurugi, but it may come down to how Arca really plays the game. As you can see, there goes our first wall combo. Oh, this looks like he was able to complete.
Didn't get the second wall bounce, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would definitely say that this stage heavily favors Mitsurugi. Nightmare, no slouch when it comes to wall stuff, but the fact of the matter is, the difference in ring out capabilities between these two characters is night and day. Mitsu is okay at ring outs at best, but Nightmare is basically the best in the game, at least when it comes to forward movements. So the fact that you don't have to worry about that at all, I would be pretty happy if I was in Arca's side. He also is getting huge amounts of damage. It seems like Canyon's having a very difficult time understanding when he can press any buttons at all. Nightmare definitely one of, if not the absolute slowest characters. What a call out. Gee whiz.
Yeah, Arca not giving Canyon an opportunity to get anything started. Nice interrupt on that Grimstride attempt. But Arca is really running away with this, just keeping the pressure up versus Nightmare. And I'm just trying to figure out what Canyon is trying to accomplish here. It's just, I
think he's just frozen shut.
Yeah,
he's just completely frozen as to what to do here. I would definitely, doing a hard rematch is definitely a 100% bad play. If you're not familiar with Nightmare ringouts, as the Nightmare player, then obviously it doesn't matter either way. But for the most part, you really need to make sure that you get yourself the ability to do ring outs, that you give yourself the ability to, because Arca's mashing a lot. Arca is mashing and whiffing in close range type positions, trying to challenge Canyon to actually press a button that will beat out the mash, which is kind of difficult for Nightmare to do. So that would give him the ability to do a backdash into a 6's KK when he's in Terror Charge, and that could certainly be a lot better.
Yeah, so it's just like you said, really not taking I mean, he took a little breather there, but let's see if he can get anything started in this matchup. It doesn't seem like he's familiar with the Mitsurugi matchup.
No.
And again,
this is just a complete train running through.
Yeah, I mean, he's pulling out unblockables. He's mashing a lot of those buttons, and again, that resist RE attempt.
Yeah.
Reversal edge attempt. He's been doing that in neutral, and Arca has been capitalizing every single time.
Yeah, I feel like Canyon's just purely overwhelmed by the amount of buttons that Arca is pressing out here. So when he's trying to throw out a button, he typically is choosing a slower button. So he feels like the only option he has to deal with the Mitsu mashing. Overall, it just seems like Canyon is very desperate to get Arca to stop mashing. And he's picking options that are awfully desperate that don't really give him the capabilities that he needs. Now, what a Nightmare player could do in general, other than the fact that he could have changed the stage, which would have provided him a stage that probably is going to give him a lot more space to move around in, doing things like backdash, utilizing Nightmare's armor to try and get through this, so things like 6K and 6B, would definitely be the way to go. And just overall, a better understanding of frame advantage versus disadvantage could really help out. Now, this is potentially going to kill. I know this does do a lot of scaling, but this is Yellow Life. Yeah, it looks like we're going to be sewing it up pretty quick.
Out of it. That was a quick that was a quick match if I've ever seen one. And I like to approach these matches in terms of discussion. I do tend to focus on matchups a lot, like, Mitsurugi versus Nightmare. But a part of competing as well is just getting a read on your opponent very early on. And I think that Arca really sensed early on that Canyon was not going to stop him from mashing, was just going to allow him to get away with a lot of jank. And he ran away with it. And I mean, if it's going to secure the win, I mean, what can you do? You win the match, right?
Yeah, it's always important to take advantage of maybe character ignorance or mechanic indifference in one way or another. It's definitely the way to go in a spot like that. Both matches that we've had is definitely just a demonstration of how one player is familiar with what's going on and the other one kind of isn't. But that's one of the main reasons why you have Vortex Gallery put up these kinds of events. It's sort of like a learning experience for newer players to kind of get used to what the competitive scene can be like. And as you can tell, it can be awfully punishing in the beginning, and it just gets rewarding as time goes on.
Definitely. So just like with most of our tournaments, Matcherino, please hit up the Matcherino link, chat command, !Matcherino to contribute to the pot. Matcherino has been so crucial, specifically to the Calibur community. I mean, Matcherino has been helpful across the board for all fighting games, but I feel like we've been able to do so much with Matcherino. So please, if you can contribute. And there's also a lot of codes you can use. Go ahead and visit
only 22 left.
Yeah, go ahead and visit that Matcherino link, !Matcherino in the chat.
All right, next we've got 86th. They're a merchandise website. You've got a code for 15% off at a VGSC23. I got a little bit tongue-tied there, but 15% off. Use that code. You can get official SoulCalibur VI type merchandise, which is pretty solid stuff. You don't really get to see that very often. Some posters and some t-shirts, stuff like that. Should also mention that 86 is going to be donating a free t-shirt to the person who ends up winning this event, which is some pretty solid stuff. We don't necessarily, when we end up doing ads for different places, because SoulCalibur is a relatively smaller game, we don't necessarily get that level of focus on SoulCalibur specifically. So really happy to see that kind of stuff.
Definitely. And also visit the Vortex official online store featuring new designs for 2023. Shop Vortex Gallery merch at 956pro.com/shop. Again, really cool artwork. You can get like t-shirts and things like that. Go ahead and visit the site 956pro.com/shop. Again, new designs for 2023.
All right, looks like we're going through the bracket. We've got some of our top end of the bracket already kind of sewing up. It looks like Manta over Gold Yorha. Some of the matches that we're seeing, let me see if I can bring up the bracket on my phone as well. Yeah, Incendiate versus Johao, that would probably be X versus Maxi, though Incendiate hasn't really been playing Xianghua all that much. Definitely the favorite to win the tournament just in general. Seems to be the most consistent player. Probably, if I had to guess, one of the hardest things, one of the biggest challenges that he's going to have to go through is going to be Nowo at the other end of the bracket. Nowo is a player who tends to do inordinately well against Incendiate specifically. I mean, he does very well against people in general, but I think Incendiate, he's one of those people. Omega XCN falls into this as well, though Omega XCN doesn't tend to do online stuff. It's typically an offline stuff, where if you see Incendiate versus Nowo, Incendiate versus Omega XCN, those people tend to do really well against him specifically, the person who tends to be unbeatable, right? And so if they match up against each other specifically, that's some really tough stuff for Incendiate to handle. However, I would say overall, if you were to give either Incendiate or Noah or Omega XCN the ability to just run through an entire field like you would in a pool like this, Incendiate is the favorite. He tends to do much better overall against everybody else. Noah will lose to people that Incendiate tends not to lose to. So that's going to be his biggest challenge, assuming that they end up going through that. That's going to be a long way off. That'll be in top 8 when you and I are long gone. Who knows where we'll be in a handful of hours.
That is so true. And the other thing, just about mentioning some of the players that we see often in top position, top placements, and things like that, I do want to highlight some of the other known players that tend to perform well as well. And I just want to shout out Infectious for a moment, because he is a nutty Ivy main, and definitely always puts on a show. So players like that, as well as Superfly June, those two will be taking on each other later in the bracket. But, you know, solid players we have in this Caliber community who, you know, even though players like Incendiate and Nowo are often favored, I mean, the gauntlet that they have to go through in order to reach those top placements, always fascinating to watch. So shout outs to a lot of the bracket and some of those other players. You know, Master CJ, one of those as well. I believe it was runner-up at EVO last year. So definitely Amy Main sticking up for Amy Main, right?
Hey, you got to talk about Infectious, so I get to talk about my student.
Definitely, I'll let it slide because, you know, if Ivy comes on screen, it's over. It's totally over.
We did see him play Zhanghua yesterday, so I don't know if you saw that, but Infectious seems to be pulling out Zhanghua in some of these tournaments now. I'm sure you are very happy about that.
You know,
That's exactly the response I expected.
You know, I will say this. When this game was launched, Ivy was a different monster. She is not that intimidating anymore. She's much easier to deal with, specifically if you're playing certain characters. So I'm not gonna act like, you know, if you need to get that win and you play another character other than Ivy, like I myself has picked up Grow, and I'm just trying to see, like, you know, feel another character out. And like initially in those first few days, I was like, wow, this character has so much movement opportunities. You know, you can kind of just whiff sometimes. You can turn up the aggression. It gives you the ability to do things that Ivy just can't sometimes. So listen, if you got to get the win and you can play another character and your main is Ivy, please play another character. I'm in full support of that because, listen, the Ivy gang we're barely hanging on.
Dwindling.
Dwindling is a great word, yes.
I mean, heaven forbid Ivy is ever bad in literally any SoulCalibur game. And Ivy isn't even all that bad. She's just very unique. She has a very unique set of skills. I would not necessarily say, at least from my personal experience from playing Ivy, I don't find that traditional SoulCalibur fundamentals transfer over to Ivy in the exact same kind of way. And vice versa. I think it is difficult for Ivy players to typically try and figure out what to do with other characters with more traditional type setups, traditional type movement. And so that can be very difficult. But, you know, Amy, on the other hand, in terms of fundamentals, I do think that it is a very powerful character that does get rewarded for very high fundamental play. I think the thing that one has to get used to when they go from playing Amy to a different character is how often you end up having to block, because it's not very often. Amy typically
with that statement.
Amy players definitely have to get used to the fact that you're not incentivized to block very often. You have to throw out a lot of options, otherwise you're just going to get out damaged in a lot of places. So that's kind of, you know, Ivy and Amy are on very opposite ends of the spectrum, both in terms of range and in damage, in a lot of different ways. In terms of the overall strategy in general, just the ultimate aggression, tons of options in most places versus very high damage, unique options that do devastating stuff in more set types of situations, more like set play where you have to be prepared to do everything ahead of time, and then you'll be good to go. So we'll see if we end up seeing those kinds of matches, like who we're ending up seeing. Based on what the bracket is telling me right now, I think we're seeing Sly Tiger and DMAC next, which would be, I believe that is Talum versus Cervantes. Not 100% sure if that's going to be the match, because one of the other matches that we might get to see is Master CJ versus Ares the Wolf. That would be Maxi versus Amy. I kind of hope that we end up seeing it. Either one is fine. But Amy versus Maxi, I think is a pretty rough matchup. That is very tough for Maxi. I think that is one of Amy's easiest matchups. You're talking about a character in Maxi who revolves around a lot of in-close pressure that is string-based, right? A lot of auto-GIs to kind of cover your tracks and stuff like that. But with all that being said, it is very difficult to pull off that kind of pressure where you have to hit a lot of times and mix the opponent up a lot when Amy has parries, 6BB, and 4A. You have a low Hori, you have an I-10, and you have parries that are all... I mean, Amy is the best character in the game with regards to reverse mix-ups, and that kills Maxi. That totally kills it. Maxi, probably one of the characters that has like the worst matchup chart in the entire roster. It's very difficult for him to compete against certain characters for a lot of reasons. So there are other characters like Nightmare, for example, in my personal opinion, that are very difficult for Maxi to handle in terms of Maxi doesn't get to play the game. He's just constantly in a reverse mix-up that is very difficult for him to handle. Meanwhile, on top of things, Amy will allow Maxi to play the game. Like, you do get the chance to play the game, except you're bad at it. You're worse than Amy in a lot of spots, where Amy gets to like throw out as many options as you do in terms of aggression. But defensively, your options are significantly more limited. So it's going to be a challenge for Ares the Wolf, the Maxi player, to ensure that he has the appropriate punishes for things that are massively unsafe on block, and is comfortable with the fact that you're going to be dealing with offensively and defensively a character in Amy that is going to be very challenging. Maybe not as much damage, at least not until you get Red Roses, which is the ramp mechanic that is unique to Amy, before she ends up being just an absolute powerhouse. But stuff is going to be difficult either way.
Yeah, and you know, as you eloquently described, Amy is just one of those, the character in the game where it can become overwhelming pretty quickly. I mean, you blink, she has roses, she's powered up, everything changes. It's just a lot to deal with. And I would imagine, I don't play Maxi, but I would imagine that, you know, having to almost manage and think about all the options that Amy brings to the table, particularly as it's happening, right? As those roses start stacking and you start adding on universal mechanics such as GIs and resist impact.
Yeah, I didn't even talk about the universal stuff. I just talked about the Amy specific stuff.
Right.
Step duck, a lot of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, once you start adding on those things to it, I would imagine that if you're playing such a complex character such as Maxi, it can be overwhelming to deal with. You know, that's a lot to manage in real time during a match. And so I don't disagree with anything you said there at all. I mean, it's just, I would imagine it would be overwhelming to deal with. But, you know, coming up, it looks like we're going to get Talum. And I want to know what the second
DMAC, I believe, is a Cervantes player. So I'm just going to throw it out that it's going to be Talum versus Cervantes. This can be a challenging matchup, I think, for Talum. I've seen Sly Tiger struggle with the matchup in the past against players that are, with all due respect to DMAC, a little bit more notable. People who have been competing in the game since SoulCalibur VI's inception. So I'm curious to see if DMAC is going to be able to get the same kind of success. It's a very classic keep out versus get in type of mentality. Talum is going to try to overwhelm the Cervantes opponent with a variety of abilities to get in, but especially with like the dash up speed in 6A, maybe it's actually going to be Siegfried. I'm actually kind of surprised that Cervantes isn't going to be the character, but I don't want to say just yet because we haven't fully gotten to the character screen yet. So so Talum versus Siegfried, I'm surprised.
Yeah, and you know, with Talum, specifically Sly Tiger's Talum, I just feel there's a slight quirkiness to the way Sly Tiger plays his character. He's not afraid to do as much dodging, weaving in and out. He is not afraid to mash CE. I mean, it's Talum, why not, right? It almost feels free at some point.
RE as well, yeah.
RE as well, you know. So I'm interested to see how this is going to pan out. Now, I'm not sure about how Siegfried would handle Talum in general.
I would be willing to bet, because I don't play the character, but not well. Because one of the things that you want to try to do is trying to keep the character out a whole lot, right? Siegfried, one of the worst backdashes in the whole game, so he basically just has to plant his feet, getting used to using things like base hold, and especially getting used to finding places to pull out wall rising B. Is definitely going to be important, because Talum definitely deals with a lot of highs in her pressure, so you get a lot of opportunities to do duck into huge amounts of damage. Now, he's end up keeping up quite heavily. The problem is that when it comes to the damage output, honestly, I don't even consider Siegfried to be that heavily in his favor. Like, I think Sly Tiger in Talon gets to keep up in the damage quite a lot, but ended up getting a lot of counter hits. Seems like Sly Tiger's having a tough time understanding when he can start pressing, because he does have to dash in first. He does have to get used to the range disparity first, and so he's getting caught a lot. He's getting just tripped up in a lot of small places.
Right, but I did see DMAC really successfully duck a grab attempt from Talon earlier in this round just now, so let's see what else he can do. But Sly Tiger running it back already. Maybe he was just getting warmed up that last round.
Well, this is kind of what I was talking about, the classic keep out versus get in type of mentality. In the first round, DMAC was able to find 3 or 4 different counter hit opportunities and ended up slapping Sly Tiger away as he's attempting to get in. If Sly Tiger gets in, this is what happens. This is what Talon is going to be able to do to overwhelm the Siegfried opponent, especially if he's not comfortable with a lot of the different situations that Talon can place on him. Dark Legacy isn't really even going to do all that much for him, and you can tell DMAC is just kind of frozen shut. He's not familiar with stance transitions. He's not familiar with like certain mixes. You're not going to be able to use base hold to get away from some of the kick transitions that Sly Tiger is going to be able to pull out in Soul Charge. So that's going to be very difficult. Also, on top of things, I think Sly Tiger is going to get more comfortable throwing out moves that are more unsafe on block, simply because Siegfried's block punishment, assuming it's not minus 16 or more, is pretty bad. It's pretty nothing. So, and you can tell, it's just like a whole bunch of matching, just like small, non-committal moves over and over again, trying to keep Siegfried stuck in place.
Yeah, and Sly Tiger definitely seasoned at competing in this game. You can kind of tell he interrupted a lot of those base hold transitions like you mentioned. But the other thing that I picked up on is specifically with the Talon matchup. One of the things you have to learn is when you can duck some of those highs. I believe it's her 6AA, the second hit, you can duck that. The AA, I don't know it off the top of my head, but some of her strings that go into transitions.
AA Wind Charmer, yeah.
Yes, oftentimes you can duck the highs in those. And DMAC missed every single one of them. He missed every single one of them. So to your point, Sly Tiger undoubtedly has picked up on that, and you're going to see him throwing out a lot more of those things. He's going to get real comfortable with it.
A little bit of a generous hitbox on Sly Tiger's side, but yes, exactly. We're going to see stuff like what we just saw there, where if he was right, he was going to get a ring out, and if he was wrong, he felt comfortable and confident that DMAC wasn't going to get the appropriate punish. So we're going to see a lot of like block punish harassment. Sly ended up trying to attempt his own reverse ring out and ended up getting like forward rung out. So cheater's justice, as far as I'm considered.
Yeah, and again, Talon, one of those characters, you have to let your opponent know up front, like, I know this matchup, this is not going to work. So let's see if DMAC continues to make some adjustments. It looks like he's still pretty stuck. Did get that counter hit there, gonna get some nice damage into the reset.
He's getting a lot of good opportunities when he's the one in control. See, like, when he's able to establish some level of mid-range, things are going so well for him, but then stuff like this happens, where he just gets overwhelmed. That's minus 14 every single time. I'm not saying that Siegfried gets a gigantic punish, but getting nothing at all is a pretty big deal, where Sly gets to just continue his pressure throughout the entire thing. Like, DMAC has 3 or 4 opportunities, maybe to either get a small amount of damage and push Talon away, or just take your minus 14 and hard sidestep away so that the ring positioning isn't so far out of your favor. Stuff like this, if DMAC can continue to keep the situation is exactly what we're seeing here, then he will do fine. The second that Sly Tiger gets in, it's super bad news. We're not seeing that level of active defense, that knowledge of stance transitions, nothing of the sort. So he gets these huge rallies that are just really devastating for DMAC.
Yeah, you can kind of see him putting on right now. He just needs one more hit, and he gets it. I mean, and that's the thing, right? He's making adjustments. DMAC is making adjustments, and I think he's making adjustments in spacing that's really helping him out. But I don't know how far that's going to carry him as he gets knocked down.
You can only keep Talon away for so long. These are really good counter hit confirms and spacing out at the mid range that Siegfried is able to do. But without that stance knowledge, without that stance information, it's going to be very difficult for DMAC to come up with an ability to win out a round. As long as you can keep it like this, he'll be A-okay. I understand Sly wanting to spend meter here. It's a little bit in desperation. If DMAC spends meter back, that would be pretty solid. And he's getting some good mid-range spacing stuff. Sly needs to have a gigantic comeback now to try and get out of this, which is exactly why he's going for the ring out.
Yes, and you know what's crazy? We literally watched Sly Tiger reposition himself to do exactly that. And that's
he was
because
100%
he knew,
committed to it,
yeah, that's because he knew D-Mac would allow him to do it. That wasn't the first time he did that. He literally just walked. It was the third time. He literally just repositioned himself just to do what he wanted to do. And that's just not the opportunities you want to give to not only Talon, but to give someone like Sly Tiger as well.
It's a pretty tough situation, Talon and Soul Charge, once they start getting going in that stance style. So if anybody in chat or anybody is unfamiliar, effectively once you go into Wind Charmer, when it's Talon in Soul Charge, you have a BB type situation where it's just like two verticals, one that can be stepped if you really want to try and chase it down. But for the most part, you can just weather the storm, and it's really not that big of a deal. The option that Sly Tiger went with is your low into a non-jailing high, meaning that if you duck the low kick sweep in that situation, you can punish. You can get a punish with a wall rising B. If you don't feel comfortable with that as Siegfried, you can go for a wall rising K, which is, I mean, Siegfried's wall rising punish is some of the best in the game. You can just get like an I-12 wall rising K and get some decent damage and push him away. And for the most part, what Talon is going to try to do to get back in is 668, yet another high. So if you were to do a wall rising K and then just immediately duck again, you can potentially catch a cruise control type Talon trying to go in and try to do soul charge pressure. Otherwise, it's really just weathering the storm and knowing those times where you can have an active amount of defense to try and stay away.
Yeah, and not only that, right? As you were talking about Siegfried, maybe he doesn't have the best Wild Rising punish, but it's something. It's something, you know what I mean? Put something to defend against those opportunities that your opponent gives you. And unfortunately, D-Mac just wasn't able to string those moments together. So that's how you end up in a situation where you just end up getting bulldozed by Talon and her pressure and her soul charge. And then Sly Tiger repositioning himself, something about that it's just crazy because like it's just the clear indicator of how comfortable he got in that particular matchup.
Yeah, he felt very comfortable just kind of maneuvering around, taking any level of frame advantage, because at that point, D-Mac clearly sensed where if he was at some level of frame disadvantage, he wasn't going to move, he wasn't going to try to challenge it. He was playing effectively what I would call like hot potato type SoulCalibur, where because we're not punishable on block with some of these options, but it's like I will do a move and then you will do a move and then I will do a move, and we're just going to go back and forth like this. It's a very traditional format for somebody who may not necessarily be familiar either with their character or with the game in general. So what ends up happening is that somebody like Sly Tiger can be like, okay, I'm being granted my turn, so I'm going to, instead of use it by doing like an I-16 mid to potentially then provide him his turn back, it will instead be a situation where I'm going to take the next 80 frames and do a complete 180 around the stage to provide it so that, seeing as how you're going to still provide me my turn, not only am I going to take my turn, but I'm going to make sure I'm in the best stage positioning for it. And the fact that we didn't see any stance knowledge on top of things to create a block, let alone a punish, for the ring out, I mean, that makes the most sense.
Yeah, definitely agree. Thank you guys so much for tuning in for this SoulCalibur VI tournament as part of the Vortex Gallery. Afterwards, please check out some of the other games that will be played today. They've got Grand Blue Fantasy, Melty Blood, Guilty Gear. I think that's Persona.
Anime games galore.
Yes, Virtua Fighter 5, fellow 3D fighter. There's just so many games to be enjoyed here as part of this Vortex Gallery production. Shout out to 956 Productions. So yeah, guys, check those tournaments out. You can view the full schedule at vortexgallery.mo/schedule and check those out. All
right, it looks like we're getting right in, forwarding more into the bracket. Some of the other places that we're seeing, maybe Pheromontris and Violent Phantom, that's a Zos versus a Grow. Ares the Wolf versus Master CJ is still listed as a potential match that we're going to see on stream, so I'm curious to know if that's going to be the case. We might end up getting a different stream.
I'll tell you right now.
Yeah.
That's the next match.
Ares the Wolf for the CJ? All right.
I want to give you like a little piece of trivia. The Vortex Gallery originated as the event that used to be Anime Evo. So the sort of
anime
base,
games is their base. Okay.
It's all anime games. So you may or may not know, Evo traditionally will have one anime game as a main lineup game. So every other anime game ends up at Vortex Gallery from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, anybody with the history of Evo knows that, I mean, it basically started as a Street Fighter tournament, and it remains kind of like as a Street Fighter tournament. Marvel also kind of got in there, but it's a 2D major event, the most major event in all of fighting games. So sometimes for other games, you definitely have to go to other places for stuff like that, for content that is of like the highest degree. But okay. Ares the Wolf versus Master CJ. I am excited to see this. I have not seen Master CJ lose to a Maxi in a very, very long time. So I'm curious to see, like, both players have to establish the level of comfortability the opponent has against the person's strengths, the character's mix-ups, all of that kind of stuff. The main problem, the main obstacle for Maxi is that if CJ, as the Amy player, isn't fully familiar with Maxi stances and the exact optimal punishes and everything, it kind of doesn't matter at all. Because the natural options that an Amy player is going to choose, 6BB, 4A, 3A, parries, this kind of stuff, just by happenstance, deals with a lot of Maxi stances. I'm not saying that this is 100% like, a cruise control type of thing where you're definitely going to be right every single time. But the natural instincts of an Amy player to deal with a Maxi player are the most successful. Just knowing exactly where you can put them in. That's not necessarily the case for Maxi. Maxi really needs to know the matchup a lot better, needs to ensure that they have the proper counterplay to what cruise control Amy's are going to pull off. And so, on top of that, not only needing that knowledge, but then you also just need to be a really good player in regards to stance mixes in terms of mid-range spacing. That is one thing that that Maxi players can tend to rely on, is that mid-range spacing on things like 2-2A, on things like 4B, places where Amy can't necessarily contest as easily. And you really need to make sure that you have fantastic punishes. The nightmare scenario for Ares the Wolf is if he blocks Amy's toe poke, the 1B, and the punish is nothing, or like a wall rising B. That's bad. If I'm CJ in a position like that, and I notice that 1B is just going to be completely free, 4A, putting myself at -20, and the worst that happens is that I have to deal with like getting hit by a 2A, man, I am golden. I don't have to worry about nothing. There's no risk to anything that I'm doing. So the block punishes, especially on Maxi side, are going to be especially important.
Yeah, and as I was pointing to earlier, I think both of those characters, at least from my perspective, can be a little complex to play in general. So while you speak about the specifics of the matchup, each of those characters has so much going on with mechanics that are unique to them, transitions that are unique to them, GI options or auto GI options that are unique to them. So on top of just trying to understand how the match plays in terms of characters to character, Amy versus Maxi, I always talk about how the universal mechanics in this game will also be important. So my question would be, and maybe you could answer this because you're much more knowledgeable about this matchup than I am, how is the stage going to play a role in this, right? What happens if they're on the desert stage versus a stage that has no walls versus a stage that gives them a lot of space with no ring outs? Some of those things can impact a lot of matchups, but what do you say about it in this particular matchup?
So when it comes to both ring outs and wall pressure, I think they're both on a pretty even keel. Something like 2-2-way counter hit from Maxi provides him a lot of forward motion, provides him a lot of ability to do forward ring outs that are very difficult to deal with. Meanwhile, on top of things, Amy has the ability in 2-2B, and this is one of the things that CJ specifically kind of revolutionized with Amy, is that he absolutely maximizes wall combos and ring outs with regards to 6A hold, which is a move that kind of came about during Season 2, and he really showed just the sheer level of ring out power and wall damage that the character can produce. It's very impressive. Now, if they were to get some sort of like a super long range, this is a kind of like a neutral type stage, but if they were to get, for instance, like Huang stage, where it's infinite keep out and stuff, the second that Master CJ gets red, he's going to have an easy as pie time keeping Maxi out. So in terms of the keep out, I think that Amy is a lot better. With regards to ring outs and wall pressure, I would say they're on a pretty even keep.
Yeah, speaking of even, the health is almost even going right now. Aries actually putting up a pretty good fight here. One of the things with this matchup, particularly against Amy, is the faster you stop her from like stacking up roses. Like, to me, if Amy has not stacked up 4 red roses during the first round, it's infinitely harder to play. But it's still early on in the set, right? If she stacks those 4 roses, she can still get things going, but she's on defense like she is now. This is going to be a big hill to climb up.
Yeah, it really seems like CJ is either not entirely prepared for some of these stance transitions, but on top of things is getting beat up on a lot of these mixes. Now, he did end up getting his 4 red roses, which means the character is infinitely better than they were before. Aries decides to spend meter in order to get his second round. Makes a lot of sense to me, but now CJ has 4 red roses. But to kind of more to your point, as you were talking about before, I, as an Amy player, feel personally that if I lose the first round, but I got 3 red roses, I consider that to be kind of like, we both did what we want. Like, I don't consider that to be like Amy is down. I think that's just tied. Meanwhile, if Amy loses the first round but then gets her entire red rose mechanic, I consider that winning. Definitely has to spend soul charge to get out of this stage positioning. I appreciated the soul charge. Oh, man, that's going to be a ring out. Oh, no, it's not. I apologize. God, CJ has not been right about a single mix. That was fast.
That was real fast. That was real fast. I wonder if CJ thought he was out, and that's why he really didn't make a move by the edge of the ring. I kind of feel like Aries just transitioned into a soft reset there and was able to take that. But I was not expecting a 3-0. I was not expecting that at all. Maybe CJ just needs a little moment to, think about what went wrong just now. And get a stage change, which is what we're going to get. Now we're on a stage with no ring out opportunities. So this is definitely going to change things.
Yeah, I gotta say, I mean, I hate to be so crass about it, but one of the things that CJ has to change is that he didn't really play that first match very well. Amy has to be a lot more active than you would expect. You also didn't have a lot of like specific Amy counterplay to a lot of the places. Oh wow, that ended up being a normal hit post tech trap. That was very interesting. It looks like CJ's gonna like test the waters, see if Aries is familiar with some of the stance transitions. But yeah, not necessarily getting the same amount of damage that Aries is, but okay, ends up getting all 4 red roses within the first round. I really feel like we're going to see a potential snowball effect here, where Aries is going to have a tough time keeping up. See, that 4 AA now is going to be very difficult for him to deal with. He either has to like fully commit to an exact timing to beat out the 4 AA, or just eat it and block it all the time. Yeah, gets the optimal punish. Immediately into meter. One of the other things that you have to deal with regards to Amy is the fact that she builds meter kind of akin to Nightmare and Asteroid, especially when you have, like, every time you hit with a rose after you get your full rose set, you get an additional overwhelming amount of bar, which is why, despite the fact that CJ just spent meter, he's honestly not that far down with regards to, like, meter usage.
Yeah, and already you're seeing a difference in playstyle with CJ. He's much more comfortable, but as I just was trying to give him some credit, he goes down that second round. We are not at battle 3, and I really like the way CJ opened this set and really set the pace for it and set the tone for it, but Aries is definitely not allowing him to get away with any of the things that helped him earlier. So this is still anyone's game, but CJ is definitely more active, as you pointed out. He's definitely challenging Aries in a lot more spaces than he was before, but that is not going to be enough, or maybe it is.
No, not just yet. I think I think like a 4AA would have ended up working it out here, but here comes the Soul Charge. We'll see if it ends up panning out. Decides to spend bar back. Interesting choice. Yeah, just immediately to get some sort of a burst so he could get the inevitable 4AA there. So Ares hasn't necessarily shown a lot of understanding with regards to Amy. Some of these like unjailed highs haven't been ducked. There's a handful of spots where it doesn't really seem like he's comfortable ducking as often as you might need to against Amy. But on top of things, it really seems like CJ is struggling to try and figure out how to deal with this Maxi mix. So if Ares doesn't know a lot of this kind of stuff, it may not even matter because he gets to run a train in spots like this. If he can, a good defense is, or like the best offense is a good defense, but the inverse of it, where you don't have to defend all that much if you're just constantly pressing buttons and constantly, like, it's in your favor. That seems to be the way that it's going right now. All right, bar versus bar. We'll see how this goes.
Yeah, as I was going to say, both players starting off this final battle with 2 bars and then immediately soul charging, right? So this can really be anyone's game. He's going to get some good damage here.
Yeah, gets another wall bounce into the Soul Charge reset. Now, Ares does have another bar to potentially hit. Okay, here we go. Now, he's at kind of like that mid-range spacing game. Wow! That 3-8 hit literal back turn, but that should probably do it. This isn't Soul Charge? Yeah. It's just enough. Oh, it was slightly out of Soul Charge, but he ends up getting it. Okay. So that brings us to 1-1. This is the first time that I think we haven't had a blowout. So curious to see what ends up happening. Still, it seems like CJ has some sort... When he's the one who's in control, CJ seems to be fully comfortable and knows what to do. The second that Ares is the person who is in control, he seems to be really having a tough time understanding where to go. You can see he's kind of taking advantage of Ares' lack of character knowledge. That wall rising KA that you see from Amy, that is a mid into a high that if you block the K, you do not have to block the A. He could get like a wall rising punish out of something like that rather than just like eating it.
Yeah, and then CJ tried to sidestep that attack there. I'm not sure of the notation. You know, where Maxi like kind of charges up. He tried to sidestep it, but he still got clipped by it.
That's Maxi in a nutshell. Maxi and Killick, probably the most notorious, maybe Nightmare as well, for having tracking verticals. But, okay, winning the first round and getting all 4 red roses, this is going to be tough. And now maybe we're going to see CJ go for some of the more, like, okay, he ends up trying to, like, really hard read some of Maxi's stances here. He is just not having an easy time trying to figure out when he can press. He's just, even when he's attempting to weather the storm, he's having a tough time. Wow, Wall Rise KK, huh? Gee whiz.
Yeah, that was not a combo, by the way.
That was 2 hits. He just like mashed as he was getting hit. That's interesting. But okay, Soul Charge for Maxi. Trying, fantastic tech crouch, threading the needle there. Yeah, CJ having a tough time trying to figure out exactly when he can press. I mean, Ares is on Amy pressure. Ares is pressing quite a lot of buttons, and trying to figure out what button it is giving him a tough time. Re-RI makes sense to me. Nice.
There we go.
That was great.
Yes, that was the move he did not dodge successfully earlier, but finally being able to dodge it. That's definitely going to send a message to Ares like, look, you keep sending this move out, it's not going to work, as he takes the 3rd round.
That killed specifically because 6A plus B hit airborne. That's hilarious. And also it was unscaled because I don't even know that it was actually a combo. He could have probably just like gotten up. But yeah, it really seems like when Ares is 100% in offensive mode, he's good. But the second that he's out of offensive mode, everything seems to be falling apart. He gets a good block there. That's minus 16. Doesn't actually get a punish though. So this Soul Charge from CJ is kind of like going to the wind. At the very end of it, ends up getting a good solid hit. Okay, here we go. It is make it or break it for Ares. He needs this Soul Charge to do quite a lot. Yeah, 4A is so tough. I mean, you can kind of tell CJ is just constantly cycling through either 4AA or 6BB. It is difficult for Maxi to deal with both at the same time.
Yeah, and that you can kind of see how the play styles change. You know what I mean? During the first set, Ares was extra active as the Maxi player and really not giving CJ a chance to get anything going. And CJ really had to turn up the offense, and that's exactly what he did, and they kind of matched their paces during the second set. But as you pointed out, during that 3rd set, there were specific items from Amy that Ares just was not able to either adapt to on the fly or just deal with in general. And that's what allowed CJ to really take that set 2-1. That's our first battle for this tournament that went to the final set. So good job to both players, and especially Master CJ.
Looks like we've got our 86th ad coming up. 15% off using the code you see on the screen. Official SoulCalibur VI merchandise. Not very often that we get to see a merchandise place have merchandise specifically for SoulCalibur VI nowadays. So you got some interesting t-shirts and everything that are SoulCalibur VI related. Also important to note, they are going to be donating a t-shirt to the person who ends up winning the entire Vortex Gallery event. So good on them. I appreciate the focus that SoulCalibur VI is getting on something like this.
Yes, and again, visit Vortex Gallery's official merch shop at 956pro.com/shop. They have a variety of items on there. They have keychains that are now available. They have artwork, reversible lanyards, posters, and exclusive posters as well. You can get some gift cards. They have different collections on there for SoulCalibur VI, Persona. I mean, they have a lot of options on that site. Again, 956pro.com/shop, featuring new designs for 2023. Please visit the official online store.
Okay, I think the next match we're going to be having is Ruber Beefman, always one of my favorite names, versus Zed. Now, Zed is somebody who was kind of around, I believe, during the beginning of quarantine, was entering a lot of Wednesday Night Fight stuff with Xianghua, and then kind of like went out of the game for a little while. Meanwhile, Ruber, I don't think had even played the game at all pre-quarantine. I think it kind of came up during like these online eras that we had. I'm struggling to remember how many offlines he's been to. Definitely Evo. I'm not sure if there have been any others. But probably, I mean, Hilda is, on paper, considered one of the strongest characters we have in the game. It's difficult as someone in America to truly feel that way. Like, when I think of the top 5 characters, I typically don't think of Hilda, if only because we don't really have any Hildas to look at for something like that. It's not really a character that gets played a lot in this region. EU definitely has a lot of Hilda gameplay. They regard Hilda incredibly strongly. We just don't have a lot of people that have that level of experience. So Ruber's kind of the only Hilda. I'm struggling to remember another one that we end up seeing a lot. So, and this is also a matchup that he has quite a lot of experience against. I mean, basically anybody who frequents tournaments has Xianghua experience at this point. It seems to be the most popular tournament character that we have in America, at the very least. Deals with Incendiate a lot, is in a particular Discord where you have a lot of Xianghua gameplay that you end up having to deal with, and so huge amounts of damage, significantly larger range, one of the best backdashes, but a miserable sidestep, so kind of very angled type movement that you're going to be dealing with. Ruber is definitely an expert at do a safe move on block and then backdash, and just the entire game plan is centered around something like that. So we'll see if Zed is able to come up with something that sometimes even Incendiate has a tough time getting through.
And I mean, we had, you know, when Hilda first came out, we had a couple of solid Hilda players, but they just haven't been active, you know what I mean? And I think that works to Ruber's advantage because, as you said, we just don't see Hilda a lot. We just don't see her a lot. So on paper, she's strong, but when you don't have a lot of that matchup experience, it's almost like she becomes stronger, right? But to your point, Xianghua, Miss Xianghua herself, I mean, I regard her as a really good character, to say the least.
You say some other stuff other times.
Well, we're on stream, okay, but we're on stream, so I'll refrain from that kind of language.
Okay, good.
But yeah, so in this particular matchup, I just don't see her struggling as much. But again, as you pointed out, Zed, if anyone can handle this, I think Zed will be able to do so. But again, Ruber has played this matchup so many times that it really just weighs in his favor. But let's see what happens. Let's see how many regalias we get and things like that.
Yeah, Ruber feels fully confident, fully prepared for this, really slowing the game down to an absolute crawl, effectively just forcing Zed to get frustrated. That's really the frustration factor, I think, is something that Ruber tends to rely on pretty heavily. You can already see that Zed is kind of getting desperate to try and come up with an opportunity to try and get in. So he's trying to play out in this mid-range spacing kind of game so that eventually he can get in and overwhelm Hilda when he's like up close. Ooh. Assuming you're taking track of some of these tech crouching mid horizontals, which is difficult to cover for indeed. If you're keeping track of that kind of stuff, Hilda doesn't necessarily have the largest amount of options with regards to dealing with somebody in their face, and that tends to be the way to go. Good punish on that, yeah.
Yeah, and I just want to point out Ruber's spacing has been so good during these first 2 rounds. I mean, making Xianghua whiff? Wow. Like, your movement has to be on point for that.
You saw kind of what I was talking about with regards to Hilda's movement. Xianghua did 4-4-A hold, putting him at plus on block, and then he did a relatively safe vertical that is relatively long range. So plus on block vertical, Ruber was still able to backdash out of that. That's one of the squirreliest things about dealing with Hilda, is just the fact that it's very difficult. You can kind of see that Ruber is trying to keep track. This is one of the things that's very difficult about dealing with Ruber, is that his clutch muscle is out of this world, but of course I guess it's not really all that stretched out just yet. I did appreciate the reservations on some of the pressure that Ruber was trying to go through, because he has to worry about Xianghua Crybaby. He doesn't really have to worry about it here because it does so little damage, but I do appreciate the fact that he's trying to keep track of that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, Zed is still in this, you know what I mean? Like, this can still go either way, but you can see Ruber really just trying to keep active here. And he's been relying on a lot of those sword regalias, has been putting in work, which makes sense, right? I feel like if he uses a lot of moves from Hilda that involves her staffs, that might open her up to more with punish opportunities, or just, wow, as he gets this CE off. Like I was saying, you can see him using a lot of her short sword attacks, right? Because those tend to be quicker, which is the thing about Hilda. She's fighting with 2 types of weapons. She has a sword and then she has a staff. Her staff tends to be the long-winded, long recovery moves. And in a matchup versus Xianghua, that might be to her, well, it will be to her disadvantage. So he's definitely playing this correctly.
Yeah, Ruber is playing this so slowly. I think that's going to be it. Yeah. And it is such a level of stamina that one has to have playing a short-range character against Ruber Beefman. Please trust me when I say that. That is the case. The character and the way that Ruber plays them, it's so much counter-hit hunting. It's so much just forcing someone like Zed to just take certain bets on shorter range options and just kind of hope that they work. And even when he does finally get the opportunity to get in, Ruber has a sword charge and has a safe mid-range horizontal mid that also tech crouches. And so you can't necessarily, the way that one would typically try to use frame advantage against a longer range, slower character is with like your faster stuff, which would be stuff like AA from Xianghua, and you can't really use that against a character that's constantly tech crouching, right?
Yeah, let's
Gallias too.
Right, and I was just gonna say, like, let's see how what adjustments can be made from Zed during this set. But again, Ruber in a really good position, having both regalias already. And again, that's to what I was speaking about earlier, how the thing about SoulCalibur and SoulCalibur VI specifically is there can be so many layers to certain matchups, and that's what's happening here, especially with the DLC characters, right? That's what's happening here with Hilda. Not only do you have to worry about Hilda and her great spacing and her great pokes, right, and her great attacks, the regalias add another layer of understanding and another layer to this matchup that you have to worry about.
Yeah, we haven't even really seen Xianghua's CE come into play all that much, and it seems like Zed is having a tough time. Oh man, and that always catches people where you end up blocking the first hit, and then the second hit, which is unsafe, you end up just getting caught with it. But very tough stuff with regards to trying to find the balance between offense and defense, because it seems like when Zed wants to go full offense, which is kind of like his cruise control, which is like what he wants to do the most, especially in spacings like this, he ends up getting caught with charge A, because he just tries to sidestep to deal with Ruber's movement, right? But now he seems to be hesitating to such a degree that Ruber feels more comfortable going for higher damage options than that. And that's really getting it very difficult. See, he's just like throwing out A+Bs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He feels totally comfortable with Zed, with getting guard damage on Zed because of his hesitation due to the fact that he has to hesitate. That horizontal is too big. Yeah, so and the second that he goes for something that's like more aggression, he's just immediately met with that move yet again.
Oh, nice interrupt from Ruber. You can definitely wants to take advantage of Zed's guard gauge here. But I feel like he's... Oh, you see, that's exactly what I was talking about. As soon as he went for one of those staff attacks, I believe that's her 6B plus K, if I'm not mistaken. It completely whiffed, and it took so long to recover. I mean, obviously it didn't stop him from winning the match, right? Ruber taking it 2-0 over Zed. But that is one of the key things with Hilda. She has 2 weapons on her. And those staff attacks, depending on the matchup, you have to be really careful with that. Because if they whiff, man, is she open to a lot of damage.
It's always so difficult to ever feel like you are comfortable sidestepping a move against Hilda. It is always so difficult because that's the main that was the main point of frustration for Zed, and that's the way it's going to be for most characters who play against Hilda. That's really going to be the main point of frustration. It's a shame we didn't really get to see a lot of soul chart stuff from Xianghua. Seems like we really kind of kept onto the meter, which is something that I think is a common pitfall for a lot of Xianghua players, where the CE is the best CE in the game, and they tend to guard it and hoard it so that once you get the opponent inevitably to close to yellow life, then you can be like, yeah, you can't make a mistake. You can't go for a grab. You can't go for a low. You can't go for anything unsafe. And so I want to hold the meter until that eventuality happens. But it's not inevitable. You do have to do damage to your opponent to get them to the point where they're dead to a CE. And so it's unfortunate that the meter usage wasn't necessarily as far there as we kind of hoped. But really, that was just kind of a clinic of how Ruber typically plays any of those matchups. But we all appreciate that Vortex Gallery has been setting up this event. ! Matcherino in the chat is going to get you over to this Matcherino link where you can donate to the players. It goes to the people. Shout outs to 2525 from Beardly here, somebody who's always been a major supporter of the SoulCalibur scene. How many codes do we have left? 11 codes. Anybody who is interested in the chat who maybe doesn't necessarily have the money but still wants to support, all you got to do is click on that Matcherino link, log in and hit claim code, and that's really all you got to do. That's like a 3-button thing. It's like Amazon, and you'll automatically put in some of those codes. Only 10 left. What is that? 9 left. You know what? Let's not go past the screen. Let's get all the codes out of the way right here. 9 more people. That's all it takes. Come on, don't make me look like a jerk. You gotta do it.
People. Big money, big money.
The amount of people that have to go in and hit claim code, they can fit in a relatively small room right now. That is like a small party at a restaurant. That's only 7 people. 6. What is that, 5?
Yeah, we're done. 4. We just need 4 more people. Come on,
guys. That is a game of mahjong. That's so few people. 3 people. That's just a couple of guys in a parking lot having a conversation. 2 people, that's just Carbon Clive and me. 1 person, that's just me. The sole person left. We only need 1.
We just need one more, y'all.
You're going to make me sit here and watch 1 person the entire time? Twitch,
Not
please.
like this.
Please
Not
don't
like
make me look like this. I am going to feel like an absolute goon if we go... Thank you. Oh, my God. I'm coated in sweat. Why did I challenge myself to get all the codes used in that one screen? I'm dripping over here. Like, why did I do that to myself? You know why I did it? I did it for SoulCalibur. I did it for Big Papa Chunk. I did it for Vortex Gallery. Thanks to everybody for using the codes, for using the Matcherino codes. We all appreciate it. What did we end up getting up to? I ended up missing it. Something like 40, somewhere between 40 and 50?
52, yeah.
50? Okay, great. Yeah, special shout-outs to Beardly here, some of the other people who've been putting in good amounts of money. And again, to everybody who ended up doing the codes. We very much appreciate it. We're almost to $70. And that's pretty big. To get to pre-top 8, when we're in shouting distance of triple digits, that's a big deal. That doesn't often happen.
Yeah, and one of the things I really, really enjoy about having the Matcherino platform and using it for SoulCalibur in particular is because we are such a small community, and as oftentimes we are discussed as a niche community.
Yes.
And I feel like oftentimes, I mean, acknowledge that we're small, acknowledge that we're niche, but also mention how supportive we are of this scene. I have seen Matcherinos do numbers.
Yeah.
So while we may not have as many players as we would like, or we may not have, huge numbers in terms of tournaments and things like that, when it comes to the Matcherino, this community has always showed up. So congratulations to you guys for making JJJ sweat like that. To get to claim those codes. I mean, kudos to you.
I have some bad news for you.
Oh no.
Did you take a look at the bracket?
Oh no.
No will beat Infectious. We're not going to see Ivy.
Do you see this? I like
your wall. Are you gonna bash your head in? That seems extreme.
No, I just wanted to tell her I'm sorry.
Oh, you actually have Ivy on a poster over there.
You can't.
I just thought you were motioning to a wall. He's like, you see this wall? I'm gonna run through this when we're finished here. And I'm like, I don't think you need to do that.
Oh
I think
my god.
You should be fine. I mean, there's still a possibility that Incendiary plays Ivy. We've seen him on kind of a kick with a variety of... Actually, you know what? We're gonna see Crazy J. There you go. Bam.
Yes, versus...
You're welcome. I did this.
But, yeah, you know what I mean? Listen, I'm all for any type of action as long as Calibur is involved. As long as Calibur is involved. But, while Infectious went down, still not over. And that's one of the things with a double elimination style bracket. You know what I mean? Like, you can lose your first set, but when you get to losers, it's significantly more difficult. You're fighting against everyone else who has lost. It becomes more difficult to move through the bracket. But some people,
too.
Yeah, some people, they show up in
Incendiate shows up.
Yes.
Incendiate is one of those people that will often get the bracket reset in grand finals and go the whole way. I myself have never won a tournament from losers. That has never happened to me. I doubt that will ever change. I'm either winning or losing. That's the way it is. So that's very difficult. But yeah, very curious to see which character Incendiate decides to pick here. Crazy J, almost undoubtedly, is going to be playing Ivy. I've never seen him play another character.
Yes.
Or actually, is this a different set? Oh, we're going to be seeing Manta versus Absolute Force instead. Okay. So Yoshi versus Voldo. This is a matchup that I'm sure we've seen once or twice before in Wednesday Night Fights. That's typically where Manta shows up. Absolute Force basically shows up for any online event that happens anywhere at all. But I honestly can't remember what the typical score is between these two people. I believe Absolute Force is kind of in the winning position in that way, but I really couldn't tell either way. So we're going to go with like the largest stage humanly possible here. I would argue that is in favor of Voldo. Voldo's going to be the person who, one, gets to back up and gets to utilize the spacing game a lot more than Yoshi does. Yoshi is going to be the getting character here. But then also, if Manta wants to get in, he can just immediately go into Manta's Crawl and just zoom around.
Yeah, and I mean, Manta's Voldo, I've seen him put on clinics. Really, just Voldo in general, if you're not familiar with the matchup. I mean, we've been having this ongoing conversation this entire tournament about knowing matchups and knowing what to do. If you're not familiar with Voldo, I mean, that can just be quite the overwhelming experience. But I do appreciate how Absolute Force is really just taking his time. But I wonder if, like how he's going to transition into becoming a little bit more active. Because I think that, particularly with Voldo, if you give him too much time to just kind of do whatever he wants to do, it can really go left. So Absolute Force is really going to have to figure out Manta's timing, which we'll see if that happens in the Voldo matchup. But you can see him focusing on a lot of spacing, but he's going to have to get a little bit more active.
It's so difficult on a stage like this because it's so big, and Voldo's movement is good enough, especially coupled with block, like the pushback, that he gets in a lot of moves. But this is going to be like his main opportunity. Decides to botch the I-12 punish so that he could angle his positioning on the stage a little bit better. Very smart stuff. I appreciate that, and that's basically going to solidify the round, except I lied, and it's not going to do that. Oh man, getting a little bit of spaghetti here. getting a little bit agitated. Okay, there we go. Absolute Force, with all due respect to him, I feel like one of the weakest parts of his game plan is block punishes. He doesn't entirely know when certain things are block punishable, which can lead to some pretty difficult, more challenging than they should be situations for him. And so I'm wondering if Manta's going to be able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and one of the things that I wanted to expand on that you mentioned earlier about the stage being in Valdo's favor is, if Valdo really only has to worry about a wall, meaning like he doesn't have to worry about a ring out, it really just incentivizes him to just take his time moving around the stage. But this sequence coming out of Absolute Force, so much damage just now. And I loved how he went into Soul Charge and he just flew. He just flew right into Manta's face and was like, you know what? It's time to get active.
All right, ends up getting a solid post GI here. This is like the first time we've seen Manta really be in control with regards to offensive pressure. Okay, ends up getting like a full so the question is, does Absolute force Manta to use meter? So that way he can have the meter advantage for next round. Something tells me he won't. I think Manta is perfectly comfortable attempting to try and do this completely on his own volition. And if he can do that, it's okay. We're going to get a pretty even setup for the last round. The thing is, you got that yellow blinking guard gauge. And Voldo's guard damage is especially when he has bar, the guard crush is basically inevitable. It is 100% force blocks, 100% weather the storm. You can't do much about it. So the question is Absolute Force going to be able to win this before the guard crush becomes a big deal? It's potentially going to happen right here, right now. So we'll see if Absolute Force gets the opportunity to do a soul charge back. And if he goes back to the neutral, okay, fantastic duck, another fantastic jump on top of things. Both of these players just going back and forth. He still has a huge amount of soul charge here. It all comes down to this. Soul charge activation back. He's got that red guard gauge. It doesn't hit!
Seems like some shenanigans there.
I'm just as surprised as Manta is. I'm very surprised he didn't have to block that. Had he gone with the full string, almost undoubtedly, he would have gotten potentially the guard crush just in general. If Absolute Force decided to stay on the ground, it would have just hit. But I am quite surprised. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that isn't supposed to hit grounded, except I really feel like it totally is. Surprising stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, just how close it came during that last round. One of the things I'm paying attention to is really Absolute Force when he gets into Soul Charge. I don't know if that's where not confidence, but I don't know if that's where he chooses to really do a lot more of his sequences and decides to capitalize on a lot of his damages. But that's where it's really been working out for him. So let's see if Manta can make some of the adjustments needed. That last round was a little bit weird. Well,
that's going to be expected from Manta. Anytime Manta wins the round, it's always best to assume by default that the overall impressions of the commentators are going to be, well, that was weird. that was just a weird series of things that happened. But okay, Manta seems like a little bit more in control, but see, this is the thing. Now we have this wall pressure, so he immediately just has to spend Soul Charge just to get out of there. I'm really curious to see if Manta is going to go for like the guard damage again, seeing as how it ended up being like a pseudo-disaster. But this is the kind of stuff that I kind of expected in the previous game. Fantastic counterplay on Manta's part. This is kind of like, looks like he's running away with it. Yeah, now he's not even going to have to use the guard break, and he's going to have that for like his last round. So pretty solid stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, you're seeing him make the... Okay.
Yeah, Valdo has the ability to cancel out his unblockable so that the flame decals kind of stay on. It makes it very spooky and very scary. Absolutely. Like, the sheer level of intimidation that's going on. I appreciate the jumpy attempt. It just didn't pan out.
Yeah, and you're kind of seeing some adjustments being made by Manta. There's some strings that he was doing that ends in a high, and Absolute Force started ducking, and then Manta started doing the mid version, and that's actually paying off now. But this is not over by any shot. I mean, Absolute Force is sitting on 2 bars, and thus far we've seen what he can do in Soul Charge as I am speaking about it. This is a time where he chooses to really put on the offense, and here it comes.
Yeah, here it comes. This is virtually... Oh, wow!
Ooh,
what a set of hits that Manta gets absolutely no reward for. But the hop back into the walk back to try and deal with that mid, that was pretty crazy stuff. If he can do that again, then he should be good. But it's also important to note, Absolute Force does not need to spend Soul Charge in order to use his meter to win the game. One of the fantastic values of having Yoshimitsu as your character is just being able to use meter whenever you want to. But this is exactly what Manta wants to have happen. Absolute Force getting a little bit irritated, not being able to get to play his game, and eventually potentially even going for like the timeout here. Decides to spend bar. Okay, that does make sense because it is his last round. Manta, again, just going to totally feel comfortable just backing up, spend the bar, force you to try and teleport back in yet again. No, Manta doesn't feel the need to try and get in here. He's just going to let this happen. Needed to RI that, though. Did he seriously just win this round? Wowee, Manta. Yeah, not to underestimate the sheer amount of forward movement off of that Soul Charge move, but especially seeing as how Manta was in Soul Charge, he had a free RI. That's what he should have done, not try to back up. But okay, we're in the exact same position we were in before, where there is a potential guard crush looming around, Manta with tons and tons of meter, but there is a bit of like a life disparity that's going on. Let's see if Manta can actually make this come to fruition, unlike last time. He has another bar, but Absolute Force just about to get his first one for the round. So yeah, definitely going to spend it. Is Manta going to spend back? No, not... Okay, yeah, here we are. Oh my god,
it's almost... Yeah, it almost feels like it's even, but it's really not.
Oh my god.
Well, it was in Manta's favor, but that guard crush can make the difference. But is he going to get a chance?
He never got the opportunity. This was such a killer. Honest to God, there were like 3 different opportunities where I think it's Dragonfly, Soul Charge from Yoshimitsu, AA, which is like the hella forward movement into like the break attack. Like every time Manta either got hit by it or he blocked it and then got hit by the ensuing 3A. That's what happened every single time. And most of the times that he dealt with that move, he was in Soul Charge. He could have just did an RI in each one of those positions. And I'm not saying that would have guaranteed him the round, but just imagine what the possibilities, the permutations of all the different combinations of attacks that could have happened otherwise, rather than giving Absolute Force basically the guaranteed win. That's kind of a shame. It was just one piece of counterplay that he didn't happen to have.
Yeah, and also I want to point out that Manta's movement was so on point that Absolute Force whiffed several sequences in Soul Charge. And I feel like for whatever reason, Manta was not able to capitalize off of them properly. Maybe he wasn't ready for them to whiff. Maybe he just didn't react fast enough. But that was also some opportunities for him to, possibly win. And unfortunately, he just wasn't able to, take advantage of those opportunities. I always say, as in fighting games, like, you don't want to whiff. But I feel like in SoulCalibur, like when you whiff in particular and you have mechanics such as Soul Charge, such as, some characters being able to CE on reaction and get something done.
CEs. There are people who have tons of lethal hits that are expressly linked to what you're going to be whiffing. And, it's such a momentum-based snowball-y type game, especially when meter's involved, that really only that one individual opportunity can make or break it.
Yeah, and it's just a game that you do not want to whiff in. So that's what I'm pointing to when I say Manta had some of those opportunities to really put some damage on the board that maybe could have put him in a better position, but those opportunities were missed. So good stuff to Absolute Force. And the one thing I do want to point out again with Absolute Force, what he did well was really using Soul Charge to his advantage.
Yeah, definitely a big game of meter, but I do want to mention special thanks to Vortex Gallery for putting on all of these different events. There are a variety of different streams that have a variety of different games. You're seeing Grand Blue and Melty kind of around the same time, Virtual Fighter 5, a handful of other games, a lot of anime games on top of things. VortexGallery.moe/schedule will give you the full thing because they're all done on individual streams, which is also something I understand that organizationally that can be kind of difficult to deal with, but I appreciate the fact that the streams that are doing these games are streams specifically for those games. Does that make sense? Like Big Papa Chunk is a SoulCalibur streamer, and rather than take that opportunity away from a SoulCalibur streamer and give it to somebody else, we are keeping it within each game so that the appropriate people get the notoriety they deserve. So I just wanted to mention that I very much appreciate that.
Absolutely. If I could clap into my microphone, I would.
I think you can, but maybe not the best idea. Yeah, sure. Yeah, do it while we're on screen. Yeah,
you dared me. No, but I want to expand on that point because, again, as I've been talking about throughout this tournament, our community is pretty small and pretty tight knit, and we really do appreciate those opportunities to show really the world that this game is still alive and well. I cannot tell you the amount of times when I post content to other platforms where people are like, there's a new version of this game. Oh my God, this game is still being played. Or my favorite one, what game are you playing? And I'm just like, what universe, what multiverse is this? So again, shout outs to 86 for really giving our game this platform. As we head into this next set, which is going to be Incendiate versus Crazy J. I have seen this matchup so many times. Geralt versus Ivy. I'm already stressed out.
Yeah, this tends to be what Incendiate's natural counter to Ivy is at this point. I doubt that he's really all that happy with the mirror. Mirrors are typically not particularly interesting matchups anyway, and so he feels much more comfortable going with something where... one of the things that is always very difficult, I think it was James Chen I first heard say this, which is the reason why mirror matchups aren't really all that cool, is because at no point with regards to spacing are you better than your opponent. You know what I mean? Like, there's no point in which the spacing of the characters favors one person over the other. Because the characters have the exact same tools. And that's kind of frustrating. That's kind of nothing. And Incendiate seems to be feeling pretty confident about going with Geralt in a matchup like this. He wants to try and... he has a very unique style of playing Geralt that I think takes a long time to get used to, even for people who are naturally accustomed to what Geralt is like. Because he's naturally a counter-hit hunter. He's naturally a defensive type character. Incendiate plays him in quite an aggressive fashion. I think it's a little bit difficult to deal with that, as is evidenced by the fact that Crazy J is, in fact, having a very difficult time trying to deal with it at the moment.
And as the Ivy, well, I don't know, am I a specialist at this point? As the Ivy player on the mic here, the reason why that's also, like, important in this matchup, as you described, the way Incendiate plays Geralt is so important to this particular matchup is because Ivy is easily overwhelmed. And when you have a counter hit fisher or someone with quick pokes, quick strikes, like Geralt, and you're playing them aggressively, it's just really overwhelming to deal with as he gets run out.
I gotta say, that really sucked, because Incendiate did 1 AB on block. That's minus 14. Ivy could have just done an AA and he would have won the whole round, but instead he got parried when the wall had two hits before it was broken, which basically every character in the game can ring out in that instance. And so to go from winning the round to losing the round kind of stinks, but I think Incendiate feels comfortable, very similar to a handful of the other matches that we've commentated so far, where he feels comfortable leaning on the advantage of the fact that his opponent does not know the matchup, and allowing that to kind of carry the day. Now he has potential ringouts that are even scarier. But that being said, I think, especially in terms of reverse ringouts, Ivy is much scarier. So Incendiate has to make sure that he's covering for that. That's why you're seeing a lot of 3A. And did I just jinx him? Oh, no, I guess it's not a ringout.
Yeah, this is not Season 1 anymore. That's not a guaranteed ringout like it was before. And even if he positioned correctly, I don't think he was close enough to get it. And what you are seeing here, and I just want to expand on this point, what you are seeing here and what we haven't brought up yet is the fact that Incendiate is like an encyclopedia. He's incredibly knowledgeable about this game. I mean, he also is an Ivy main himself. The way he was mashing 3A earlier in the set, you can kind of tell his point here is to just pepper Ivy with attacks. And it's really hard for her to deal with that. It really is, because if he's not doing a horizontal mid, what can Ivy do? She can't auto GI it. She kind of has to hold it. You know what I mean? So you can kind of see Crazy J maybe is having a hard time pressing buttons, but this is where he has to keep Incendiate. He has to keep him out. I mean, that's Ivy 101, right? Just do not let Geralt get in.
Ooh, a fantastic challenge on that stance as well. It's also important to note that with regards to the 4K stance transition, when he goes into the armor isn't like Nightmare armor or Astaroth armor where there's like a certain amount of damage or it loses to lows or whatever. The only thing is that there is only one option within that stance where the armor stays the entire time. For all the other options, the low, the Hori, the break attack, all of those options, if you put a mash in the right place, it's going to beat it out because the armor doesn't last the whole time. And so mashing in a spot like that, definitely very important, definitely smart stuff.
Oh, no GI in between that. That's 6-6 BB coming from Geralt. You've got to send a message with that move. You can GI the second you that.
Senate had an opportunity. Oh, that was -12, and then he GI'd the -12.
He could have punished there. Just the Wild Rising K from Ivy would have been enough there, but still able to take the round. Good stuff to Crazy J.
Yeah, this seems to be like
punish
the first time
again.
Yeah, he went for some sort of like a duck into like a delayed mid. Something tells me that Incendiary is going to try to use anti-Soul Charge Geralt stuff to try and deal with this, though he tried to do that before, and he wasn't able to find an opportunity for it. It seems like the Guard Crush can potentially be a pretty big deal as well. Right at the very end of the Soul Charge. That is some tough stuff to deal with. Now, he does have a ton of meter here. I don't know is the Guard Crush going to become like an inevitability? Is that the way it's going to be played? Actually gets the punish there. Back turn B+K gets blocked. Another fantastic punish. Oh, yeah, you're dead. Oh, he screws up the combo. Oh my god, who's going to get this? 15 different pokes. Ivy still does.
Oh, Crazy J going for the
blocking the 6-6K. Gee whiz.
Yeah, that 6-6K tech crouches. So that's why it went right underneath Geralt's. I believe that was just an individual A.
Yeah.
But that was some clutch stuff from Crazy J. Now, there were a couple of moments there where either one of them could have taken advantage, but I want to highlight with Ivy. When Geralt gives those opportunities to be punished, like, she has to capitalize off of it. For example, when he's in back turn, he's probably going to do his back turn attack. I believe that's B+K. I'm not positive. She can if she reads it, which most of the time, most Geralts do it, she can sidestep into her 2-2A lethal hit, and that will give her some damage. So it's just certain moments like that, and especially the opportunities to punish. He cannot leave those on the table. And again, you can GI in between that.
It can potentially be a little bit scary to do a GI in between it as well. That's the first opportunity that Crazy J has gone for a command grab as well. We can't necessarily tell whether Incendiary is going to be ducking/breaking CS in the same way that we typically ask for anti-Ivy. It's still, boy oh boy, he is still doing a lot of stuff like -12 and -14 into like hard ducks, which really feels like an online-y kind of thing. It's kind of a shame that the match devolved into that sort of thing, but if Crazy J can't get the punishes, then he can't get the punishes. I guess there's not much to do.
Yeah, and the other thing is, specifically in this Geralt matchup, I find that some of his attacks that Ivy is supposed to be able to punish an AA with, if she's not close enough to him, it tends to whip. Okay. Yeah, it tends to whip. So he's trying, but I do know that is a thing in this particular matchup.
And here we
is he going to go for something risky? No.
Yeah, the ever-present reverse ring out from Ivy. Gets the CES, and Incendiary doesn't break it. This is pretty solid Oki over here. Goes for the 2-2B. He thought the delayed mid would be enough, but I feel like in order to win that round, I think we needed an SS. I think we needed something where, like, Incendiary was still going to feel confident about trying to break the command grab, and so we just needed something that was still relatively safe for something like that. Ivy now with 2 full... Never mind.
Completely stuffed that. I believe that was a soul attack attempt.
Yeah, something that it's completely stuffed that and stuffed my sentence. Just completely stopped me in my tracks.
And to the CS again. He just needs one more hit. Oh!
Yeah, nice catch on the... both times, Incendiary has done something a little bit risky, a little bit aggressive in that Oki situation. Doesn't get the full combo there. I don't know what happened in that spot.
That was weird. I don't know if he was trying to do something cool or whatever, but that was weird. I did see him on
match point. The first time we've actually seen a CS get broken. I wonder if that means Crazy J is going to go for an SS the next time. Oh, goes for what ended up catching him at least for one good round in Frosty Faustians as well. That is a typical tech trap that you're going to have to deal with when Geralt has meter. The best thing to do is to stay on the ground, and you'll be A-okay. But yeah, difficult to know that kind of stuff. Can't really sidestep it. I think you can potentially RI it, but it's not like you're really going to get any damage because he's literally a million miles away. But good stuff from Crazy J, considering the fact that he is just recently coming back into the game. I very much appreciate it. People, older than 5,000 years old. We need to stick together. We need to make sure that we're keeping ourselves together, both in the community and keeping our bodies together as we're constantly falling apart.
I want to, after I'm finished laughing, I would like to elaborate on that because I just want to point out. Yeah. Okay. I just want to point out how
everybody calm down. He's going to laugh for a little while, and then he's going to say some words. So first he'll laugh, and then we'll get through that, and then words will be said, and we'll be veritably enraptured.
Because I understood what you said, although it was given as obviously in JJJ sarcasm fashion, which we love, of course. But I understood what you said because just the collective uniting of just a team to put on this tournament, to get people together, to commentate and things like that when you're of a particular age, which is what you were pointing at, it's extremely difficult. And I just want to give Crazy J his flowers for showing up, because these days it's just, there's so much happening in the world, there's so much happening with our tech, and power cords not working, and microphones breaking, and controllers breaking. It takes so much effort to actually
how to deal with people who will ask, what's a VCR?
Or a floppy disk. But anyways,
what is that icon that allows you to save stuff? But yeah, very good stuff from Crazy J, considering the fact that he's at the age where literally everything is difficult all the time.
Absolutely.
Shout out to 86. Thanks very much for the SoulCalibur specific official merchandise. 15% off if you use the code that's on the screen, 86.com. They've got a handful of stuff, and they're also promising to donate one of their t-shirts to the winner. We very much appreciate it. It's not very often that you get to see SoulCalibur 6 specific type stuff anymore, and it's always a nice treat whenever we see that kind of thing.
Absolutely. And once again, please visit the Vortex Gallery Online shop at 956pro.com/shop. They have a lot of cool designs on there, featuring new designs for 2023. A lot of cool stickers and keychains and posters. Please shop Vortex Gallery merch at 956pro.com/shop.
Looks like we've gone through most of Winners Round 3 at this point. But as we're going through the Matcherino, I do appreciate the fact that we were able to get through all the codes during that time that I really put myself on the line for something like that. What is that? Arcanite Reaper with 3125 gets to be the top contributor. Thanks very much. If you don't feel like you necessarily have the ability to support financially with these direct donations, you can also, considering the fact that the codes are all done, you can also go with the sponsored quest. There's still a lot of free money that's readily available for that sort of thing. So hope you guys all get the opportunity to use the Matcherino tools that are readily provided for us so that SoulCalibur scene can be fully supported.
Absolutely. And as we go into this next matchup, you and I had an opportunity to commentate the other night, a matchup involving Gorash. Yep. It's great to see him in this tournament going against Arca at this time. We saw Arca earlier putting on a clinic of the Mitsu versus Nightmare, especially when you're not really familiar with the matchup. But Mitsu versus Astaroth, particularly an Astaroth in the hands of Gorash, this should be pretty interesting. I think this is where we're really going to see if Arca has what it takes, but if he really can enforce the gameplay. He tried to earlier, but he's not even getting a chance. Has to hit the reversal edge to really get something started.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that the reversal edge ended up hitting. The Astaroth command grabs are already safe. I think Gorash was attempting to go for a GI, but the game had been going on for such a small amount of time, he didn't have the ability to RI in that spot. Arca with the inability to break command grabs at the moment, which is going to make it very difficult. This is going to be a slobber knocker and a half. Gorash kind of makes all of his matches like that, getting fantastic whip punishes off of that. This is going to be the important thing. He goes for a lot of dead traps, a lot of tech traps that are kind of specific to Gorash. We haven't really seen, like, some of the stuff that he's done, I literally haven't seen since SoulCalibur 4. It is not things that really come up all that often anymore. Oh, I would have sworn that the A+B would have been enough. I don't think he needed to go for any more fancy and/or schmancy type tech, but ends up getting a second round. Arca having a tough time keeping it together.
Yeah, and I mean, Gorash is really really comfortable in what he's doing here. A duck from Arca, but no taking advantage of that situation. He's got to get something going, and Gorash going to Soul Charge here and go right into this Bull Rush sequence. And there it goes again.
Yeah, going for highs against Astaroth and Soul Charge, that's a recipe for disaster. That is like a free... Oh boy. Okay, I think that's close to it. I'm going to say B, slide K. Nope, I was wrong. Okay, well, this is a huge amount of damage here. He still has Soul Charge. He can potentially get, I think I'm going to put him either close to death. Yeah, that is enough. Gorash not respecting the heavy amount of damage. I mean, if you provide Mitsu his lethal hits, frankly speaking, he's like one of the heaviest hitters in the entire game. Like, Astaroth does not necessarily have the damage on Mitsurugi if you're just able to get these kinds of hits off over and over again. You know what? I respect the attempt. It didn't work out, but I do think that it was cool. Okay, that was not cool. You still had to respect the string, or else you were just getting wrung out. So that was a mistake.
I was just gonna say, I think when Arca finally put one round on the board, I think it was a situation where Gorash got too comfortable. And then Arca really started to gain some momentum during that last match, but Gorash cannot give him the opportunity to really get any momentum going. It's really hard to stop someone once they really get going with their sequences. And again, Arca has to do something with these duck throws. If you're going to duck them, capitalize. I'm sure Mitsurugi has some options to deal, to take advantage.
Yeah, you get a huge amount of damage and a knockdown. You get all kinds of stuff. But also, I wanted to mention the fact that, like, on these grab breaks, he tends to go for, like, 1A. He tends to... Arca is going for, like, a 1A lethal hit to potentially beat out an additional grab. Gorash hasn't been going for that option, like, at all. He's just gone for Bull Rush, like, basically every time, which is very similar to what Gorash decided to do in a lot of the spots when he had Soul Charge as well. He seems to just be going for Bull Rush overall, just in general, and Arca seems to be falling for it. But that being said, it looks like he's potentially going to get this round, but okay, he ends up getting the round, so that's going to give him 2 up. Let's see if Gorash can kind of come up with something. He hasn't spent bar all that much yet in this round. I think that we're going to be able to see that in this round, because Astaroth, probably one of the best characters in the game, if not the best character in the game, at getting a lot of meter, but we're just doing tech trap after tech trap, even if we're getting a huge amount of damage on what could have already been a successful tech trap. Do it again? Yeah. All right.
Yeah, and even in that situation we just saw Arca in, he had an opportunity. He sidestepped that huge vertical from Astaroth, and he went for a back grab, and I'm just kind of like, why? You know what I mean? Like, that's not something I would have gone for. Is that the best punish? I don't know. I just think he just needs to tighten up some of these opportunities he's obviously getting. He's just not taking full advantage of them like he could.
Yeah, overall, I find that there's, like, I don't know, in some way it's just a little bit of a delay in terms of what Arca is reacting to. Stuff like that, right? Where he appropriately sidestepped, but he doesn't end up putting out his button in time, and also there have been 2 or 3 times when he's gotten the opportunity to go for a back grab, and traditionally speaking, that is going to be a guaranteed hit on people. Astaroth, one of the 2 characters that can break back grab, so it's actually not appropriate to go for a back grab as a whiff punish on Astaroth specifically, like you would other characters. So changing up his whip punish is going to be a pretty big deal, and stop going for highs. These highs are not a good idea. It's such a big deal when you don't when you end up getting hit by something like this. Lots of bar on Arca's side. He can definitely come up with something here that could be pretty big, either like getting an early Shura off of a Soul Charge activation or a CE. I think spending bar kind of immediately would be the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to get something going. It's not that he couldn't take it. He just has to...
No, it's too late.
No.
Yeah, the back turn B plus K is way too solid. That's going to be a hell of a sidestep. And now, unfortunately, yes, he does have Shura, but we're at 1 bar to 1 bar, so if Arca starts getting something with the Soul Charge, Gorash could have just spent it back. It looks like he just wants to be aggressive with it. Ah, yeah, there we go. Oh, that was so scary. Yeah. Okay, he still has a bit of soul. Okay, now Astaroth is out of Soul Charge. Arca has, like, his play of the field, and he does end up getting a Shura Ender. 6-6 BBBB. And now it's 1-1. This would definitely be probably the biggest upset we would have so far. We've seen Gorash going pretty far in a lot of tournaments so far, so this would be a very interesting upset if it ends up occurring.
Yeah, and he can literally make this work. I just think if Gorash just absolutely turns on the offense, then I don't know if Arc is going to be able to, survive this set. But he's got to look for
trying. It seems to be very difficult for him to. Gorash is having a legitimate time understanding Arca's timing. This is something that I've dealt with when I've played against Arca as well. He has a very odd, slightly delayed kind of timing that Gorash is taking a while to get used to. But I'm pretty sure that's a ring out, except it's not.
Oh no, he missed it.
Okay, there it is. Second time's the charm.
Yeah, I think the timing is definitely correct here. He's just. Like, whenever Arca wants to do something, it just feels like Gorash is 2 steps ahead of him.
Yeah, these little tiny pokes, if he can get in and just constantly do this type of thing, this is definitely the way to deal with Astaroth, and it's the thing that's getting Arca the most success. Once we're getting out to, like, spaces like this, I kind of don't like it, because eventually Arca kind of loses patience, and then he ends up getting hit by a full charged Bull Rush, or a 1-1 BK. Okay, he ends up getting a hit like that. It's just like, at that point, it gets very, very scary. And I appreciate the way that Arc is kind of like playing this a little bit slower now.
Yeah, this is definitely the way to go. If he goes into just whiff punishing wherever he can, and finally gets a grab off of Gorash. Now, one thing I want him to be careful with is he is sidestepping the verticals enough, but what we're seeing from Gorash now is that he's adjusting by canceling and going into a horizontal attack. So I don't know if Arca really realizes that at this point, but let's see what he does with this Soul Charge if he gets a chance to.
Something tells me Gorash is going to try to end this with a CE. Oh, I lied. Alright, it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of Soul Charge stuff now. Arca can attempt to try and use his bar. Yeah, that's definitely the smart play. It's going to put him at a disadvantage for next round, but that's only if the next round happens. So, kind of an unfortunate ending, but, still surprising stuff. Gorash had a tough time trying to figure out what Arca was trying to do in a lot of those spaces. When Arca was going for a lot of those small pokes, it was really working out for him. He was getting that kind of like that small, 2-2K, 2-way, while rising A, not necessarily completing the string, stuff like that. And the problem was, and which is kind of the difficulty when dealing with heavy damage characters that are also slow, like Astaroth and Nightmare and stuff like that, is that you can pepper them with small hits as much as you want. If they're right one time, a GI, a 2-2B lethal hit, something like that, they even out the damage like that. And it can be very difficult to try and pull something like that off. That being said, I still wish that Arca was able to ride that line of in-close pressure and constantly getting those small pokes over and over again to set up his potential big damage stuff. Or not even do the big damage stuff at all. Let Astaroth be the slower, heavy damaging character, and I'll just be the small pokey guy. That's another way that you could potentially play it. Trying to come up with something universal is the way to go there, I think.
Definitely. And shout outs to 86.com. Make sure you visit their store, use code VGSC23 to get 15% off of some SoulCalibur VI merchandise. As we were talking about earlier, it's very rare to get some official merchandise representing SoulCalibur VI, so here is a great opportunity to do so. Also, the winner of this tournament will be getting, I believe, a t-shirt as a prize from this site. So go ahead, www.86.com. Use the code VGSC23 to get 15% off.
Special shout out to the Matcherino, ! Matcherino in the Twitch chat will take you right to the link. Thanks very much again to everybody who ended up putting all the codes, making sure that that's all set. Looks like we were at a clean $100. It would be kind of a shame if we didn't use some of like the sponsor quests or some other direct donations in order to ensure that we're all very appreciative that we finally got to the triple digits. Let's see if we can go for more. We still have plenty of SoulCalibur action going on. I think we're in winner's quarters at this point, and then we'll be up in the top 8 later on today. And so, get those sponsor quests done. Any sort of support that you can do for the match arena will very much help out all of the different SoulCalibur members of the community. To kind of give you guys an idea, we've got Incendiate versus Ruber Beefman in winner's quarters. This is a match that has happened plenty of times, and it kind of goes back and forth. Very difficult to figure out what that's going to be. Probably Geralt versus Hilda. Hilda almost for sure. Then you have Absolute Force versus Schneider X. I'm not familiar with Schneider X. Absolute Force, the Yoshi player we saw earlier, who is a constantly somebody that we see in top 8s in places like this. So interested to see what that match is going to be like, because I don't even know what kind of character SchneiderX plays. We have Noah versus Master CJ. That's going to be the next match, and that would be Amy versus Sung Mina. And that is a matchup that both CJ and I feel we are both kind of on the fence in terms of we can't tell if Amy is bad against Mina or we're just bad against Mina. it's something that's very difficult to figure out. But Noah, probably one of the other heavy favorites to go very far in this tournament. He already has kind of done so, and so that's probably like one of the more highly contentious matches that we're going to be seeing at that point. And then it will be Gorash versus Farrah Muntress later on. Now that we've seen that Gorash ended up taking it over Arca, so those are going to be the matches that we're going to see in winners quarters. Probably Geralt versus Hilda, and then Yoshi versus whomever Schneider ends up playing, Amy versus Mina, and Asta versus Zaz.
Yeah, so this match with Incendiate versus Ruber Beefman, as you pointed out, it is indeed going to be a Hilda versus Geralt matchup. Battle of, well, not DLC. Geralt was not DLC, but yeah, this should be interesting. I think that Hilda's going to be able to play at a range that Geralt won't be able to. But I think this is pretty even. I think this would be a pretty even matchup. And particularly, the one variable here is that these players have played each other so many times. This is not even going to be like character specific. This is going to be player specific. Like, which player is going to be able to outplay the other?
We're probably definitely going to want to see... We're going to see some of those situations that you only see when two people have played against each other a lot, where it's like a Yomi level 85 or something like that, or 86, as our sponsor might want us to say, where it's going to be like a situation where I chose this option because I know that you know that I know that you know all of this stuff that we have done in the past before. And so on screen, it will seem kind of odd. It will seem like unusual options are being chosen, unusual timings. And the reason is because they have such a breadth of history together.
Definitely.
He was trying to do Bactrian B plus K and he ended up just getting regular B plus K, not realizing he was still in front turn.
Yeah, Geralt already taking the first set. And this is what I'm saying. I think as we've seen from Ruber, he's going to try to create some space. But the way Geralt is able to pepper you with these small attacks, it's actually like a lot to deal with. You know what I mean? But Ruber Beefman responding appropriately to that Yurden attempt, putting one on the board.
Yeah, this is definitely a battle of the mid-Horis. This is a battle of, like, we can just, like, hit each other with safe stuff over and over again. I would say that in terms of, I guess, overall speed and overall options, assuming that meter is involved, Geralt is the one who can fill out that kind of thing. In terms of damage, I would put it to Hilda. So, Geralt a little bit trickier. Ooh, a fantastic jump on that 1A, getting that lethal hit. Ruber is now up to 1, so we'll see if he's able to fully complete out this round.
Ooh, nice Quen. And these grab attempts, they're just not working, but it allows him to get this Yurden sequence off.
He did just get that 1B lethal hit, by the way. Pretty sure I saw that glow of green, which can immediately get him into the 1B range. I'm pretty sure Ruber ended up seeing it too. Yeah, he attempted it just there, yeah. Double bar on both sides. So
and
yeah, typically speaking, we're going to see Incendiate use that. Okay, I guess I was wrong because I think I saw the glow green just there, which means that now Incendiate has the 1B lethal hit, which is going to make things very scary. Nobody punishing this 1AB on block.
Yeah, that's at least minus 12. It is punishable.
Pretty sure it's 14, but yeah, at least 12.
Oh, yeah, at least, yeah.
It can be difficult for Hilda to get those kinds of small punishes, especially if you're charging moves. So your AA might not necessarily be readily available to you. Ooh, ends up catching on that vertical there. And just like making him just fall apart to meter. Yeah, there's no point in being worried about Geralt's anti-soul charge stuff at this point because you're dead to any hit anyway. Ends up catching the GI, not necessarily yet just yet. All right, that fantastic block, but doesn't end up getting anything. Ruber's clutch ends up not going the full distance, unfortunately.
And that's one of the things about the matchup with Hilda as well. As in addition to being familiar with like the regalias and the distances and things like that, she's one of those characters where because you don't see full strings often, when she goes into soul charge, you're kind of like, what? This string exists? So that's definitely going to be important to watch out for when she's in soul charge.
Yeah, overall, it just seems like currently we're in a set where Ruber's aware that the fantastic backdash that Hilda has is not going to be enough to get away from Geralt's long limbs. And so we end up getting into these hot potato type SoulCalibur situations where they trade mids with each other. But then at the end, Incendiate ends the exchange with a low, a 1k, a 1a. And so he's winning out in the damage race because neither of them are really hitting each other with anything super hard. And Incendiate is getting like these little small pokes in every now and then.
Yeah,
Ooh,
and
fantastic.
Oh, okay, nice capitalization. If Geralt whiffs a Yurden attempt, please take advantage of that.
Sometimes
Definitely
it can be
wide open.
difficult to punish because he's like pseudo tech crouch in a lot of those spaces. Hilda doesn't really
Yeah.
have to worry about that though. Ooh,
Nice
okay, there's the GI you were talking about, yeah.
There it goes.
And there's that side stuff you were talking about as well.
Yeah, and that's the thing. He can also do 6/6 BA, but you can also GI that as well. I've only fought one Geralt that did like 6/6B on its own just to catch me GIing. Most of them will complete the string, but that's something we're going to watch out for because I'm sure Incendiate is going to make the adjustment there.
Lots of bar on Hilda's side, and I'm curious to know whether he's going to use it or not. It's always a tricky thing trying to figure out when you can spend bar against this character.
Ooh. Oh no!
Oh man, 6B whiff into Yurden. Yeah, the 1B lethal hit is available. Oh, fantastic step duck into stand kick. A little bit of spaghetti, but still, really solid stuff. I wonder if 1AB into ring out is something that Incendiate is trying to lean more towards. So that is going to be a lethal hit when the opponent has 2 full bars. So it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of thing. Okay, he still has that 1B lethal hit. See if it comes out.
Oh, nice tech crouch.
Yeah, a lot of mid-range spacing kind of stuff going on. A lot of hesitation. Due to the fact that they've played against each other a lot, they know they have to try and keep that sort of thing tight. The -12 punish ends up whiffing. Meter fully available to both. Oh, wow, fantastic block on the 1A. Doesn't get any damage out of it, unfortunately. There's that punish that I was talking about. No, he still didn't have the counter hit. That's only a connecting on counter hit, and Ruber is going to take it 1-1. Very, very close, very solid gameplay. This is the tightest match we've had so far. A lot of people flinging out moves, seeing what the, feeling out periods, right? The feeling out periods to see what the opponent knows about my character and stuff, but both of these players are under the assumption they already know everything there is to know about each character. And so now it's going to be a matter of if Incendiate decides to stick with Geralt or if he wants to try and switch it about, which is something that he typically, it's kind of a calling card of his whenever there's a close set going on.
But who would he switch to, do you think?
Honestly,
Ivy
no idea.
Or Xianghua?
Or Talum. We've seen him play Talum. He played Talum and like reset the bracket against Zefukai not that long ago, right?
All right. Looks like he's going to stick with Geralt. I mean, he's not doing too terrible with Geralt. Now, this stage is definitely going to be a difference. There's going to be a lot more room between these characters. And I think it's going to force Incendiate to really go in more.
Yeah.
But let's see how this shakes out.
I would agree that it's probably going to force Incendiate to go in more, but it's also going to force him and give him more opportunities for crafty ring-out opportunities. I feel like Hilda kind of fails in that department a little bit, and Geralt, especially when he has meter to his advantage, is going to have more opportunities for stuff like that. Either way, I imagine this is going to be just as close as the previous game. If this turns into some sort of like a huge like onslaught from one of the players, I would be very surprised. I think it's going to be close. I think it's going to come down to the last round. Oh, he didn't have any meter for the extension, so he could have gotten a full-fledged punish there. Zenny just trying to play it super close. He only needs something very small. Ruber being as annoying as possible. Gets it right. Try to see. Unfortunately, that like spacing out kind of game that Ruber wants to do, the backdash is really good, but just not good enough to try and deal with Geralt's long limbs. So he can't necessarily pull out that level of spacing game that he used to. And now Incendiate is playing the game so late. He's playing it so slow and so small that Ruber's having a tough time finding opportunities to do anything at all.
Ooh, no GI that time.
Oh boy.
Oh, nice duck.
He's trying to angle the stage positioning. Still trying to play this so careful. Does not get the wall that I think he expected to. Yeah, That's I wonder. Man, oh man.
I wonder if Hilda can get a better punish off of Geralt's 3B. Is it because like she has to be up close? Is that why he's going for the single K? I think that is.
No, he's doing it because he's charging with his other buttons. That's why it's a kick instead of anything else, and that's one of the frustrating things. And so he may not necessarily have the charge readily available. Sometimes we'll see that, like we did in the previous game on 1AB. He got like the 3K into the full sword regalia, but small block punishes like that are kind of a difficulty with Hilda because your buttons are already in use. That's the kind of punish that you're looking for. Yeah. There's just sometimes you don't have the charge available for it, Hilda does have a ton of meter here. Both players effectively dead to one hit. Now Ruber is one round away from taking Incendiate into the loser's bracket. He's done it before. Can he do it again?
And Incendiate trying to create some... He's trying to pick his moments, really. I believe trying to get Hilda to whiff. If he gets Hilda to whiff, that will be great for him. And as you pointed out again,
it's so difficult to pull it off.
Hey, you know what it is? Maybe I'm having like a visceral reaction to like wanting to punish Geralt, right? Because he gives you so few opportunities, and if those opportunities show up and your character is unable to punish because of like a character-specific mechanic, that could be really frustrating.
Incendiate playing this nickel and dime game right now. This is the first gigantic hit that we've seen from this entire game so far. It's really also important because Ruber gets to spend meter, which means that Incendiate doesn't have the 1AB lethal hit anymore, and he doesn't feel... It's always great to be able to use a CE to do damage against Geralt because of the anti-meter kind of stuff. He's playing so lame. He's trying to really clutch this out, and it's obvious that Ruber is getting a little bit upset. All right, we did see the flash of green. Incendiate is going to get this round and take this to the last game. Ruber is going to have full meter yet again. Incendiate is going to have the 1B lethal hit, which is also important to remark. And I think, man, oh man, I was right about it coming down to the last game, or the last round. I honestly don't know how this is going to go. An immediate huge chunk of damage on Ruber's side, already down to half health. Incendiate needs to come up with something right away. First, he needs to get up. He needs to be able to get up, but if he can't break grabs, he can't break grabs. Is this going to be the end? Is Incendiate going to end up falling to a perfect? He is. Ruber takes it over Incendiate in, I don't want to mark this as like the most gigantic upset of the universe. We've seen Ruber do this before, but it's always impressive to see that kind of gameplay. That is the tightest set that we've had so far in the tournament. Otherwise, we've had people flinging attacks, Hinder and Jan, and to and fro. But this time around, we're in like such a very tight amount of spacing between the two characters. Mid-range characters. It's not the easiest thing in the world to get these characters to whip. And Incendiate, especially in the second to last round, tried really hard to create those opportunities. And he was able to. And then in the last round, Ruber completely ran him over.
Yeah, and I want to pick up on your point about the mid-range, right? If we pay attention to the stage that they were on, that allowed so much room between both characters, and to still be able to shuffle your way in and out to create whiffing opportunities is just a testament to the caliber of play from these players. So shout outs to them, but Ruber really came through during that last round and really just, I almost feel like he ran away with it. And I think it's because initially Incendiate was really relying on the moves that would capitalize off of Ruber having 2 bars. But once he lost those bars, there was really nothing else. He didn't really make that adjustment.
If you like the kind of stuff that you're seeing here from this Vortex Gallery event, don't forget about all the other games and all the other streams that you're going to be able to see in the ensuing times. We already have Grand Blue and Melty Blood are potentially going on pretty soon. Virtua Fighter 5, a variety of different games, a lot of anime type games, a lot of games that you don't necessarily get to see in other places. Follow it at vortexgallery.moe/schedule to try and find the entire full schedule. Shoutouts to 956 Productions for putting on this whole thing. We very much appreciate it.
Yes, and please visit the Vortex Gallery merch store at 956pro.com/shop. They have some new designs for 2023. And if you visit this page, you can really get a lot of cool things here. They have stickers, they have t-shirts, they have magnet pins. They have a lot of accessories that you could really get for men, for women. They have t-shirts, sportswear, As I mentioned before, stickers, really cool designs. Please visit the site 956pro.com/shop.
All right, presumably we're going down the bracket, which means that we're seeing Schneider X versus Absolute Force. So I'm curious to see who Schneider X plays. Man, oh man, I do not remember this name. I don't remember it being a part of my life. I have no idea what character they play. Sounds like we're hearing that it's a Canadian nightmare. Canadian. It's not very often that we see people like this from the Great White North, definitely dressed for the occasion as Nightmare, in full plate armor, definitely easy to get through the snow with stuff like that, but it certainly helps out with fighting moose, with fighting bears, what I imagine is the entirety of wildlife in Canada. So, Nightmare versus Yoshimitsu, this is something that undoubtedly Absolute Force has a lot of experience in. I'm wondering if he's tempted at all to go with the mirror match, because he definitely has a Nightmare. So I wonder if that's something that we're going to be seeing. Probably not. But another classic keep-out versus get-in type situation. But Nightmare can be played aggressively, too. I wonder if he's going to try and pull it off that way. I honestly don't know what kind of ability Yoshi has to deal with the Nightmare armor. But definitely excited to see it.
Yeah, and I want to point out, because it is Nightmare versus Yoshi, I think the stage selection will have an impact on this matchup for sure. On top of ring out opportunities and walls, just like we saw during the last match, I mean, if they have enough space between each other, I think it's going to drastically change the way each character kind of plays. So I'm looking to see what stage they get, and if one person loses, do they switch the stage? I think, with SoulCalibur, stage selection is important, but it amazes me time and time again how it can change the way a match is played between specific characters. And I think that could come up here because both of these characters have really great ring out opportunities. Yoshi, if he gets you against the wall, like if he lands one wall combo, does a ton of damage. So I want to see what stage is going to be chosen and how it's really going to impact this matchup. And also excited to see Schneider X. This is really a person who we haven't seen much of, and for them to make it this far into the bracket really should be celebrated. So I want to see what they're going to do against Absolute Force.
Looks like we ended up getting about as neutral of a stage as humanly possible.
Commentators curse!
Well, that doesn't mean that there are still ringouts, there are breakable wall ringouts, and it's important to note these two characters are the best in the game with regards to ringouts, but for diametrically opposite options. The forward ringout for Yoshi is okay at best. It's the reverse ringouts that are absolutely insane, especially with the fact that 2-2B, which is like the main way that he ends up pulling it off, is safe in this matchup. So that's a pretty big deal. Meanwhile, Nightmare is the best when it comes to forward ringouts. Not really so much of a reverse ringout character at all, really. So he already has Terra Charge, and interesting. Schneider decides to play it lame, decides to play it small. I can understand that. Ends up getting a random 6k. I feel like that wasn't what Schneider was anticipating to do in the first place. Nice try trying to sidestep that vertical. Apparently you can't. So that stinks for Schneider. But he had a lot of momentum, and then he tried to play it more lame, and Absolute Force was able to keep up with that kind of stuff. So I wonder if he's going to try to do the exact same thing again. Okay.
Ooh, the knowledge. Resist impact. That might have been maybe we saw it twice before. But
no, we were trying to get other people to do it. We were talking about other people doing it, but nobody else has done it so far.
Yeah, resist impact, allowing you to essentially GI break attacks. It was one of the last mechanics added to the game, and I still feel that we don't use it nearly enough. I think historically we haven't had this mechanic, so we've just been conditioned to not use this option. But when I do see it being used, I'm always amazed because it takes such knowledge of the matchup and reactions to really utilize resist impact properly.
Yeah, it kind of stinks that it costs as much meter as it does. Meter is such an important resource, and so obviously that's why people are very hesitant to use as an RI. Oh my god, did he just lose? I think he just lost. Nope, it's going to angle. Yes, it is.
Yes.
It is going to angle that way. Schneider, not 100%. He's playing a little bit too reckless and allowing Absolute Force to get back into that round. Basically, the beginning of the rounds, Schneider has been in control, every single time. He's just having a tough time, cleaning it up. and actually getting a full round win for himself.
Ooh, here comes some damage. Absolute Force. I mean, that low has been putting in work. Nice.
Yeah, Schneider got a little bit. Seems like there's a certain timing that Schneider goes for, which is like just like a slight sidestep. That's kind of an awkward thing immediately into a 6's KK without confirming it. Not actually getting a whiff punish, just going for it because if he gets it, he wins the game. And so Absolute Force is just effectively letting Schneider hang himself. He's not really taking any sort of bets. He's delaying certain moves to kind of make it more accustomed to Schneider's typical timing. That's one of the things that I think separates Absolute Force as a Yoshi player from a lot of other Yoshi players, is that he plays it small and he plays it slow. He's a lot lamer than you would expect a Yoshi to be. A lot of Yoshis tend to be really in your face. Not Absolute Force,
and
though.
Explosive, too.
Yeah. The explosivity will come whether you play it fast or slow, and I think that's the thing that Absolute Force is trying to rely on.
And now it seems like Schneider is trying to slow things down, and that's working out for him too.
I think that's definitely the way to go. You are the longer range character. It's clear. I get the impression that's not necessarily how Schneider typically plays, so he's a little bit more uncomfortable with it. Oh, fantastic backdash, but he didn't get anything out of it. That's a shame.
Right,
yeah, they're
Grim Stride.
Just trading moves back and forth. Getting a lot of solid backdashes, but Schneider's not getting a lot of damage out of it, unfortunately.
And you can kind of see Absolute Force is trying to pick his moments to press buttons. There's this moment where they're both just neutral, and then someone presses a button. And Absolute Force has been winning those, and nice duck on the grab attempt again as he wins the second round.
You can always expect Absolute Force to be ducking more often than most people, if only because if he has a bar, the amount of damage that you... I mean, just look at it. The amount of damage that he gets off of stuff like that is massive.
Mm-hmm.
Now Schneider effectively has the stage position. We've seen him in this spot before, and Absolute Force is able to clutch it out. That 2-2B from Yoshi still ever... Yes, I appreciate this.
Completely
I think this is the smart
off.
plan. Yeah. Because it's so scary, right? I mean, it's a safe 2-2B in a matchup like this. It's incredibly scary. Well, goes for a jump B, huh? That's an interesting choice. Oh no, now he's over here. Yeah. I appreciate how Schneider is trying to mitigate the comeback material that Absolute Force has. I think that is an understanding of matchups that you don't see from everybody, and it is helping Schneider maintain the leads that he's able to get in the beginning rounds.
Mm-hmm. Finally blocking the low. And there it goes. It's going to be some good damage. What's he going to go into? Oh, he finally blocks that low as well. All right. Schneider X making the adjustments.
Trying to get that delayed 6-6K yet again. Not so much. The meter is going to come close to taking it for him. Yep, a very traditional... That setup is a tale as old as time. There's always a classic thing. Schneider with full meter. We'll see if he gets to use it. I really feel like Schneider wants to keep it as small as humanly possible.
And it's working out for him, too. He's getting all this damage by just choosing his spots. Absolute Force having trouble really opening him up here.
Yeah, it definitely makes a lot of sense. This is one of Yoshi's kind of only weaknesses, is trying to get in, right? Okay. Let's see if Absolute Force has that clutch. Anything can happen here. Decides not to RI in a spot like that. I'm kind of surprised. In fact, I'm kind of surprised we're not seeing any meter at all. Yeah, I think this is definitely the way to go. Just because you have so much bar, you're not going to need 2 bars to do that little bit of damage. And I think this Guard Crush is effectively going to seal the deal, yeah. Especially off of a knockdown like that, I don't think there was anything he could do. So, we're at 1-1. I imagine Absolute Force wants to change the stage. Virtually any stage that's not neutral, I think is going to be better for him. But I could see it either way. It's kind of difficult, specifically because it's Nightmare.
Yeah, and also because Schneider is playing really good neutral. That's why he was able to come back and take this set. Really not sticking out too many buttons, and really forcing Absolute Force to come in and play his game. And I think that's what allowed him to really take this set.
I wonder if he's contemplating a different character on top of things. Because he could be potentially contemplating... Nightmare, Mitsu. You go Mitsu as well. Though I feel like Mitsu and Yoshi kind of have similar problems in this matchup. Did you just decide to entirely rematch everything? I missed it. It's loading for a long time, which... Yeah, okay. So he decides to keep everything neutral. Kind of funny. Kind of funny that Absolute Force playing Yoshi, a character who is an absolute master of ring outs and wall pressure, is kind of stunned as to what to do and actually decides to elect for a neutral type stage because that's the power of Nightmare. The ring outs and everything are just as incredible.
But Schneider, again, doing a really good job in this match. His neutral is so good right now.
Yeah, the exchanges are so heavily in Schneider's favor right now. Getting huge amounts of damage, getting huge amounts of guard damage on top of things. The mix-up game is supposed to be in Absolute Force's favor, but he's just not able to get in to do anything. Attempting to get some of these punishes, and they're just not coming to fruition. Oh, and that's not going to be the round because we were in the air, but still very scary. He's getting some good fleas. He's using flee to a very heavy advantage. This is the first time we're seeing grabs come into play. It's another fantastic duck. Schneider's mix-up defense is getting Absolute Force irritated.
Yeah, he's completely making the needed adjustments. Just needs one more hit. Stomps him out. That's the first time we've seen Absolute Force down like this. Schneider's up by 2.
Yeah, Schneider, I think, has slowed the game down to such a degree that Absolute Force is having to talk, man, these ducks. It's just like the mix-ups are just not in Absolute Force's favor. Not getting a punish on a move like that, too, is a real telltale sign on top of things. So Schneider just feels comfortable just going for, like, oddly awkward pressure. Basically, every time Schneider can duck or jump something, he has. So now we're going to get the meter. That yellow guard gauge. Call it red now. Okay, here we go. He was able to make gigantic comebacks off of Manta in similar spots.
Oh, no.
No, that's not going to do it. Oh, it does? It hits from, like, max range?
Wow.
I had no idea. I didn't know Soul Edge was that tall. That was, like, max height. Wow.
Schneider X taking... I just... Wow. And you can kind of see Absolute Force when he landed that sequence in Soul Charge. Like, I could feel that's what he needed, right? That's what he was going for. Okay, finally, I got something off. Let's get going. And then the rest of the sequence whiffed, and that really allowed Schneider X to take advantage and take that set. But good stuff to Absolute Force. We've seen some really great moments from him during this tournament, and it's not over yet. He's just going to losers.
Yeah, it's just a matter of just like how slowly Schneider was able to take it, and just the power of Nightmare, I think, was really exemplified in some hidden, subtle ways in that match, where we didn't see any reverse ringouts from Yoshi at all. We didn't see any reverse ringouts even really attempted. It was really just a matter of full-fledged pressure. And the fact that he was able to get so many lows blocked and get like massive punishes, like the mix-up game was so heavily in Schneider's favor, the fact that he was able to mitigate the huge comeback material off of Soul Charge, off of ring outs, off of wall combos that Yoshi is typically able to pull off, I mean, that's very impressive. That is not an easy feat. The backdash was definitely being very irritating for Absolute Force, and Schneider was keeping away from that ring edge like the plague. He was ensuring that it was never something that was incorporated into the round at all, which is definitely the smart way to go about it.
Definitely. And, you know, while we're here, please, you guys, check out the Matcherino. I know all the claim codes are gone, but please check out the sponsor quest. We have BetterHelp. I believe there's some YouTube items down there too. Go ahead and check the Matcherino out. Like I've always said, Matcherino has been so important to the Calibur scene in terms of giving us an opportunity to crowdfund. So please look at some of those quests. There are quests for BetterHelp, Draft Fuel. There's no more Twitch quests. There's YouTube quests and there's Discord quests. So go ahead, join that Discord, like the YouTube quest. That also contributes to the pot.
Also, special shout outs to Let Us Pray. I think that was a $50 donation, getting us to $150.
Nice.
So I imagine Master CJ and Noah is going to be up next. So that's going to presumably be Amy versus Mina. They both play other characters as well. I'd be surprised if any of them decided to play other characters unless they were in some sort of a mood to do so. So I imagine it's going to be Amy versus Mina, and that's going to be relatively tough for both players. That's going to be a difficult thing. Another very classic get-in versus keep-out type of matchup. Amy is going to try... Yeah, it's going to be a matter of dealing with the 4-4K auto GI from Mina's side. She also has a handful of moves. I think 4-4K is also the lethal hit that when you jump a low. So it's... and Nowo's ability to defend against mix-up defense is just... It's second to none. I find that to be the most impressive thing of Nowo. I think that's the most... it is a rare talent to have, and to do it so consistently against such heavy mix-up characters like Amy and Zhanghua, that's really not nothing. It is very impressive.
Definitely. So as we start this match, we are on not only a ring out stage, but this stage gives them a lot of distance to sort of feel each other out. But that was a nice interrupt from Nowo.
He ends up getting his first rose. It's all going to be a matter of getting these roses, and then suddenly you don't need to go in as hard. Amy will have the ability. You can already see like some attempts at some of those low lethal hit opportunities. Gets a fantastic 6-6 counter hit, and that's going to give him this full set of roses right away. Ends up going for the 4BB. That is -12, but you're going to see that the -12 punish from Mina is really not impressive at all. So you're going to see CJ is going to be totally comfortable making those types of bets pretty commonly against Mina. Yeah, immediately spending meter. I appreciate aggressive meter, especially when the opponent has no way of spending back. Catches the side step.
Yeah, you can kind of see Master CJ is really trying to get an offense going. And no one's trying to figure out the spacing too. He's whiffing a lot, but it's so funny. He's whiffing a lot, but every time he whiffs, like Master CJ is just not within range to really do something about it.
Yeah, that's a typical obstacle that you're going to see in a matchup like this. That's one of the unfortunate ones. It is important to note that both 3B and While Rising B are punishable in this matchup. While Rising B, looking similar to 3B, is actually only -10. But, you know, Amy does have 6BB to deal with those situations. And also, the spacing game is radically different now than it was in the first round of this game. Because in the first round of this game, Master CJ needed to get roses. Now he doesn't. Now he feels totally comfortable just trying to play a more lame-out type of game.
Oh, nice stuff.
Yeah. 1 bar for each. We'll see if that comes into play. Lots of forward grabs.
What? I was just going to ask you, Jay, like, what throw is that? Because he's not breaking it at all.
Yeah, to give you an idea, the forward grab tends to be the one that you want to do as Amy the most. It gives you the best Oki. This is going to come close to killing, but I don't think it will because of the scaling off of... Oh, it's doing just enough. I lied. I should have just stuck with... what I was saying before. Now we'll see if Mina Soul Charge is able to do it, but the 2A just slightly out of range. CJ putting on a masterclass of how to get roses quickly and then lean on that advantage as much as you can.
But what you were saying something about the forward throw, why that's the one that she does.
The forward throw has the best Oki because it's a non-technical knockdown. The back grab is a technical knockdown. And that's the one that is like reverses the positioning, where she just kind of stabs you and then throws you behind her. That you can like tech back and basically your Oki is finished. Longer stage now. Much more narrow. We're going to have a lot more opportunities for Nowo to try and play a more defensive type of game plan, if he so chooses. He wants to try and keep Amy at bay. This is one of the things that CJ and really good Amy players are good at, is you don't see that CJ is committing to anything gigantic right off in neutral. He's trying to play it slow, defensive, lame, and that's the way to play this, because Nowo is forced to create opportunities for himself. He has to be proactive, because the second Amy gets in, it's over, right? I think that's going to be a ring out. I would lied.
I feel like it should have been, but maybe he tried to do a reset or something.
Not sure what was up with that. But it looks like he's still going to potentially get this round. Plus frames, gets his 3rd rose. That's a pretty big deal. And ends up getting it. But as I said, 3 roses for the first round loss, I would consider to be a tie for Amy's perspective. Assuming he gets his last rose in relatively quick succession. Nowo being pretty awkward now. CJ's having a tough time. He's getting a little bit rose blind. He's going for stuff that is going to net him a rose, and he's just kind of like throwing it out there. And Nowo is just simply not biting. Okay, here we go. Unfortunately. Yeah, decides to spend meter immediately. I like this.
Yeah, opting to really just go right in with this. And repositioning himself as well. Is he going for that ring out? Yeah. Yes, he is.
Yeah, AAA counter hit, immediately going. I love aggressive meter usage. I really wish other people and other players would use that a lot more often. I understand characters like Amy, Nightmare, Astaroth, the people who are fantastic at building meter want to do that and get the opportunities to do that a lot more often. I think that it's such a solid tactic that it's really the next stage of understanding meter management in this game. Not just using your meter, but using it in a way that like it leans on certain advantages. Fantastic duck by Noah. That is so surprising that he was able to pull that off. Holy hell. That's a ring out? I didn't know that.
Off the
wall bounce
too.
The ring out there? Rude.
And to your point about Soul Charge usage, you know, in SoulCalibur, Soul Charge literally gives you...
Oh, you were surprised by that?
Yes, because he
the
just
second I knew the 2-2-B. This is what I was talking about,
yeah.
dude. CJ is the one who created and who understood the full optimization of ring out opportunities. 6A. So off of 2-2-B, the typical combo ending in AMSKA, that rings out to one side, and then the other side is 6A. So there was 100% no way of getting around that. Ooh, goes for the reset. Noah doesn't fall for it. Bar and bar. Let's see who ends up catching this. Oh, the ring out is still ever prevalent. It's just a matter of who's going to be able to complete this. Okay, decides to spend Soul Charge. Now CJ isn't dead to one hit, and he's just going to play it lame. This is the way to go about it. Yeah, it's -12. Who cares against Mina? Bar for bar. Gets the hit. Okay, that's not it yet. And that's going to do it. CJ able to bring it back. Masterful work.
2-0 at that.
Yeah. But that means I just realized that's winners, and that means that Incendia versus Noah is a losers match. That might even happen. What I would consider to be like the most exciting set that we could potentially have out of the when I was looking at the full bracket at the very beginning of it, I thought to myself, this is the matchup that I'm probably going to be grand finals. That's probably going to be like very late on, and it's going to be the one that's going to be the most exciting. That might happen like off stream. I don't know how far in losers they are. Probably pretty close, but they're not in losers top 8 yet. They definitely have to win at least one more match, and that might not even happen. We may not even get to see it. Maybe one of them will fall to somebody else, but that effectively means so what is that? Schneider versus Ruber probably, and then CJ against the winner of the match that we're going to have up next, which is Gorash versus Farah Muntress. Astaroth versus Asimel. Take a look at the rest of the schedule that we have for the Vortex Gallery event. You have a variety, like you've got Grand Blue, you've got Melty, you've got a lot of other anime games. Some of them are happening at the same time. Some of them are happening later on. You got all the different Twitch channels that have all the different stuff that's going on. Follow the full thing at vortexgallery.moe/schedule.
Yes, and be sure to visit 86th.com. for some great accessories. They have like keychains, posters, pins. You can also get some gift cards, but be sure to use the code VGSC23 to get 15% off of some SoulCalibur VI merchandise. Again, we don't normally get a lot of accessories and merchandise for SoulCalibur VI, so to be able to get some via 86.com in partnership with this tournament is really great. Shout outs to them. Again, 86.com. Use the code VGSC23.
Shoutouts to the Matcherino. Special shoutouts to some of our top contributors. Let Us Pray, Arcanite Reaper, Beardly Here, along with getting all the codes out as soon as humanly possible. Still some sponsor requests that you have on the right-hand column there, but ! Matcherino within the chat will provide you this link that'll able to get us some support for the SoulCalibur players that you're seeing and that you will be seeing later on in Top 8. We're already past $150, an overwhelming amount to have pre-Top 8, so I'm very happy about that. And let's see if we can get some more, guys. This is great. This is fantastic. Because SoulCalibur is worth it. I like that comment for the direct contribution. That's fantastic. Yeah, like the YouTube quests that are down there as well. So yeah. ! Matcherino will take you to that screen, and you'll be able to see that kind of stuff. But for now, we're going to have our last match. Might be potentially the last match before Top 8. It's certainly the last match of Winner's Quarters. And that is going to be Gorash versus Farah Muntress, Astaroth versus Asimel. I remember this matchup being a lot harder for Astaroth previously, back when Asimel had the opportunity for, I don't remember the input for the kick, but this one kick lethal hit that was basically freely available any and every time Astaroth made a single mistake. And so they changed the conditioning a little bit so that Astaroth doesn't have to constantly have that looming over his head. So that's nice.
Yeah, and we are on the stage with no ring outs as well. I think this is just going to come down to which range Gorash plays at. Is he going to try to sit back a little bit and match Zasalamel at the long range, or is he just going to go in?
He's going to go
Looks like he's going to go. He's going to go in.
Look, I was wrong right there. So I don't know. It really seems Gorash has this odd style where, like, the concept of mid-range spacing, which is Rakudo's whole game plan, straight up doesn't exist. Like, Gorash has two speeds. I am in your face and I'm pressing buttons, and if I'm not, I'm literally trying to go across the screen. There's no level of spacing, there's no level of nuance. It's just, we're either playing the game or we're not playing the game. Ooh, gets a fantastic lethal hit there. The armor grabs are very difficult to pull off against Pheromontris, and against Zasalamel just in general, because so much of his stuff is two hits. So it's difficult to pull that kind of stuff off.
And the aggression coming out of Pheromontris is really working in his favor. I feel like Gorash really just has to lock him down, which he will get an opportunity to do here. This is going to be some good damage into the reset grab. That's going to net him one round.
Yeah, I'm surprised that reset even kind of occurred. It seemed like the life totals were so close together that I'm surprised Gorash ended up going for a reset, but he knows better than anybody exactly how much damage each combo is going to do, so I guess he knew that the amount of damage he was going to get out of something like that was not going to be enough. Very much just trying to play it a little bit more aggressive, trying to like corral Astaroth into a certain level of spacing that he's more comfortable with. We'll see if he gets bothered by this armor. It looks like he is, and how. That's going to almost do the whole round. Holy hell. Let's see if he gets an opportunity to spend that bar. I feel like he may not. Just trying to corral him. Gets an additional curse. Does that put him at 1 or 2? It looks like it's still just 1. And Gorash just like weathering the storm. Not a whole lot of guard damage going on. Okay, here we go. That's not a huge amount of damage, except it totally is, and I lied. Oh my god, is that it? It's just enough. What a comeback.
Pheromontris. And I was just going to say, I feel like Gorash was a little too patient there. And I don't know if that's matchup specific. Maybe he didn't know that he could duck those sequences from Pheromontris. But that's one of the things when you're dealing with Zasalamel. It's almost a cat and mouse game of, can I press a button here? Is it truly my turn? And I think once Pheromontris picked up on the fact that Gorash was just going to let him do that, he went for an opportunity and took it away from him. He's got to be aware of those situations where he can duck and where he can avoid some of this fake pressure from Pheromontris.
Yeah, it is important to note, and I'll say it like after the end of this round, that Pheromontris ends up picking up, so 1-0. Something that I ended up doing when I was playing Astaroth, dealing with Zasalamel, like let's say you're not entirely comfortable trying to sidestep when he does like the full holds, because those are 3A-B holds, right? So the Bs can be sidestep, it's not the hardest thing in the world, and then you end up getting like a huge amount of damage. What you can do as Astaroth, because his reversal edge is so large, you can actually see, like gauge that the Zas opponent is going for full holds on his strings, and then RE on reaction. And then he'll get like a huge amount. Like that's one of the greatest things that you can get as an Astaroth player is like a full RE, because the RE options he has are so good. So that is something that he could potentially do. Perhaps he won't need it, seeing as how he just ran a train through Pheromontris.
Yeah, that was a lot. But now he's kind of backing off a little bit. And that's what I'm talking about, right? That is his 6B plus K, I think. Like, is it really your turn, or can Zasalamel do something that's just going to counteract you? That is the Zas matchup in a nutshell. He's going to get this wall grab. Again, choosing to capitalize off of it this time.
Does it go for a tech trap? Or a dead trap, as the case may be. Pheromontris ends up correctly guessing it. And a lot of this mid-range spacing game has turned into do a safe move on block and then slightly maneuver around. Gorash getting a little bit too antsy with regards to his moves. He's always taking the opportunity to throw out an attack. At this point, you could argue that going for a command grab instead would be the way to go, just to stop Pheromontris from moving after he presses a small button. So, attempting. Oh, I think that's it. No, it's not it yet.
Right,
I like how I've been wrong about like the is this gonna kill like every single time so far.
And Gorash up by 2.
2 bars for Pheromontris. I feel like the game plan is still working. It's just like, if you're wrong about grabs, you're wrong about grabs. There's not a whole lot you can do about that. Oh boy. 2 to be counter hit. Gee whiz. Full amount of damage. I do believe that Zos gets... I don't remember. I think Zos does get specific Astaroth combos. Like, Astaroth and maybe like one other character are big enough to where there are combos that Zos has that only work on those 2 characters because of how wide their body frame is. Oh, runs into the 1-1B. Oh, ends up sidestepping correctly. And ends up pulling it out. Pheromontris is not falling for it. None of these dead traps, none of these tech traps, these high damage options that Goresh tends to win out on, Pheromontris isn't getting caught by none of them. He is getting caught by 6-8 counter hit like 3 times around though, so...
Ooh, this is gonna be a good sequence from
yeah,
Goresh.
That's gonna be a wall hit. That's like almost gonna do the full life bar. Oh, did he catch him? He caught him.
He did.
Oh no, is it still combo?
Yeah, it looks like it.
That means it's... Wow, that was like not even worth it. Okay, he ends up getting it. No, he doesn't! Oh no, the wall hit. Goresh, you have to end this. Oh no. Is Pheromontris really going to be able to pull this off? Okay.
Oh.
That was hilarious. Sometimes, once in a blue moon, you end up doing a combo that leads to a tech trap or leads to a dead trap, and the game is weird in the way that it just decides that that tech trap is still part of the combo, meaning the full scaling still occurs. And when that happens, even off of something like Astaroth CE, which definitely would have killed had it been just a raw CE, which it was, it just, the scaling makes it so that it's just like basically useless. That was hilarious. It's been a long time since I've seen one of those.
Yeah, now we're getting a stage change. Now we're dealing with ring outs. Still, I think both these characters have good ring outs, but if this match takes place in the center of the ring, like no one's going to really get an opportunity for that. But what I will point out is what really helped Goresh succeed during the last set was having access to the walls. He did a lot of wall damage to put his set on the board, and now he has lost that. So that's definitely going to make a difference in the amount of damage that Astaroth can do to Zasalamel.
Catching with the 1BK. We'll see if he can kind of go tit for tat with Pheromontris with regards to like the mid-range spacing type games. He's getting a lot of counter. Man, again, Pheromontris is 100% correct on the dead/tech trap and gets a fantastic trap of his own. Back turn this time around. Is that dead? I think it is. Yeah.
Wow, Pheromontris really, he just needed a stage switch. Already up by 2.
Yeah, Pheromontris is getting caught by a lot of like these like counter attacks because he's like mashing at disadvantage so often, which is to be expected considering the fact that it's Astaroth. But other than that, the whole mid-range and just keeping it small in places like this. Oh no! That's going to do a gigantic amount of damage. Goresh in the lead now. Oh wow, that's out entirely? Jeez. Okay then. Well, I didn't lie. I wasn't lying when I said he was in the lead in that round. Okay, Pheromontris can keep it small. It definitely looks like Goresh is like leaning towards the ring edge. He wants to make ring outs more of a part of this. And if Pheromontris doesn't play ball with him, he's just going to do 1-1Bs. So an interesting adaptation. Often off the extreme adaptation to stuff like this. So let's see. Okay, this is definitely going to provide Goresh the opportunity to go to the ring edge. Yeah, he's not going to fight at all. Gets the command grab. Wow, neither of those hit? That's kind of crazy.
Goresh backing off to get in close and do soul charge. Okay.
Oh, he had the spacing and then he went back into it. Astaroth and soul charge. Yeah, that armor is going to do quite a bit of damage here. Does Pheromontris decide to spend his own bar? He won't get a chance to, so okay. 2-2. Last round of this game, Pheromontris with a big advantage in terms of meter, but he wants to keep it in the center. Goresh is totally comfortable keeping this to the ring edge, which gives him a one-shot capability. Pheromontris backs off. Makes total sense to me. Might be difficult to find opportunities to spend the bar, seeing as how Goresh gets to play the defensive. He gets to play possum here. Okay, right. He's decided to play it this way. Let's see if this ends up panning out.
And this still could be anyone's game here. And the soul charge is... Oh, I was just going to say went to waste, but he got a curse off of it.
Yeah, curse and a little bit of damage. He still has another bar. Frankly speaking, he doesn't need to get too much momentum off of this bar, if only because Gorash does not have his own. But man, oh man, this lane game is so heavily in Gorash's favor. Pheromunch is having such a hard time just getting in and getting to hit something. Catches him. Decides to bring it. Wow, that's death! Pheromuntress with like an over 100 damage combo at the very end. I appreciate the adaptations that Gorash was trying to pull off there, but yeah, Pheromuntress wins the day, and that's going to be your winners. Let me see if I can recall exactly who it is. You've got Ruger Beefman, Hilda. You got Schneider X, Nightmare. CJ with Amy. Pheromuntress with Zosolimo. That's going to be your top 8 winners. We'll see as time goes on. What's going to be happening in losers. Some pretty stacked people in losers. I think you've got like Ron the Tryhard, Manta's in there, Novo's in there, Incendiate's in there. So losers is just scary. It's still really scary no matter like which way you go about it. The top 8 is going to be pretty fantastic.
Yeah. Hey gang, let's talk about top 8 for a second. By the way, you can't see me, but it's SabinDeus here.
It's SabinDeus. He's the one who holds like the Parsec stuff, and he's the godfather of Parsec SoulCalibur.
Your friendly neighborhood TO with the Parsec servers. It's true. So we are now, I guess, at 6 o'clock. We're probably about, I'd call this halfway done with the tournament. Next up is going to be top 8. Chunk, you got that the top 8 bracket, so we can take a look at both sides. I think it's almost there. We don't have all of the results, but I guess, yeah, there we go. So like we said, we've got some really interesting results with people in losers and winners that I may not have thought about. But, you know, honestly, thank you to everybody who's in the bracket and everybody out there who's watching the stream. Really appreciate you showing up for this and donating to the Matcherino and just like generally hanging out and putting up with my nonsense. So yeah, we're gonna do right now is before we get to top 8, we're still finishing up some loser side matches, but while those matches are finishing, we are gonna take a quick break on the stream to give you know, Big Papa Chunk some much needed time to recuperate. We're going to be swapping our commentators also to give
Clive
them
and I are going to morph into different human beings, and they're going to be doing commentary for top 8. Who knows where we end and they begin?
Exactly that. So now that we're doing that, JJJ, Clive, do you want to say anything or plug anything while we're transitioning here and signing off?
Yes. Again, thank you, SabinDeus, and thank you, Vortex Gallery, for putting on this production and allowing the Calibur community to utilize this platform. I'm going to go ahead and post all my socials in the chat. Please give me a follow and support on the platform of your choice. I am still very much playing Calibur, still posting sets, still having conversations on the platform of your choice. And thank you for having me, and thank you to the Calibur community for supporting me over this time. And thank you, JJJ. It's always a pleasure to share this screen with you.
You know what? You're welcome. I often enjoy gracing people with my presence. Okay. And today is no exception.
If you're going to take it that way, fine. I'll let you have it.
I'm just saying you're welcome to the thanks that you were giving me. So, you know, don't never regret it.
Okay.
But twitch.tv/Sinbad for me, SINBBAD. You see the Twitter along there. Going through Setsuka to get the character to S rank, and then I think I only have about 5 or 6 characters left. Was kind of hoping that I could do a War of the Roses announcement. I'm still hoping to have one of my typical War of the Roses events, 2 first 10 Parsec exhibitions that I'm hoping to have. It's actually going to be happening and getting scheduled by the end of this month. I've been working on this since like November. It's taking such a long time to get people all together, but let's hope that it ends up happening, and I hope to see you guys there. Thanks very much to everybody who decided to allow me to come onto the commentary. Thanks very much for Vortex Gallery for setting up everything, and thanks very much to everybody around.
Okay. In that case, Chunk, I think we can go to break, and we'll be back very soon with top 8.
Hey, what's up?
We're back. We're back. Hello.
I'm JJJ, and no, actually I'm a Carbon Clive, aren't I?
And I am JJJ.
Oh my god.
With no beard and completely 2D, so...
Completely 2D, JJJ, that's incredible.
Yeah.
What a transformation. Can you sing us a song by any chance?
No.
Oh man. Well, that's definitely not JJJ, because JJJ can sing like the best of the sirens.
Indeed, and I'm still working on my shit, so...
Wow! Well, you know, enough about us. I'm Conmai, and that's...
Yep, and I'm the SoulCalibur VI, one of the SoulCalibur VI VTubers out here. Nemo, I'm a fish, all that stuff, yeah.
Yeah, one day you'll be like Sakura Miko, you'll save our game.
One day, right?
Yeah. Got more engagement than all of our esports put together.
Indeed,
but
all the clout.
Yeah, it's fine. We're just having a good time though. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I'm salty as hell. I'm so unbelievably angry at my bracket performance. I'm gonna let it slide slowly, but I swear to God, if I see any of the setups that beat me, I'm gonna be mad.
Oh, okay. Well, right now we have Master CJ on Amy as well as Faramuntress on Zostomel.
So I didn't play him in bracket, but I warmed up on him, and that was the most miserable experience of my life. I played 15 straight rounds of just getting just absolutely slaughtered by Faramuntress. And it was crazy because his timing is like incredible. But he's playing CJ, who's also a timing god as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out.
Yes, the EVO champion runner-up.
Yeah.
And Faramuntress, who got, I believe, second at CEO Daytona, I believe.
Yeah.
So very, very strong players. Interesting matchup as well.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because I feel like Zas gets to bully a little bit, but not too much. He's kind of he has that kind of issue where his frame data isn't super great all the time, especially if you're trying to isolate movement. But you're playing against a character that really just wants to do verticals like 6 million times in a row. So once you lose your turn, it's kind of dangerous. Oh, interesting. He doesn't go for the guaranteed follow-up. Instead opts for some sort of catch on movement.
And just like that, we do see the tries to get the tech crouch there or the interrupt, but not really gonna work out as Amy does the Amy thing and hits you in the face.
All right, get thrones. That Oki's insane.
Oh, that one
right in your grill. Like,
yeah.
What do you do?
I don't really see Amy's use 1K a whole lot. That low kick is a little slow, but Master CJ finds a way to use it in his game plan.
Oh wow, that micro step was so sweet.
Okay, catching a step a little bit, get the curse. We got 2 on deck, which is a pretty good frame advantage on hit, so not really gonna get too much reward. So we're gonna see the soul charge come out from Faramuntress.
What? Okay, getting a free orb right there.
All right, the soul charge. Okay.
Oh, the spacing was impeccable.
Ooh. Yeah, the impact counter got, I think, guessed wrong on the high, mid, low parry guessing right there, but now both having a round apiece, this is getting a little bit spicy.
Yep, okay, 1B, strikes again, goes for a reset.
Okay, tries to get the lethal hit there.
So interesting, CJ opting for early break attacks to stop GIing, which I think actually is a good idea because you don't want Faramuntress getting comfortable with just the ability to be like, oh, okay, I just get my turn back, right? It's not,
right.
You need to discourage as much as possible, but he has to take a risk early, and he's doing so right now. Ooh.
Right, okay, the 4AA oppression from Master CJ, one of the greatest tools that Amy has at the moment.
Yeah, it just stops movement, can't really get around it. You just have to expect it. Ooh,
beautiful! Alright, Beyblade, it's time to sleep.
That wouldn't put me to sleep. That give me a concussion or something.
That probably would give you much more than a concussion.
Getting shot by Madoka?
Yeah, that's a magical stick right there.
All right, lots of Horis, making sure they can't move in the mid-range.
Yep. The interesting thing I notice about Faramuntress' game plan is we actually don't see a lot of the gimmicky like 3A series fast mid Hori string.
Yeah, I think he understands that you have to sort of respect the fact that I'm pretty sure CJ will punish it.
Yeah.
Or step the 3AB hold as well. Because he actually, now that you mention it, he did that earlier. He micro-stepped. Oh my god, he just got swacked. But yeah, he micro-stepped the partial hold, which I'm pretty sure told Faramuntress like, oh, this ain't gonna work.
Yeah. a lot of you got to feel out your opponent, do a little bit of scrub and knowledge checks here and there. But already we're seeing Master CJ try to close out this game as soon as possible. Enter soul attack. Very much is. Oh wait,
oh my God,
reverse ring out.
He wins.
That was a reverse ring out.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah, got.
He went for the best possible option and absolutely got it.
Yeah, and the spacing was just perfect too, just to get that lethal hit at tip range. Very, very nice from Fairmont, just being able to take away that momentum.
Yeah.
For all of that Amy pressure.
It's rough too, because you're like, Amy has to be really, really proactive in your options to stop like what Zos is trying to do. And just to do that and be successful at it, and then immediately get zonked by because you decided to like play a little bit safe and backstep. It's like, oh, that's a horrible feeling.
Yeah, Zos's range is very he has a very long scythe, but a lot of his moves are very brawly, except for some of the lethal hit tip range stuff. You see here trying to go for a little cheeky reverse ring out of there as well. So now the neutral game returns.
Woo. Okay, there we go. Getting 3 roses, probably going up to 4. Nice.
Okay, throw there. Interesting option. Maybe getting the Oki.
Oh! Yeah, that was Oki, all right. Just like, I'm going to launch you. You're expecting 1B.
Yeah.
Nope. That's the thing is you have to hold that raw mix-up between 2 pretty strong options, and they're both really, really fast. Like 1B and 3B are both extremely annoying to deal with up close.
Right, and we already have 2 curses on the board, as well as a probable wall setup again. That's another curse. Sling him up.
Oh my God, this is one of those fair matches.
Another mix.
Wow, what a block.
Yep, and then...
Woo.
Oh my goodness, overkill meta.
I literally tasted this on a test setup. Like there's nothing quite like it. You're just like, wow, I cannot guess my opponent's timing. Because right at that last exchange, he literally A canceled and then continued his offense, even though he spent the orbs to get like extra frames. It was like, he's nuts, man.
Yeah, especially with like A canceling and K canceling, all that kind of stuff. It's very it's like you add more visual noise, right? You could delay your timings a little bit, but just adding that extra stimuli just to mess with your opponent and just have them think a little bit more could go a long way. And just like that, we are seeing huge damage possibly coming from a great block. Punch.
This guy is playing as if like he doesn't believe in losing right now. Like, this is nuts. Oh, okay, but you can get stepped.
Yeah, definitely both characters like to contain movement. However, Fairmunches is doing very well in the timing game, the tempo, but, you know, Master CJ laying down those 4 AAs, those low, unseeable lows.
I mean, homie is down around, so he's going to have to figure something out. He's got the health lead, but CJ pulling out some tricky lows right there. Okay, goes for another one.
Yep, that's the mix-up right there. Standing up is the lethal hit. Into another mid. Decides to respect the call. Clash.
Oh my God! That came out too fast. Oh my God, he had the right idea too.
Yeah. I believe it comes active at frame 8. And loses to highs without any curses, if I'm not mistaken. So that was a pretty good AAA call out right there. All right, going to Sophie stage. A little bit more space to work with.
A little bit more. Like, honestly, we're just like jumping between a ton of neutral stages. Nothing too dramatic or crazy. Like, they started out on the crazy stage, which is desert, because it's pretty easy to get reverse ring outs there. And then went to snow stage, which is like the most neutral of all. And now we're kind of like slightly keening towards more freedom of movement, less explosiveness, because it's a little bit wider.
Ring outs, I believe both characters have them, so it's just you want to play stage positioning a lot more careful, but you still have the length to move around, so, you know, play at your discretion.
Okay, opting for the Horis, trying to set up the game plan to make sure that secure some roses. But 3 orbs, like this could turn, like one low could go really south, but oh my God, does not block the mid.
I feel like Fairmunches has been getting hit by that mid a lot in these past 2 games, and we definitely see a lot of conditioning at work coming from Master CJ. Great step.
Man, that was a whip punish in half. Oh, here we go. Oh my God.
What? That didn't... Oh, okay, not gonna lie, that didn't look like a combo at the second hit because of the air control, but oh my goodness, look at just getting first rose right now, which is pretty rough.
You tech wrong, you die. That's the game of Zas.
Two roses.
Ooh, going for the delay hello. Oh, not quite. Doesn't have the angle.
Oh no, that's another
More
one.
poke.
That could be a low. Yep.
Yeah, I think it's borderline invisible. I can barely see that thing.
Yeah.
Sticks his little toes out. It's like, oh.
They're playing so fast. It's actually ridiculous how fast they're playing.
Yeah. Ooh,
Great
nice duck. Yeah.
calling it out. It could have been a cancel there, but we got to see the Soul Charge come out from Pharamantris.
Trace okay, going to... Oh, doesn't take a punish. Interesting.
All right, Soul Charge back, got some distance. However, shoots the ball, shoots the rose.
Okay, opting to use both of their Soul Charges in a sort of defensive, like, let's recollect ourselves manner. Okay, having to guess on the AS pressure. That is the curse you have to bear as any player dealing with Amy. All right, here we go. Big damage time, though.
Nope. Drops out of it. Probably was a bit too late, but this could be a ring out. No, but
Not
one
quite.
more mix can do it. Great GI.
Goes for the throw, keeping up the pressure. Does not feel like he's going to lose.
Oh my
my God.
That preemptive throw right there, trying to catch the normal getup. Not going to work out.
Yeah, as an attacker, it's kind of difficult. Like, everything you could do almost at like high-level caliber carries a pretty significant amount of risk, and we just saw that right there where he's like, okay, I think my opponent's going to kind of climb up. Nope, dies.
All right, going to go for it. Okay, very interesting Oki situation. Still gets the guaranteed combo damage. However, Amy going in with their 4th rose and a round up. This could be huge for Master CJ right now to close out the set.
Oh, okay. Rotating out of the wall. Oh, gets hit by the thing. It's going to get picked up. Oh my God, just double mids. Taking that momentum and just went crazy with it. Master CJ taking the game.
Pharamantris kind of just blew up in 5 seconds. Like, that was pretty rough.
That Oki was just like back to back to back to back. And it is like, okay, you think I'm going to go low? You think I'm going to go low? You think I'm going to 4-8? Nah, I'm just going to keep going mid. Back to back. That was crazy. Woo.
Especially with the low lethal hit already proven a lot of damage. You just got to scare them into getting vortexed by this girl.
It's like almost like we have a gallery of vortexes right now.
Yeah.
It's hard, man. Like, dealing with Amy on full resources is a nightmare. But speaking of Vortex Gallery, this is our stream schedule for other games that are popping up on the rest of this big, huge community event. Waku Waku 7 is dope. Phantom Breaker, you'll never, ever see, like, ever. Like, that's a rare game. That game came out during the interesting time with the rollback era. But yeah, Under Night, of course, sick game. And Grand Blue. And Project Justice is dope, so don't miss that out. And ARMS, like, shoutouts to European ARMS, man. And Puzzle Bobble, man, there's so many cool games.
Puzzle Bobble.
Doesn't matter what you play, there's a community for you, so definitely check them out if you're bored. They're definitely there. And yeah, keep supporting everybody, because, you know, we like them, man. We're the exact same game.
Yeah, and once again, we got 86th, one of the few clothing stores to actually have SoulCalibur stuff. So if you would love to, have some SoulCalibur clothes, we got 15% off using the code VGSC23 at their website, www.86th.com. As you can see, one of our commentators, Kamai, is wearing that Yoshimitsu shirt.
Yep.
Yeah.
Check out the threads, my guys.
Yeah, he was balling.
Dude, this shirt is dope. The 86 shirts, like, no cap, are insane. Like, they're all good. Not a single... Like, even people will compliment you on your Zhonghua shirt. Like, real talk.
Yeah.
Like, it's pretty.
And not to mention, the winner of this tournament will also get a free 86th shirt as well. So, another reason to sweat for the gold.
Yeah, I'm telling you, these shirts are super cool. Like, they're better than Bamco's official merch. You know.
I lost my Keelix shirt. Anyway, we're going right into Rubber Beef Man and Schneider X. So Schneider X always impresses when Schneider X enters. Is very solid Nightmare player. Obviously, we have a little bit of salt at the desk
I'm
right
salty.
now. But
I played this man, and this guy's game plan is really intricate. He's really good at baiting you into stuff. Like, this guy makes whip punishes happen a lot, but he plays very aggressively. But he can slow it down when he wants to.
Right, but so already we see Rubber Beef Man with the both regalias on deck and having full, really good character knowledge, ducking a lot of these strings from Nightmares. So, yeah, looking real good right now. Look at that.
All right. I was trying to get some foothold, but Rubber Beef Man just controlling the entire match.
Yeah, hit him with the B-hold.
Yeah. Is it ironic that like Behold is actually
Charge
like
5A, yeah.
Yeah, it's Charge 5A. Yeah. It's literally not Behold, it's an A-hole.
Yeah. It's just like, yeah. Well, it wouldn't sound as good if she's like A-hole and then like kills you, right?
Oh my god, like this man is just clock. Oh my, jeez.
Oh my gosh. Beholden to 1A. That low. Just getting mixed.
SabinDeus has not been able to get a word in edgewise. He's gonna take something pretty significant, or at least like a lot of turns in his favor to basically kind of get control of the game, because Rubber Beefman has shown that like he's got the timing down, and not only that, but the options.
A little bit of momentum going in SabinDeus' favor with that throw. However, Rubber Beefman grabs the momentum back with another charge 5A. Oh my god. That's the Ghost of Tsushima coming your way.
Okay, Soul Charge. See where we go with this. AGA. He's got to be careful though. He's been getting just like that.
Oh, yeah, that was whoop-de-doo.
This is rough because this matchup is very much defined by Charge 5A, right? Like, that move is ducking, so AGA has been a complete zero factor in this game. And I think, especially for Schneider, the AGA is important because it puts him in the spacing that he wants to be, which is just far enough to where he can opt to backstep and go for a wet punish like on the dot. But since hasn't been able to like establish that, even that on block, I think it's really difficult for him to execute the game plan he's looking for. We'll see if he's been able to play it smaller or be able to at least steal turns up with maybe like 2A or just something like dinkier. But it's going to be rough because, oh my god, already B-charge.
Oh my gosh, look at that damage. Already opening it up with game 2. Oh, that's a reset? Hello?
Oh my god. All right, here we go. Getting a little bit of momentum, but expecting like basically a quick tech back up and then goes for a 2A to stop the approach. And it's just getting blown up by whip punishment non-stop. Oh, not quite.
Oh, no. One more hit. Watch it be charge 5A.
Oh my god, dude!
How did I know?
Dude, Rubber Beef, man, is doing something like almost ungodly to this poor SabinDeus right now. Like, just knowing that, like, almost all the parts of the tempo, but just as I say that, getting smacked big time.
Okay, so far, this is, I think, the first time SabinDeus was able to get a life lead, but in this set, but Rubber Beef Man already catching up. And has caught up and is winning. Oh, wait, that's just so far. That could have been a ring out, and that's the Ghost of Tsushima right there happening again.
This is insane.
Yeah, I've actually never seen Rubber Beefman play this clean, like, especially like, just kind of being able to dominate timing.
Oh my god, that's bad. That does factor damage?
Wait, that is actually dirty.
What? Well, his spacing is like insane. Like, you literally had a pixel to not get hit by that AGA. What the heck?
And then a reset. Okay, 6K,
okay, here we go.
Boom.
I think. Oh no, not quite. I was gonna say he has full resources.
Yeah, but that's gonna be plus 10. Going for the duck right there. I think that was caught off a charge 5A. Oh, that's gonna be death. Oh my god. And just like that, Rubber Beef Man takes it 2-0 over SabinDeus.
Jeez, that was insanely fast.
Yeah, that was like 4 minutes.
That was one of the scariest matches I've ever seen. Like, Rubber Beef had literally get nothing wrong. Like, started the game off immediately with harsh, insane punishing pressure, completely denying SabinDeus all the movement. And then the second, they're like, okay, well, I'm gonna transition to a more like patient game plan. It's like, okay, well, you just get whip punish every turn. Like, like completely perfect suite of like how to turn up the gas and then put your opponent in like a position that is really bad from like an entire like macro game perspective, and then beat the other game plan like decidedly, just like unbelievable.
Yeah, and it was a lot of character knowledge as well, just being able to weave in with like tech crouching, like Behold, and definitely just wall rising, charge wall rising B, which is huge damage, as we saw, just opening up the game with 100 or so damage into a reset that did another 50 damage. So it's just like, yeah, it's a huge deficit to come from. And although SabinDeus was able to get some momentum a little bit back, but it wasn't enough, as he wasn't really able to utilize Soul Charge all that much either, which is one of the greatest tools Nightmare is able to offer. So yeah, that was rough.
Oh, yeah. No, I do not envy being in that position. That was something else.
Now you don't feel as bad, right?
No, I do feel bad. I'm still salty as hell. I would rather it be me get smoked, but like, man, that was something else. Also, shout outs to our Matcherino. Thank you for contributing to this gargantuan pot. obviously we're out of codes, so it's time for you to seek better help. Possibly, check out the email list and check out the. I'm trying to go. I can't read that. I'm really bad at this. Of course, you have YouTube quests, a Discord quest that I tried to click on. I couldn't figure out what it was. And but yeah, just check out the if you can't pony up out of your pocket, definitely try the quests. Like they're basically our sponsors, so let her up. I know I need better help because I get so mad at this video game that I definitely need counseling. So, whew.
Well, we do want to thank you guys for contributing so much to the tournament, and if you want to contribute, we got !Matcherino for the code to access the web page there. So once again, thank you all for supporting SoulCalibur VI.
Yes.
And our tournaments.
Alrighty. Well, who's coming up next? I'm so used to having the big Papa Chunk special. Who do we got?
Yeah,
Who do we got?
I think this looks like Incendiate and Sly.
Oh,
correct.
Man, I really want to see the Tolemir. It would be so
that would
BM.
Look so rough.
It would be so BM, but I would love to see it. But this is tournament money. Like, you can't be goofing around because I'm pretty sure that Incendiate regrets every single moment they played that Tolem at WNF this week because nobody can. I'm not shutting up about it. It was insane. Like, just seeing that character unhinged, unleashed, and hitting one of the best in the game, Zephykai, with some of the most banal stuff I've ever seen a Tolem do in top level play. It was brilliant. But we're gonna stick with the Ivy, which is obviously like Jordan's probably most expressive character by far. Like this is the queen. This is where you get to be really creative and expressive and weird. But you're dealing with Tolem, who is really good at shutting that down and saying, hey, you play my game now. Like, you block my stuff. But because Incendiate does definitely understands how the character works and definitely does a lot of stance transitions, might not fall prey to some of the mix-ups. We'll see.
Indeed. And so Incendiate was actually knocked into losers by Rubber Beef Man by a Game 3, and I believe Sly was able to make top 8 by beating Absolute Force, and already just like that out of the bat, the SS summons Suffering.
I'm feeling pain right now.
Yeah, I am suffering too. But yeah, just Tolem isn't really able to. Okay, getting a semblance of getting in. Great Vortex opportunity coming from Sly Tiger. Oh, the backstab on the CS, just avoiding death.
That was clean. Oh my god!
We are
Windsoul K. Windsoul K. Windshower K. That was so cool. Okay, slowing it down.
Okay, that's dead spot.
Yeah, gets a punish. Ooh, that was ambitious as heck from Sly Tiger. I like the idea, but Incendiate clearly has an understanding of how the character works. Is you trying to get mental frames on me? I'm not letting you have them. I'm just gonna press.
Right. And there's a lot of definitely a lot of holes in the stance mix-up that Tolem has, especially out of certain ways to get into them.
Yeah.
So, but right now, Sly is definitely being careful about using those moves as well. So, okay.
Oh, nice.
One of the buffs is a Windbearer. Windbearer 2-2A becomes a little bit safer in the transition as well. So, just like that, look at that guard damage coming from Sly Tiger.
Oh, the Naibe's connecting. Big damage. And goes for the slowest low in the book.
Wow,
Nobody expecting the Spanish Inquisition.
Yeah, whoop-dee.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
I know that feeling. It's hanging out there. That hitbox sticks out. You gotta chill.
Oh, no. Just getting 50-50'd all day.
Yeah, 50-50 to 50% health right off the bat and trying to get in. Struggling. And now it's Incendiate with tons of meter. Plus, oh my god.
Oh, gets hit by that. Wasn't able to block punish.
Expending. Rises into it.
Okay, it could be knowing that's a possible ring out situation right there. Decides to not press any buttons. Incendiate doing really well in defense. However, Sly's able to find an opening. A little bit of an Oki situation right there.
Trying to go for that cheeky ring out a couple times right there.
+4, don't want to. Oh, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
That was some solid character knowledge right there. Off of Wind Charmer, there aren't that many options that you have to really fear without ducking, so that was a really good choice.
Okay, the 6K, one of Tom's best moves.
Yeah, but not in this context. It's just like, it's kind of like a normal poke there. Near the wall, it's scary, but hit mid-screen.
Yeah, especially against a zoner.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Soul Charge, gonna be able to apply some threat, but gets swept. Oh, no.
The CS, first one of the set.
Going for those 6 AA openings a lot. Yeah.
It's the Serpent's Embrace.
Oh, Superman!
Yep.
Oh!
Alright, another soul charge. Wants to stay alive, at least in the bracket. This is losers 1. If you lose this set, you're out of the tournament forever.
Oh, goes for the low, nice
charge.
soul.
Yeah. Really good situation for Incendiate right now. The zoning, however, does not have the life lead, but 42 seconds on the clock as well as soul charge timer. Plenty of time to play neutral and figure out a game plan.
I mean, Sly Tiger doesn't actually have to go in. Oh
yeah,
my god, just rises back into it. Oh my god. I think he was fishing for like full crouch to like 1B or something, and then got caught on the up and up.
Yeah, interesting how that micro-step duck was able to get that 9B out the way. But look at that damage right now coming in. Okay, rolls, so doesn't get hit by the lethal.
Oh,
this is high octane. This could
think that might be dead.
Yeah.
I think this is kill.
Enjoy your treat.
Toes? Oh my god, I'm so bad at this game.
That Oki is so disgusting.
Usually the conversation centers around X Oki being pretty gross, but like yeah, for like a counter, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's either BB or CS. That looks rough. I guess you could roll too, but I feel like BB caches from those frames alone.
I'll be honest, I have to lab it. I don't really know. I just usually take the 1K and die.
Oh yeah, I could take an extra 12 damage, right, guys?
Yeah,
guys.
Like, and then it stuns you, and you're like, oh well, I'm dead. All right, we're more volatile stage for sure. It's weird though, because I feel like there's a potential for it, but Incendiate has shown that he's not going to get gotcha'd at all by any of the cheeky, like, movement catching ring outs that Talon actually has abundance of. Like, we actually saw, like, almost like verbatim, almost every possible sequence that Talons do apply for pressure just to kind of get free wins. Mm-hmm. And, yeah, Insanity never died once of them. So we'll see how this pans out in terms of stage, because it's also Ivy, right? Ivy could be like, well, I can wait it out too and then kill you with like jump B or kill you with full crouch 1B, right? So it's kind of like, I'm sure, speaking of which, right there.
Yeah. Oh, wait, bye-bye.
Okay, there's more tricks in the book, my bad.
Yeah, I did not know that was a setup, but however, the way he was using stances, Sly, doing really well to weave in out of the zoning that Ivy can do.
Yeah, I kind of forgot Ring Fury K actually had that property.
Yeah, but CS also has this property where it just kind of does a lot of damage and kills you.
Yeah, well, opts for a second shot to catch the opponent from just standing up guarding, but gets hit out.
Oh my gosh, look at all that meter!
Oh wait, what? That worked?
Okay, gets hit by both. Okay, great block. Oh,
what a conversion! You kidding me? That was dope.
That was a little spicy.
Yeah, wait, air hit 3K combos into that? I've never seen that. That's amazing.
Okay, puts him on the ground.
Oh, the juke and jive. Oh my god.
They just walk into it. It's so sad.
Oh my god! Ah, he twitch stuck. You even saw the attempt.
Oh, John doing it again. The cheeky.
Okay.
Okay, the 6K. Oh, it doesn't finish. Doesn't finish his food.
Yeah. There's still meat on the table. Catching the step? No. Go save.
Yep, 2K,
nice 2K.
Yeah. Can't really do much out of that part.
Well, here's the thing though. This is big for Incendiate. Do you see very many people like threading 2K after blocking that? They usually just wait for the mix, right?
Right. It's really good information we're actually seeing for future anti-Talon. So
yeah,
the way. That's a little weird.
Nani? All right. Well, sometimes you win some, you lose some.
Yeah. Maybe it could have been a soul attack that was misinputted or something. Oh, it happens.
Yeah, actually, you're probably 100% right on that.
Okay, 6K. Good go. Oh.
Yes. Yeah, 4-4-B, that kind of turnaround lethal hit move is really good. Oh, my god. Tries to go for the Sly Tiger, just gets slapped out of the air. All right, but still has opportunities. Soul Charge going to reduce that opportunity, kick it back into neutral.
Oh, no. That's the cutscene of death, and that's the set.
Just one step ahead every single time. For Incendiate, it's like, I have credit where credit is due. Incendiate's defense against Talon was really, really good. Like, there were a lot of opportunities where I think Sly is very much used to running the offense or continuing because their opponents don't really know that much. Mm-hmm. But there were a lot of places where I was like, oh wait, yeah, you can take your turn there, huh? Oh, you could do that there too. And then obviously some of that anti-air business was like, whew, good stuff.
Right. And Sly definitely had a lot of strong counterplay to the zoning. Definitely that desert stage round 1 where Sly was just moving with dancing. It was crazy, like how he was able to get in and out like that for that ring out. But he wasn't able to really utilize it for the whole set. But you know,
it's hard.
Yeah, it's hard.
It's hard because he's playing defense the entire game. Because like you're spending all that mental energy being like, okay, let me try to cruise in and start my offense. Most of those games were like, well, I'm minus 50% health before I got to range 0. What do I do, right?
Yeah.
You have to play from behind, like the sort of safe-ish stuff for Talons as far as offense starters typically are highs, right? And we just saw that there were moments where it's like, well, we're gonna see some AA. Nope. I got tech crouch. I exploded and died. It's like, geez, it's hard. It's a rough matchup in the sense that especially when your opponent knows that like if you're that kind of that risk reward scaling, and it's just really well played by Insidiate.
Yeah, it's like, wait, I could just duck everything, but who cares about that right now? We got the official online store for Vortex Gallery. If you visit their shop, I believe they have a plenty of options and art, and you can put them on shirts. We got posters, I think. We got a lot of accessories and stuff from here, and the artwork is quite good, as you can see. I myself have ordered a Okizeme shirt, and I think that one looks really cool, so make sure to check them out at 956pro.com/shop.
Yes. I have a couple of shirts of theirs as well. They also made the Fight of Animals shirt. Hopefully if they still have that, buy that shirt. No, everybody likes that shirt. It's too cool. Also 20% off, the whole entire store right now. So might as well get your stuff in. Otherwise you'll have to like wait for Evo or something.
Yeah. Which hopefully they'll do it again, and
I hope so, man.
Yeah.
Dude, okay. If Vortex Gallery dies, like no cap, the FTC's dead to me. Like what's This is like the backup plan for the backup plan, you know?
Yeah.
This is the community keeping their games alive, period.
All right, yeah, and once again, we have another Zasamel player, Ron the Tryhard, against Nowo, winner of KIT.
You know what's weird is I feel like I don't see this matchup like ever. Part of it is mostly because I think WNF doesn't really have a surplus of Minas, specifically. But also, Zos versus Mina seems like it's very much like I see this. I imagine this being like the most this is the grand finals of an offline tournament in 2022.
Yeah. The Mina Plague.
Actually, what's kind of interesting about this matchup is that they do operate on pretty similar ranges. So like the stuff where Zasamel really reigns supreme, mostly in like the 4A like mid-range department, is very easily contested by Mina.
Right, and look at that poke game right now coming from Nowo, playing a pretty aggressive Mina. We like to think as Mina as a very defensive zoning with 6A and 1B. However, where she really shines is kind of that challenge, like I'm minus, but I'm gonna do something anyway kind of game plan that seems to really work right now against Ron the Tryhard. That's gonna be damage.
Big B. So do so much damage.
Boom. Oh, and the reset.
Yeah, could have led to more, but good defense by Ron the Tryhard, slowing the bleeding.
Oh. And Mina players know this, but Mina actually gets a lethal hit condition fulfilled by winning a round with CE.
Which button is that? I can't remember.
I don't know because my Mina is not good. It's a Rastalk Junior. However, is Nowo's Mina, so it's probably really good.
It's one of the best. Nowo's Mina is like this perfect blend of like zoning, but also like good at crisis management. And like that's the thing about this character is that this character could get ahead really hard, but the strength of Mina's, like the strong Mina players, is their defense because you have to make some pretty significant risks to like kind of maintain your pressure or just be really good at decision making.
That CE stun did a bit too much damage for my taste, and Nowo will close it out at least the first game.
With 3 balls too. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's Tress balls.
No fear. Like that's like a situation where it's like if they have meter, you just explode, right? You're dead.
Yeah, that was a no round brown for game 1.
Right. Get pulled.
Yeah. Look at that meter. Look at this meter gain right now.
It's looking pretty good.
Yep, get a quarter.
I thought he was gonna get the wall and then it was gonna be the round. I'd be like, wow, this is messed up.
Oh wait, this could be the round.
It might be.
Actually, no,
this is small scoop. Yeah, it's interesting.
That
Okay. Okay.
That college tuition move is pretty good and working really well against Ron the Tryhard.
Why is... Oh, I understand the joke. That's horrible.
I don't know what else to call it.
Oh my god.
Oh, wait, he could be dead.
Wait.
Oh
no.
Okay,
No! Nice punish, my guy. Nice.
Sometimes you just gotta go for the crazy stuff.
You know, like, that's how you do it. You're just like, you presented me an opportunity. I'm taking it. It's mine.
Okay, that's gonna be a impact counter right there, trying to get a little bit of guard damage and a little bit more meter right there. But look at Mina's meter right now, 1.5 bars already at round 3.
Yeah, I could get out of pressure if Ron had to exert right now, but possibly. Okay, I don't even know what the frames on that move are, but it looks annoying.
Okay, 2-2K getting stuffed by the kick. This is great wall pressure right now, but gets hit. Oh, wait, that could be...
Nice kill. No, that's it.
Bonk, 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 yeah.
Sorry, Razstock vibes.
Yeah.
It's like so many moments where, like, strong Minas will be like, hey, I have this auto GI. You kind of forgot about it, didn't you?
Yeah.
They do have to do, like, kind of a guess between horizontal and vertical, but that's the thing. It's like, sometimes they just can tell.
There it goes for another reset. I haven't really...
Oh, my God!
Oh, wait, that's dead.
Oh, my God!
Oh, wait.
That was
That's
insane.
not dead, but... Oh, that is.
Oh,
I'm
dude.
bad.
Oh, that was one of the most disgusting uses of saying it's my turn again I've ever seen. That was like, I would be shook if I was like, okay, I'm gonna try to stabilize the game and just get blasted like that. Like, that was crazy. Jeez. What a monster.
You know what's ridiculous? That set was also like 4 minutes.
Yeah, no, these are blowouts, but like, that one I didn't feel like was too one-sided. I felt like there was some give and take, but man, like...
Yeah, I mean, there was that one ring out.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
exactly. It's like, hey, you want to see a whip punish? I got one. But
Swing.
Not compared to like just the overall offense, and like, it was weird because I feel like the way that Noah played the game was very much, hey, I'm playing offense, but you can't tell when the turns are ending or beginning, right? It's just like, it's so aggressive in your face, but also like, you just can't get any word in edgewise, and that's just what happened. It was just like, wow, Mina's crazy, and just the auto GI timings were just like spot on, truly menacing.
Definitely. Yeah, I feel like Noah had to work for those really, like, it was really fast decision making. I know Ron likes to play aggressive and fast, so Noah was able to counteract that with AGIs, good placement of AGIs for sure, and then being able to use a lot of interesting moves that either tech crouch, tech jump. I don't even think we saw a single full crouch 1KK coming from Noah there.
Right. Speaking of no lows, though, we don't have a low Matcherino. Thanks for MK97 for dropping $15, and of course, let us pray for that fat 50. And yeah, thank you so much
Arcanite Reaper for the 31.25, so $31 and a code, as well as Beardly here for the 25 and a code.
Yeah, I salute you, Beardly here. We can be salty together.
Indeed. We will also do that by mentioning...
Wait.
Oh.
Wait, for real?
Yeah. Well, once again, we would like to thank Team Deus, especially for SabinDeus himself, by putting $1,000 into the prize pool for Vortex Gallery Online, SoulCalibur VI North America Edition.
Man, what would we do without?
What would we do
without him?
Also, SabinDeus is huge in also starting the Parsec servers as well.
Yeah. No, literally, we credit the life of this game competitively to that one man.
Yeah, true.
Speaking of men, though,
beer.
Rubber Beef versus CJ in winners finals, and then losers are going to have Pheromontras versus Incendiate, and Snyder X versus Ron the Tryhard. Wait, that's opposite. Yeah, that was going to say, wait, I was like, Ron the Tryhard died. All right, Snyder X versus Nowo. This is going to be... This isn't what I really would have expected. Like JJ said earlier, I thought like Nowo and Incendiate was probably going to be the favorites to be the top. Actually, also Absolute Force. I was kind of surprised to see them go out so early in the tournament. And yeah, this has been a pretty wild one, considering like we watch this pretty consistently every week.
Right.
But it's great to see. I don't think there's any repeats of characters, I'm not mistaken. So we have Hilda, Amy, Zos, a million different characters from Incendiate, and then Nightmare, and yeah, Mina, and possibly Voldo. So like,
possibly Voldo as well. Yes,
completely like like character agnostic spread. Sad face, no max 1, but you know, we'll get there. We'll get there.
K1 L K111K.
K111K. And
So
it, you know, as well as low tier. All right. Well, no low tier here. This is a matchup I've seen a lot. The Ivy Zos matchup is pretty. I feel like pretty well explored. Its most basic layer is that the mid-range mix-up isn't as effective as it could be against Zosamel, but it's kind of a risk. Most of this matchup, though, comes down to the brawling. You're going to see a lot of hands, a lot of fast action, because the one thing that Ivy lacks is traditional tools, and the one person who likes non-traditional tools is specifically Zosamel, who's just like, okay, I just want to like mash in your face.
Yeah, definitely. Very good tools, very good movement containment, but so does Ivy, as we could see here.
Yes.
Can't really step in her face because of CS or 6-6A hold. Definitely a lot of zoning as well. So both players have to watch out pretty hard for each other's crazy tools.
We'll see where it goes from here, though, because, like, yeah, you can tell, like, there hasn't been that much mid-range zoning, and SabinDeus hasn't been able to get the word in edgewise and playing the keep-out game too much, which is probably to their detriment. But Fairmattress is still having to play pretty small, and their win condition is clearly based off of pokes right now, rather than necessarily, like, the Oki game that we're used to seeing, like, the insane amounts of damage. So,
right.
Yeah, going to continue the pressure. Is he going to run up, or is he going to back it up? Okay, gaining zone. This is actually a good place for Incendiate. Wow, what a whip punish.
Yeah, I believe that is the round right there. Now 1-1 apiece going in. That soul charge was quite good, but not enough to close out that round. So now no meter, but I believe Zos has pretty decent meter gain.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll see if, because it's off of lethal hits for the most part, I believe, because he doesn't have a ton of multi-hits, so he doesn't really garner them. But, you know, screw that. You have this thing called Reversal Edge. It gives you a little bit of butter.
Oh my goodness, backslip into SS for the punish, and we saw Zos try to backhand Ivy right there for the Reversal Edge animation. Okay, the nitty kick. Nitty kick.
Yeah, nitty kick. Oh, gets pulled in. Is that going to be killed? No,
no.
Too far.
Yeah.
But tons of damage.
Good tech forward. Doesn't get a huge punish there, but still able to contain.
He thought he had the timing. As you can see, the delay right baked into the movement, but then just kind of releases just a little too early. Doesn't hold the guard.
Yeah, that's a little rough right there. Yeah, you missed your chance for mercy. And then going into round 4, 2 sticks of butter coming from Zosamel, but gets hit by the CS. This is a huge life lead and momentum shift for Incendiate right now.
The single A check, I love that. That's actually super cool. Mostly because it's so small and kind of uncharacteristic for the time and place he's using it. All right, here we go. Going for small Oki still, nothing too wonky. Single hula hoops. Now the zoning game begins. But this is an opportunity for Zas. Zas can jump in there and just really reign supreme and like stop.
Yeah, and
like,
kill you.
Yeah, like just like straight up kill you at that range. Oh, interrupts the KK. Okay, blocking out. Okay, soul charge. Okay, so here we go.
Oh,
what a break!
Oh, good counter hit.
What is he doing? Okay, yeah, snaps.
He knows. Okay, the slide.
The block of the century. Oh my god. Oh.
That was a little telegraph.
A little bit, but you never know, man.
Yeah, sometimes you can't knock out bad reaction time, you know.
Okay, 1A tempos. Okay, stepping outside. Lots of small pokes. Okay, gets the back turn opportunity. Swinging in the face. Soul charge to put it back into neutral.
Right, I don't think Ivy has very crazy back turn tools to really counteract that kind of setup. We are going to see the GI come out, get broken.
Okay.
That's the ball.
Yeah, Cosmic Embryo is a good choice here. Oh my god!
Wait, that's going to be huge damage.
Yeah, this is going to be a big grip.
Oh,
and
no,
Oki,
that's a
but doesn't get the throw. Reset. Scared.
Oh
my god.
I'll tell you what the throw is. Like.
Yo, man. 3A buffer is terrifying.
Oh, wait. He hit like
and the Oaks. Man, this is really tight, though. This is anybody's game, I feel like. Even though Incendiate won that one, it was pretty scrappy. And off of some incredible decision-making and this, like, pressure where... Like, the thing about his Ivy in particular is that you feel bad for blocking, like, all the time. You get counter hit, 3A, you just immediately get that.
Yeah, the Okazims, bro. The Okazims going in. Yeah. Okay, that's a little bit of guard damage, and it's 0 on block, so very good move if you could get your opponent to block.
Oh!
Okay, punched. 3 curses, but that is a lethal hit right there. It is a possible ring out situation right there.
Nah, I think it's too
short.
Too skimpy.
Yeah.
Too skimpy. Yeah.
Little bit. Oh, look at that! I'm almost hitting.
Oh, there we go. Great punish right there.
Yep, that's huge.
Bonk. Going for pretty standard routes. You can do it. Oh my god. Oh, gave him an inch and Incendiate took a mile. Okay, 3AB, roll it in.
Okay, another huge duck right there.
Back out in the mid screen. Having to run back in. Getting tracked really hard.
Yep.
Oh my god, the mix. That was a mix up from a throw right there.
Yeah.
That's so messed up.
Okay, that's the Cervantes kick right there, the little flop.
Yeah, just like Daddy.
Yeah, just like. All right, low, mid.
Oh,
that's
gets caught
bad.
moving.
Yeah.
Oh.
Don't want to move too much.
It's hard, man. Like you can tell what's happening here. Pheromontress is doing the right thing by exhibiting a little bit of patience right where there's kind of a clutch moment, but Incendiate picks up on that fact that it's like, okay, the turns are changing to my favor, and just picks an option that really covers a lot of ground.
Right. Sometimes you don't have to get every option. You just need to get an option that covers most options, and you'll probably be right.
Oh, okay. No punish opportunity there. Okay, no, tries to go for the punish right there, but gets a little secondary hit. Just has a range. Oh.
Yeah, the wall rising be doing wonders. These H-Hex are not really working out, but great duck coming from Pheromontress right now, trying to stay alive in this set.
Okay, here we go. Pressure's on. But Soul Charge immediately kicking off the pressure.
Yep, and look at
Full
that,
screen.
already backing off. We're going to see if the slide, nope, decides to run up.
Oh!
This could be huge. Are we going to see some meter usage? And no!
Man, what the Time Wizard himself. Just being like, you know what? I know what you're going to do. I know what time you're going to do it. What day, what hour.
That goes for the throw mix. That's going to be a little bit oaky. No. Okay, it rolls just out of time. Okay,
Right,
rock, paper, scissors cutscene simulator right now.
Oh, gets a single B, but nothing else, because unfortunately the option without the curses doesn't really do anything. Nice punish. Here we go.
Okay, time.
Oh, nice pull in. That's it.
Oh, yeah. Wow, just like that, the momentum is shifted into Pheromontress' favor. Let's see if Pheromontress could close out to stay alive in this tournament.
Let's go, Steve Harvey.
Yeah, Steve Harvey going in.
Okay, having to weather the storm. Oh, perfect. Running up there, but gets denied by the grab break. Talk to the hand. Movement stopped.
Okay.
Oh, just out of the range of the 3B. That was so gargantuan. Oh my god. Just one of those like reverse mix-ups kind of situations where you're like, oh my god, my pressure's gone. I messed up.
And just like that, he's gonna walk away with the life lead. Oh, he's going back in. Oh, no.
No, he doesn't have to do anything. He can just chill in the center. He doesn't have to commit. He literally can just wait it out.
Don't do anything stupid.
Like I think Incendiate's actually getting leverage back.
Yeah,
like
okay.
slowly inching closer. I think this is dangerous. But
Very
yeah,
good movement. Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, keeping enough pressure by kind of dipping back in and out, but knowing full well that it's really dangerous to go inside. Oh no! Okay. Okay. I thought if he went backwards, I would have screamed.
This is like kinetic clash. OG kinetic clash.
Like so much health though. Look at all this health.
Oh
okay.
no.
Okay, this is actually okay. Yeah, this is real bad news bears.
This is very doable now for Incendiate to close out the set.
Exactly. Goes for the sweep kick. I mean, not sweep kick, like a head kick. It's weird. Still trying to wait it out. And Pheromontress still playing very passively. Nitty kick. Double A.
Oh yeah,
the 3AP.
Okay. Pheromontress stays in alive just for one more game. If he can close it out, that will knock out Incendiate out of the tournament. So let's see how it's gonna go. This is a bit too intense for me, so hopefully.
I'm sweating. I'm sweating, dude. That was so tense. Because at any moment, any goof up, at any wrong positioning, literally could have spelled the end for Pheromontress. But Pheromontress kept it cool the entire time, and then at the absolute perfect time just said, "I'm taking my turn again. I don't care what you're gonna do. I'm gonna take my turn again."
My goodness.
Oh man. Whew. All right, here we go. All right, we're going back to basics. All right, Public Enemy #1 is back on the stage.
All right, yeah, now we're gonna we're back.
Hey, this is a completely different game plan too. Like this is the This is the character that gets to kind of run in and play really, really heavy pressure, and then take the life lead and just kind of walk away with it. X is notoriously good at being able to collect, mostly because uneven risk reward at endgame, especially when you have meter resources, make it really difficult. That being said, I think this stage favors Pheromontress a little bit more, mostly because you get a lot of breathing room. It doesn't give your opponent the opportunity to like immediately aggress and then dip back out to like kind of cultivate the health lead, and requires your movement, which is the most important thing here, right? Like, because like the one thing that Pheromontress and Zos by proxy is good at is killing movement, right? Like 2A, 3A, you just can't do anything. It's like everything's a
Yeah, all right. So far, Incendiate does have a pretty good life lead right now, being much more comfortable playing at range 0. However, Pheromontress doing a little bit to catch up. All right, not going to really work out.
I feel like this matchup is actually going to hinge a little bit on like what happens after 3AB, right? Or 3AB hold specifically. If we start seeing early callouts with like 4A plus B, the auto GI from Zhanghua, then that completely disincentivizes the like guard break pressure part of the game plan and forces you to either like choose between a high or a punishable mid.
Right, and already we're seeing a little bit more aggression coming from Incendiate. It's pretty much now Incendiate is going in, whereas with Ivy, yeah, he's going in, but like is able to zone out as well, and we saw that in last game.
Ooh, nice catch on the Great Wall.
Ooh, that's a counter hit right there.
Surprisingly, I would actually be a little bit scared if he actually got hit by just the 6A and then he had the opportunity to move and get hit. Oh my god! Look at the styling! Okay, there we go.
Okay,
slow it down a little bit.
Yeah, stancing a bit too hard there. Okay, now is in 2-2B range. And just like that, we see 2-2Bs come out, yeah.
Oh no! Oh, the whip punch with the 3B tries to go for the greedy little sweep there to continue the pressure and actually punishes to death.
Yeah, one of Shanghua's greatest strengths is being able to not really use Soul Charge meter and just save it up for that I-12 punish.
Well, it's funny because he didn't use the I-12 punish. He just did 3B.
Right.
All right, lots of AAB usage. So I think Incendiate is looking to get a little bit more mental frames with that string, and you know it's their prerogative to do so. I wonder if Pheromontress is going to pick up on that though, because like it's been the majority of the small poke game. Okay, throws.
Okay, another AGI right there. Get the back turn. Good micro step coming from Pheromontress. However, that's going to be a little bit of a zone. Nope. Okay, this could be huge.
Oh, that's massive. Gargantuan.
But that's even bigger. Jeez. And Incendiate will close out this set, moving on in the bracket, knocking Pheromontress out.
Oh, tragedy. Every single time Pheromontress was opting for like a low, it was just short every single time. Incendiate clearly knows something about the wake-up game.
Yeah, no, that was pretty rough coming from like you're playing so, you know, calculated offense and approach when you're playing against Ivy, and then all of a sudden, especially in this high stakes kind of environment, you have this Chinese cop who's trying to arrest you at all times.
Well, what can I say? You broke the law, dude.
Yeah.
You beat up my homie, the dominatrix. Now we're putting you in jail.
Yeah. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I didn't write this fan fiction.
It just writes itself.
All right. Well, you know, speaking of writing itself, get one of these shirts. This shirt is cool. Go to 86.com. Use the code VGSC23. Get 50% off the entire store. And like, if you don't like Calibur, if you're here, which is strange, they have tons of other IPs. Do you want Monster Hunter merch? They have Monster Hunter merch. Do you want like Mega Man 11 merch? They have Mega Man 11 merch. Like, and everything there is like extremely like cool. Okay, like I don't think there's a single thing that's like, hey, if I just like randomly got forced into a white elephant, what could I get? I was like, just take the easy route. Go use 86.
Definitely. They have really good posters as well. I myself have the SoulCalibur poster that they have, and it's really good. Has I think every character. I believe Huang is there too.
I think this was before Huang.
This is before Huang. Everybody except Huang.
Yeah. And so you know, sad Huang emote.
Yeah.
Oh man. All right. Well, Noble versus Snyder X. This one I don't even know what to call. That being said, I think the Mina Nightmare matchup has been pretty explored, mostly thanks to New York. This is the most New York matchup of all time. Like, this is Yoki versus Durbador, except it's not Yoki versus Durbador. It's Noah versus Schneider-X. Schneider-X doesn't play as off-kilter as Thermidor does. A little bit more reserved, much more spacing-based. Right. Unfortunately, there's not much, like, as far as previous matches are concerned, like, Rubber Beefman clearly showed what the win condition looks like. But
yeah, just win and smack him and weave and charge 5A.
Yeah.
But yeah, NorCal. This also was a classic NorCal matchup back in the day as well with Potty and Orochi, or Potty and Pluto.
Oh yeah.
Nightmare and Mina. Yeah. So definitely a very popular matchup back in the day for sure.
It's like these characters are good. I don't know.
It's crazy how you think Mina's good, right, guys?
This map though is gonna probably show off the strengths of both characters. I can just imagine just somebody exploding immediately.
All right, getting Terror Charge just like that. This is huge. However, we're going to see a knockdown. Look at that meter gainage. Nice block. Oh, yeah. 6-6A, I-18 mid. We like those. We like our Hori mids in this game. Fast
the game
Hori
swept?
Mid, yeah.
Interesting, 2-2K. I wonder what that's supposed to catch. Maybe side.
Wait, no. College Tuition, I don't think was 2-2K.
Oh, it isn't?
No. 2-2K is kind of like Helix 4K. It's like a roundhouse kick.
Oh, tech trap.
Oh, dang, I got
that was
smacked
so
in the middle of the face.
That was so good. So good.
Right
Nice
into
call
the
out.
wall.
Very early on in the set, too. Very good intuition from Schneider-X.
Yeah.
Okay, pick up. Here we go.
Oh, great duck. Gets hit by the last part anyway. Okay. Yeah, still gets hit there, but too far enough to make a follow-up.
Jeez.
Oh, cutscene.
Okay, nice GI.
Swing. Okay, respects it. Yeah, just small pokes right there, and I think that did a little bit more than 22 damage, or 21 damage.
Yeah,
break that armor.
That destroyed the armor. The launcher was a great choice.
Yeah, very good, very good. And tries to hug the big demon sword man and put him to the ground, but not going to work out with that back.
Oh, what the hell? He just woke up with violence.
Nightmare could do that.
I'm impressed. Okay, AGA movement in. Okay, still trying to deny movement. Like, nothing but Horis from then on out. Okay, go for the big street sweeper.
Okay, and that's the first full one. Okay, yeah, another one. And 1B. Oh my gosh, flew.
You're open, my guy. You're open.
He's very open.
Oh, man.
Now he's got no more pants, or like armor pants.
Oh, he's dead.
No, he's not.
He did. Oh, he dropped the couple. Oh,
that's rough. Parsec. Okay, 1A, a little bit more poke. Try to get more meter. Look at the... Okay, both having a meter. Oh, what? Oh wait, that could be it. Nope, not a wall splat there.
Okay, great soul charge, though. Can you get the pressure back? AGA. See what we get here. Oh,
okay, a little bit of a knockdown. Yep.
It's kind of scary.
Oh
my god.
See, yeah, that's going to be game 1.
Very clean from Noah right there. Just like kind of not... It's weird. Like, there's nothing Noah specifically relies on. That being said, in this matchup, I think Mina has a kind of a leg up in the sense that full crouch, 1KK is going to be able to knock out lots of armor opportunities. And of course, just like his decision making was crazy. There was that one moment where he's like, okay, I got to poke. And then immediately gets faced with the armor move. And he's like, well, I'm just going to launch you. It's like unprompted, completely just like, I will guess right. I don't care what you think you're doing in this game plan. I'm going to win.
Already getting a bit of damage to open up the round. However, that GI is pretty nice. That's going to be the AGI or the AGA lethal hit after post GI, and that's going to be wait, this could be decides to go for a safer option there.
Schneider going in.
Charge very huge. Oh, but so is that 6A lethal hit. Look at that meter and damage right now. Oh my god!
Nice flapjack. Chuckles. Does it kill?
Oh, what?
Oh man, nice step.
Oh, so that double flip is plus 14 on block. So he thought Noah was gonna stand still because he was scared of low health. But Noah was like, "Nah, you good," and then like stepped and killed him.
This is brilliant play. All right, here we go. Pick up on the ground.
Okay, gets hit by the 9K. No big deal.
Oof. Yeah, lots of single parts of the strings with horizontals from Schneider. It's like, a big pickup, but only gets a 2A out of it. 3K going to keep it small.
Oh,
Versailles doesn't hold it long enough, and he's going to get converted. Oh my god.
No, that's so rough.
Oh my god. Well, has the resources though. SchneiderX can immediately soul charge and just try to make this a one-hit kill game to get the momentum back, possibly.
Yeah, definitely with 6KK on the board, especially in soul charge, like right now. Yep. Oh no, didn't commit all the way to the 6KK.
The single 6A. It's been very calm. Oh no, I think that was a flub. I don't think he wanted that. Okay, there we go. Soul. Yeah, get this out of here. I don't want to get swept up. Oh, what a flip punish! All right.
Eldrillo Largo.
Oh!
Kono Castle.
Oh my god!
He died.
Dude, 3 big options back to back. All of them landing. Oh my god.
Oh, that's a scoop. Okay, Terror Charge. 6KK on board now. Something has to be, definitely, if there's a way to kind of call out or get a whiff punish, it's going to be huge right now for SchneiderX to at least even it out and stay alive. Oh,
what the trade? It drops the combo. It's so weird. The back turn. The shenanigans. Get rises up into it. Misses the punish.
Yo, I don't remember going to an Italian restaurant.
What is happening?
Oh, gosh.
Okay, here we go. Pick up.
Oh,
boomer checked at the last second. Oh my god.
The boomer check.
Oh man. Oh, what a way to go.
Oh my goodness.
That was crazy. That last round was nuts though. What was happening?
I don't remember going to an Italian restaurant and ordering spaghetti.
Dude, that
definitely was served to me on a silver platter right there.
That was nuts, dude. I have no idea what happened. What a scramble right there.
Yeah,
like resources just dumping everywhere. Nothing.
I don't know how Noah does it. It's pretty good.
That was pretty dope though, but really strong showing from Schneider. Although I'm still salty about our matches.
Anyway, well, we don't have to be salty about this Matcherino we got right now. Although all the codes have been used, you could still use !Matcherino to contribute your own money out of your own love and kindness for SoulCalibur VI.
Or you can go, check out our quests. We have Better Help. We got, let me scroll down here really quick. We got Draft Fuel. We got a couple Twitch quests that I am not available in my region right now. And there's a YouTube quest and a Discord quest, which I've yet to embark on. But yeah, just if you can't do anything, like definitely the Better Help one. That's a new sponsor. I haven't seen that in a hot minute. So yeah.
Indeed. And we also want to give a shout out to Team Deus, who their glorious leader SabinDeus has given $1,000 into the pot for this tournament.
It's gonna be so big. I can't wait to see it drop.
It's a boom, yeah.
Ooh. And of course, Vortex Gallery is not just Calibur. We have almost every other game under the sun. Waku Waku 7, Phantom Breaker, Project Justice. ARMS, my favorite. I love ARMS. I'm not gonna lie. I genuinely love it. Man, Garo. Jeez, so many cool games. Like,
yeah, they have Garo. They got turtles.
They got everything. Like,
yeah, they got turtles.
Literally everything. These are small, cool, tight-knit communities. If you want to feel like you belong somewhere, just like drop in, like say, I want to play this game. You're probably gonna get swarmed by dudes who'd be like, yo, I want to play games because of like, how it be. We Discord fighters. We got to be tight some way.
True. Especially when we don't have rollback. But after playing Sam Show's rollback beta for a bit, I'm glad we got.
Do you think it's an instant fix now? Yeah, I don't. You can't just drop it in, can you? Huh? What a surprise!
Dang. You watch Infinity War. You're watching Infinity War. You see Thanos like rolling back the time stone for Vision to come back so he could take the other stuff. That's what happened to me. I hit toothpaste with heavy slash, like far heavy slash, and I saw that 250 damage roll back just like how Thanos did it, and I was livid. I was so mad. I was just like, this ain't it.
Oh man, that's amazing.
But it is only the beta, so hopefully they fix it soon because I love that game and I love Calibur, and that is why we're here. And just like that, we are at losers semifinals. There have been quite a number of very fast, polarizing matches.
Yes,
I'd say. And now we're already at the final 3 or 4 matches of the night.
Yeah, it's wrapping up pretty quickly. I'm kind of sad it is. I want more Calibur.
Yeah. At the beginning, 7 Days was like, yeah, it might take like 3 hours, and we're like, And Silo Zen, thank you for the $5 contribution.
Yo,
thank you, Matcherino, at being at 170.40.
Alrighty. Well, this matchup has happened in the what is that thing in the middle?
These are sponsors.
Yeah, there we go. I was like, all right, we're good. We needed some help. All right. So Master CJ with Rubber V-Pan, these are trading partners, if I'm not mistaken. So we're probably going to see something weird. How it's going to manifest, not really sure. Because right now they are playing aggressively, mad dogging like crazy. That was an insane block punish. Holy cow.
And that's a hell sweep for your troubles right there. And Rubber V-Man takes the first round.
Dude, is this AGDQ? They are playing fast. Like, that was blistering.
Yeah, it was about a month ago, but I guess we had our turn now, you know, for AGDQ.
Right? Rubber Beefman just dominating the screen right now. That 3P was insane.
That phased into existence. I have no words except, wow, it happened
there it is again.
Like
Roses.
2-2-B.
Dude, this is crazy. They're not putting any pauses after they leave like the kind of neutral movement phase. They're just going at each other.
Right, look at this neutral right now. Definitely Rubber Beefman taking a little bit of time to think how he's going to take that life lead back. And just like that, that could be it. Okay, that's 3B.
Expecting something not a sidestep in that particular instance.
All right, we get a little bit more stance dancing coming from Master CJ. A little bit comfortable playing his training partner, but this is winners finals. Definitely at winners finals, you're guaranteed at least 10% of the pot, but you know you always want a little bit more.
Ooh. AAA.
Yeah. Oh yeah. AAA. Yeah.
Yeah. We're in that space of the game where it's like, okay, the aim, control, the spacing, most of the movement, and just attempt to discourage you. But Rubber Beef is still comfortable moving, so it's not quite 100% there yet.
And the Soul Charge will come out to stop any of more Amy pressure. Look at that neutral. Definitely getting a little bit. Oh yeah. Just let me grab this charge regalia right now. Okay. Minus 12.
That's great throw. That's kill.
Oh, wait. That's a command?
Wow.
Is that only in Soul Charge?
I think that was a Soul Charge combo right there. That was like one of those split-second moments. And he barely had any resources to do it as well. It's kind of clutch. Well, not kind of. Definitely clutch. Okay, for a land. Like, all these like, straight verticals, and then it's like, All right, here it is again. Death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah, but that's a throw right there. One more Oki situation, possibly. Nope, just one more. Okay, jumps over the low, expecting a 4AA, but really, well, no, 2A.
The 6K is an interesting move. You don't see it often, but it clearly threw off Rubber Beefman a little bit. Okay, even rounds. Starts with a hell sweep. Okay, now pressure's on for...
slides into this DMs, but not going to work out as too far.
It's pretty nuts. Okay, here we go. Soul Charge. Gonna try maybe... Okay, opting to actually retreat a little bit.
Okay, counter hit.
It runs out of juice right at the last second. Okay. Oh, nice step catch.
Okay, tries to go for another charge 5A right there. Not really going to work out. This is huge last round situation from both of these players, and he couldn't Soul Charge in time. It was a counter hit or something. What happened?
Yeah, it was counter hit. Yeah, he challenged, and it just exploded.
That was rough. Anyway, so CJ clutches it out. We saw Rubber Beefman had a really good grasp on the matchup before, but the adaptation coming from Master CJ is able to clutch out that first game.
Ooh. All right. Well, this is gonna be a long set though, so like they have plenty of times to like probably slow it down, maybe have a more cautious game plan, because that first one was just like blistering. They were going at each other like wild, man. But now it seems like it's a little bit more movement focused, not as much like. I have not seen that lethal hit in 6 trillion years.
3 roses already right off the bat, and it could be a 4th one right there. Already, Master CJ in a very good position right now.
Ooh.
Could even go for white if he really wanted to, but you know how White Rose is.
I honestly don't think they have the headroom to do it. It's just you want to have your turns to secure, because like Rubber Beefman could take your turn and then like steal it for the rest like the whole game.
True. Okay,
like right now, right? Okay, one poke. Oof. Right, here we go. Round 2. CJ up 1. Full roses already, so great position for an aggressive Amy. Oh, speaking of aggressive, takes that whip punish and says no.
Yeah, so 2-2B gets even stronger. 1B is even stronger. There's so many options you could do with 4 rose Amy.
Oh!
Okay, that is quite the counterplay right there.
The mind games have already set in. Like, Rubber Beef Man is ducking in anticipation for 4AA, and now Master CJ is doing run up 3A instead, which is a mid. And it's definitely kind of like frustrating Rubber Beef.
Oh no, the
gets
counter
caught.
hit lets it rip.
Oh,
Chip damage is huge. Oh, that is. Oh, wait, is that going to be game? No, it doesn't have the meter to close it out, but one more mix up for both players in the Hell Sweep.
the box step into Hell Sweep. That's a lot of mental frames to work off of, too. That's like, that at any point, CJ could have been like, okay, I'm going to try to take executive or smash out the situation.
2K,
but
yeah,
just couldn't do it. Too much pressure from Rubber Beef. Okay.
that's a lot of damage.
That was a C's worth of damage.
Yeah.
Yes, Amy is a good character when fully loaded.
Amy's a character all time.
Ooh, great punish, though, on the air hit. Okay, going for the guard break. Gotta be careful with highs up close because Amy does have an approaching tech crouching mid, which is like pretty much best in class in terms of move. Great launch.
Has the meter to work with right now. Has Spear Regalia.
Oh, that was so huge.
Okay, gets the punish. 3K, lovely. Getting plus frames. Decisive. Wait.
Nice conversion.
Oh,
Gets
yeah.
the white conversion. It's gonna kill.
Oh yeah, you could do that. Oh gosh, I'm allergic. I'm allergic to that. White rose. CE.
Strong stuff, dude. Strong stuff.
Yeah, potent.
This character has a lot of tools, but not to discredit CJ. CJ's use of them is masterful, and the timings he's been applying, creating that pressure has been great. But just as I say that, Rubber Beef Man's like, yeah, you know what? I'm the best.
Oh my gosh, that reset was nuts. Into the soul attack, into the mid.
Okay, great soul charge. Gonna get out of the pressure.
Yep.
Choose for aggression immediately. Pressing 6A. Whew.
Oh,
Wow.
the 2A right there.
Wow. All right, down to the final round
Again,
for game 2. Oh, what? Jumping B at round start? This is wild. Good anticipation, though. 4A is the tool of the day. Wow, challenging, went back turn. Just being aggressive, sweep the leg.
I've never seen Hilda play this aggressive. It's just so comfortable playing this matchup. Oh gosh. Oh.
Drop.
Run counter too. Wow,
Dude.
that looked like a ranked match.
Dude, Rubber Beef, when Rubber Beef can get that little bit of an inch, I swear to God, I've seen this at WNF all the time, where it's just like, Rubber Beef is so good and sticking to his opponent and making them feel like every decision they make is the dumb one.
All right, already just like that, getting 2 roses right off the. Oh no, decides to go for the ring out instead. Yeah.
Wow, man, the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away in this game.
All right, just like that is a possible whip punish again. Not something too big this time around. That is going to be a second rose. Even though Master CJ was able to get early roses last game, it still worked out in Rubber Beef Man's favor. So I think there's going to have to be a new game plan coming from Master CJ about dealing with this very aggressive Hilda.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because it obviously we're at this level of the game where you have strong tools, they're great, but you have to be able to execute and then also stabilize, and that seems to be like it's so back and forth. Speaking of back and forth, not quite did. Oh wait, that is a follow up.
Yep, that is a follow up. Usually, Rubber Beef Man, depending on the situation, will go for Oki setup instead, but there he wants to close out the round, just like Master CJ in round 1.
They're going for the full string Uno B. Clash gets a small poke out of it, and it is that the long
punches the
arms
child. Yeah, punches the child.
Okay, trying these aggressive interrupts. It still has backed that entire sequence. Okay, here we go. This is Rubber Beef Man's pressure at range 1.5 is just like undeniably powerful. Okay, oh, that 3B catching sideways. Okay, soul charge down to deal with the mix up. See what he opts for. Opts for backstep. 9K landing.
Okay, no, this is still pretty good for Hilda right now. No, that okay.
Full
Likely,
string?
one more. Okay, the one.
Woo! Man, that 1B.
Yeah,
it's so
1B.
hard to block that thing, man.
Okay, great. No, decides not to get the punish in time. Gets hit by the behold. Hold the throw.
Okay.
Oh!
Maneuvering around back to B plus K. Crazy. It's so hard to get around. Okay.
All right, step killing. All right,
Okay, going for those plus frames.
for your boy. All right.
Immediately denied. Wow.
Oh, wait, that's kind
that's
of
kill.
big.
Oh, never mind.
No. But you get the cutscene, so it does like 90 damage for no reason.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's that. Yeah, that's.
Wow.
Imagine getting up normally.
Dude, these stance mix-ups are horrifying on Oki.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. You're either eating the mid break attack, or you're getting lethal hit. Die.
Like, dude, it's rough. Yeah, and it's just like, well, I mean, like Rubber Reef has shown that they can weather the storm, but yeah, it's this game is clearly so deeply about momentum right now. Like these resources available, but both of these characters have pretty insane resource management as well. Let's see. Okay, going for the really interesting low there. Very slow.
GI game. All right, just a simple launcher for your troubles.
Okay, opting for Galley. Okay, big opportunities. Has opportunity for like a fat whip punish or, you know, some strong pressure. Opting for good mix-up pressure right there.
Okay, interrupts the charge 5A. That would have closed out the set. However, the poke game is still going strong for Rubber Beef Man right now in the 9K.
Woo. 9K is a pretty strong universal tool for Hilda. It's just, you know, great move, and especially since you do anticipate a character with like Amy having a strong low. Oh, speaking of lows, nice step.
All right, that's the second rose. Third rose.
Okay, nice check. Here we go. Wow. Okay, getting all the roses on deck. Jeez. This aggression from River Beef, though, is like, you know what? I don't care if you got your resources. I'm ready to go.
Oh my gosh, just the way he's whittling down this health bar with just pokes alone is. Wow. Oh, and that's the throw. But,
not dead. Oh my god!
No!
Oh my god! It clutches it out. Rubber Beef,
goodness.
My guy.
Okay, that's the throw reset right there. Knock down and try to go for another throw. This is so back and forth right now. This is very different from the other matches we've seen right now. This is adaptation at its finest, but it could be
layered it again.
Oh,
instead of going for stance mix-up, just does run up launcher.
Why not?
It's so smart. Like, just genius level play.
Okay, the throw is broken.
Okay, these small pokes, just zoning out. Getting the health lead too, so like Rubber Beef Man isn't particularly scared of what's gonna come up. Now, okay, the health lead evaporating. This is that's how Amy works. You gotta be really careful.
Soul charge on deck. Soul charge on deck again.
Yeah, Red Rose Amy generates an obscene amount of meter without having to adjust their game plan particularly, like, a lot. And that's one of the strengths of this character, is the fact that, like, you have access so much. Goes to the mid. Oh, and the 9K. Man, dude.
My goodness.
This man knows. He could taste when CJ wants to go for the low. This has happened multiple times in the set already.
All right, now this is the last game. Anything could happen. We've definitely seen both players, you know, outplay each other quite well already and are able to work around certain things. So let's see how this is pretty much like you gotta bring it. You gotta bring it, otherwise you die. Like, oh okay, my gosh, just like that.
We'll see. You know, okay, this would be kind of far-fetched, but one of the craziest things that could happen is if Rubber Beef is able to hold on to their charges long enough to maybe possibly go for something cheeky like the 30-second unblockable.
Yeah.
To swing back the game. But right now, it just has to deal with the pressure. Cannot really stop the CJ right now. CJ already on 4 roses round 1, so pretty happy space. Getting that nice little punish there. Good little 14 framer.
Yeah, but like even though he has the 4 roses, look at Hilda, who's just working on a perfect, but decides to get poked a lot. But look, the whiff punish just a bit too slow.
Honestly, that I think that to give credit, mid parry was probably an option there, so probably didn't want to get baited into it.
Okay, this is still a possibility. Oh no, never mind. I lied. He died.
Excellent BB. Yeah, very good, like, just not letting Amy kind of run you over. Because that's the thing, is like Amy is one of those unique characters where while she does have an impressive like stance-based game plan, she also has a really good like scrappy back turn game plan. And like it's very easy to get caught by back turn B plus K because it's just like super fast. And Rubber Beef being able to not like kind of like take the bait and explode is credit to him as a strong top player with good mental. Oof.
Oh, that's gonna be huge damage, yeah.
Yeah. It's only gonna save you against that.
All right, he's able to close out the set, or is V-Fan gonna take it to a last round, last game situation?
We'll see. There's potential here. Good spacing on that 2-2K, being able to like really keep it mixed up, and that's really integral because at that range you do have threats like charge A and whatnot, and it's if you don't land that, I don't think Hilde has much of a strong middle range game plan. Okay, here we go. The throw.
Yep,
throwing it up.
All right, that's plus 10 situation.
Oh my god!
Oh my
What's
gosh,
happening?
look at that damage.
Whoa! Goes for the long hold. Okay, Weathering Storm again. Little small kick, but doesn't quite kill. Back turn.
Have a ball time.
Oh!
Ducks into charge 5A. Now this is a last round, last game situation.
But big discrepancy in meter for Master CJ, so he's going to be able to run his pressure a ton. Probably going to soul attack immediately, right there. Just gets out of the way of the low mix-up.
Okay. Oh,
tries to step.
Tracks, yep.
Okay, 1A's trying to poke his way back in. Gets with the OG chargey.
Yeah. Life lead is pretty much the same right now. One huge punch. They both have a CE on deck.
Oh,
that's
pick up.
CE.
That's it.
Wow.
Oh my God, rubber beef man. Jesus Christ, this man is so scrappy. What a set between these two guys. Wow. That was crazy. These guys played so aggressively and so fast and just so breakneck. I cannot, like, it's like unfathomable how hard and difficult it is to play at that level too, because like at any moment, Amy can go crazy. At any moment, you can get whip punished and take like 1 million damage from Hilde. The risk on both of those players is so high, and yet they managed to keep it so tight and so close. The entire set was insane.
Yeah, no, definitely. There's so much going on, and there was like so much like offense. Like you rarely saw like neutral, like.
It didn't feel like neutral, but it was neutral. That's what's so crazy is that's what it actually looks like. Calibur's high level, it blends this weird line between like, oh, they're spacing each other out, but like what happens in the case is that they keep getting hit, right? Because like they're both guessing each other so correctly, back and forth, and then neither of them they don't want to back off, because if you do, you might like it's gonna be either hard to get back in, or the worst option is like they just call you out and you're just like, oh crap, I have to deal with the Oki now. And like we saw how dangerous both of their players' Oki was. Like you just you risk life and limb every single time on wake up. It's just like,
right. Yeah, no, beautiful set. Once again, if you want some beautiful artwork on a shirt or something, make sure you go to 956pro.com/shop to see the new designs for 2023. I believe right now, as Kamai stated before, there is a 20% discount store-wide. Check that out.
Oh yeah, these shirts are actually really sick. And of course, if you want other sick shirts, 86. I'm wearing it. I like the shirt. The other shirts are also cool too. If you're a Rugi fan, definitely have a cool shirt. Do you like Soul Edge and SoulCalibur? You can get one in a very, very posh and slick-looking gold kind of like dark color. It is, dude. Everything they have at that store is like actually like top tier. So like definitely take advantage of that discount. It's like get it for a friend, get a cool gift, get it for yourself, treat yourself at 86.com using the code VGSC23.
Indeed. And once again, we are now in the loser semis.
Yes.
The bracket. We got Incendi and Noah, the two favorites, you would say, of the tournament to be in winners final. But now they have to, one of them will not be getting any of that prize money. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, so this is it's going to be interesting because this is the roulette. Mina versus who? Because Incendia has a lot of interesting characters on the repertoire. Mina versus Ivy is actually favored in Mina's because she's able to say, hey, that zoning stuff doesn't work against me, really. And she also has the longer effective range with 1B. So it's just basically you're just like, well, I see my greater strengths and I have to play Scrappy. But against Mina, do you really want to do that? May not so much. Geralt, good choice. But
a little risky.
Kind of loses in the risk-reward battle, right? You have to play really, really solid versus Mina, who gets more opportunities to push her agenda, for lack of a better term, and just run it down. So it's kind of difficult, but we're going to see it anyway. This one does give more strength to playing neutral, because like as long as you're not super, super far away, you're fine. But once you get closer and closer, Geralt gets scarier and scarier.
Right, and definitely this is the KIT finale run back as Incendiate fell to Nowo at that tournament. So this is definitely going to be a I saw you last time, I'm prepared kind of situation right now, and just like that, the back throw.
Yeah, Incendiate's way of playing is very interesting. It starts foundational, but the thing that makes him probably the marquee Geralt, other than being probably the last Geralt player, is his Okazeme is really, really strong. You feel really bad for just laying on the ground, which is unusual because most people kind of discounted this character's Oki as being kind of like milquetoast, but it clearly works. And just immediately challenges and just goes, hey, you know what? It's not your turn anymore. Let me toast.
Toasty. All right, just like that. That's going to be the low into the follow-up for the reset again. And very polarizing start. As opposed to last round where he was dying, Noah is now laying down the Thunder, working on a perfect.
Okay, goes for some noodle, but actually doesn't get whip punished for it. That's actually pretty big.
Oh my gosh, that could be. Yep.
That's.
Oh yeah.
Well, goes for reset.
Nope. Oh, okay. No, can't get the perfect now, but.
Man, chip damage sucks.
Yeah, well, I hate chip damage. Am I still? Oh.
Wait, going somewhere.
Or one.
It ain't over yet.
Oh, yeah.
Nice block punish. Clean. That's the thing. Is Nobo is probably the most consummate I would say the most well-rounded player in this tournament. Just like really known for remarkable defense. And we saw it right there. Just like not that that's a particularly hard move to punish, but sometimes you forget in the heat of the moment.
Right. All right, the 1K coming out. All right, him with the college tuition is gonna get blocked.
Yeah, college tuition actually is going to be really important in this matchup because Incendiate will want to open up with 1K, small, kind of predictable, close-range pokes. So it opens up opportunities for No Way to go for some pretty fat lethal hits if the opportunity arises.
All right, the Dodo right there coming out, and that's going to be the 2-bar lethal hit right there. That's going to be the ring out. Yeah, bye-bye. See you.
Goodbye. You out.
See you in the void. Yeah, you are in the astral chaos right now, floating through space, it looks like.
Yo, man. The Eye of Sauron.
Huge damage, yep.
Looking at 4 being and saying, like, man, that's evil.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, I know. I'm evil, but damn. Like
that move.
Oh, that's the 4K. That's the 4B.
You were
lethal hit right there when you're in Soul Charge. You got to be careful, especially against a character like Geralt when you Soul. All right, takes the shot.
Shot.
Oh, bye.
Donk.
Oh, what the? I thought that was a ring out.
Not quite. It doesn't quite do that, but it doesn't do a ton of damage. We'll see where it can go. Oh, gets toasted, but doesn't finish it off.
Oh, and that's I-10 punish right there.
Wow, clean.
Yeah.
Clean from Incendiate.
Incendiate will take game 1. Going to a different stage as Noah's selected. Yeah, no, this Geralt looking kind of clean right now.
Welcome to the stage of history.
Alrighty. Hey, Lamel.
Hey,
you ever heard of random? You like random in these parts? Do you like random?
They my gentlemen, who knows?
All right, here we go.
Yeah, that's the
I think they're opting for gentleman reroll.
Yeah,
okay.
gentleman reroll. Yeah.
That's fine.
The fact that we have to gentleman reroll is a little bit like. I feel like it's in loser's court. It's just like no, I'm somewhere else.
It's like I like hanging out in like literal hell, but maybe we should just go somewhere else.
Yeah. All right, so now we're gonna, a little bit of soul searching. Not really any icing happening on the cake, but we'll see how the adaptation will go for loser gets 4th.
This is going to be interesting. I mean, like, I wonder what they're waiting for, actually. We'll see. Well, there's a camera on me. I don't have an Okubo picture, do I? I need to get it. Hold on. Let's see if we can find an Okubo picture before things get too dicey. I got chat
in the back, so I guess I did my job.
Let's see. I'm looking for a good one. So far, not running. Oh, this is a good one. I like this one. Oh, it's a YouTube Oh, crap.
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
Oh.
It's not. Oh. It's too dark. I can't do it. I'm just trying to find. I didn't save enough Okubo pictures. I'm sorry. He's DQ. GG, shake his hand.
Yeah.
No, don't say that. Oh, although Ben would say that.
Shake my. I want to shake your. I want to shake his. Oh.
Dude, what's kind of funny is like speaking of like GG, shake my hand. That's what like that the whole like Nemo like what is it? It's like a consortium to talk with like esports people. I'm pretty sure that's what he's gonna do. Be like, yo, shake my hand.
Yeah.
Because Nemo's a part of it, like with like I think I can't. Man, I do not remember Street Fighter names right now. I'm losing my mind. Like really famous, basically nothing but famous like Japanese players. But yeah, I hope to see that like where they're like, yo, esports, give me my money.
Yeah. Wait, did they just?
No way.
Right. TO commentary.
Oh, TO commentary. Okay.
They got Astral Chaos again. Incendiate did not agree to the rerule.
Oh, he didn't. Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, so the winner could be like, no.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Random
Wow,
numbers are
not
random.
a gentleman. All right, I like it. That's super cool.
Noah was like, okay, fine, I'll just win.
Yeah. Okay. I genuinely think that I'm rooting for Noah now. Oh, what the? Did you see that 1v?
Is a little fraudulent, and
that was a good
okay,
move.
that's
It's a good
huge
move. All
punish
right.
there.
All right. Memes aside, though, this is looking like there's a lot of momentum going Incendiate's way, and frankly, for the amount of money that's going into the pot, I don't blame him.
Yeah.
This is the wise man's choice. But
This is the
Noah's-
I want to get more chicken nuggets and fries decision right here.
Oh,
That
nice
went
punch.
well.
Whew. Nice punch. Very clean. Oof.
Ooh! Oh wait, what?
Yo, he went for the whole horse.
That's a
I've never seen that in competitive play in my life. What an amazing moment we're witnessing. All right, it's really dangerous because like any little stray hit could turn into basically instant kill.
Yeah, definitely Noah would want to get some of that stage positioning as well, but or just could play center stage and oh, that doesn't look too hot.
That doesn't work.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. 1 meter for another.
Oh, that was not. Oh,
That was crazy. No, man, like Incendiate, like he's laying out some mental damage right now. When one man spends the meter and whiffs, and you're like, ha, I'm going in. Dude, look at all this momentum. Incendiate is just going to town.
All right,
here we go.
Tip range 3B right there. Okay, 1-1-A. No one really punishes. Huge momentum shift actually going for Noah right now. Let's see if he can keep it up.
Yeah, Noah's not stopping. He's like, well, I'm not phased. Okay, nice.
Oh yeah.
Get in there. Goes through the sweep, but out of range. Get back to neutral.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
Woo.
We hit him with the wit.
Yeah, the counter hit too. Just caught him pressing buttons. Okay, run up sweep. Proof that you can use slow moves at round start.
Okay, the soul charge is gonna come out. Okay, still possible to make a comeback right now. Okay, that decides to retract. Didn't step hard enough.
That was so risky by Nobo. Nobo literally died if he guessed wrong on the horizontal.
Yeah.
Like literally. Okay, single K.
Okay. College tuition.
Okay, we're getting close.
Let's see if Noah can cash out all that tuition money though.
Nobo's in the position to win if he can get a nice fat launcher. Oh, and that might be it.
Oh wait.
Oh my god, not quite.
Oh no!
Oh, and the 1B comes out of nowhere. Completely forgot about the lethal.
Oh, and Incendiate moves on to losers finals.
Guess not.
Oh man.
Plain victory. Never seen such a quick
That was crazy.
to investigate.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Ah! Like I wasn't even thinking about it. I forgot that one lethal hit was on deck the entire time. Just like
Yeah,
just
it was able to
booming
get what Axie, Quen. You need 5, I think, for the 1B.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was rough.
It's nuts because it's like Incendiate is so good of like hiding his game plan. Like he has so many different layers to what he's doing, and then yeah, like Geralt in his hands is particularly potent because like most people are like, oh, Geralt's gonna do like 6 BB, gonna step around, gonna like 3A, right? Like really basic like kind of caliber stuff, but like the way that he manages to use the entire moveset to create a really weird tempo and just like hide stuff like that is like it's nuts. And like it's crazy because you only bring it out like when it's like optimal, like most of the time. Like typically when we see round enders, it's like, oh, that was the perfect use of meter. Oh, that was like that was like the ideal whip punish. Nothing too hasty. No, like, oh, I need a soul charge. Get off of me. I'm scared. No, it's like, no. I was like very deliberate, very careful game plan. Really smart. Really awesome
Right. Yeah, and Noah wasn't really able to shake off a lot of the offense, although solid play, but Senio just kept doing really good mix-ups with the stance roll, or stance step and all that kind of stuff, and especially huge momentum with that wall break into ring out. Just like, I killed you. Lol, die.
It was impressive. Just full. It's consummate caliber. Like as a minor player, and like at the bottom of the barrel, like the envy I have for these players' clutch factor is like second to none. Speaking of clutch factor, shout outs to the Maturito being 170-40. Thank you for continuing to pepper the Maturito with plenty of little surprises for us. Shout outs to Silo for the $5. No, that is low tier. I'm not going to say that in honor of JJJ.
Yeah. The definitive tier list, by the way. Therefore, none of our opinions matter. Only JJJ's.
I just know singing is A to C, so that's all I got.
That's the Tasty C special, right?
Yeah, but of course, if you want, okay, well. And we, of course, check out the shirt. We got the shirt.
The shirt. Mm-hmm,
definitely go 86. I'm telling you, this is actually an insane sponsor. When I found out that they were the sponsor, I was like, well, that's not hard to push at all. You just have to look at it. You can see how cool it is. You don't even have to like pretend to like upsell. It's like, do you want a shirt that looks better than any other fighting game shirt you've seen, other than maybe the other shirts we're selling? Easy peasy, and you can. Plenty of selection. Like, if you like anime games, they got you. If you like Monster Hunter, they got you. If you like Mega Man, they got you. Like, they have such a nicely curated section. So definitely check it out. Use the code VGSC23 for 50% off. And yeah. Oh, they're also, I think they're located in Vegas. So if you're in the continental US, shipping is like, whoosh, like super fast. So definitely jump on it.
Yeah, and you'll definitely see them at Evo, I believe. So. Yeah, make sure you check them out. And another person or organization to check out, Vortex Gallery, the ones running this whole circuit of tournaments, has their own merchandise store. So for 2023, they got these new designs right here. The I believe it's I forgot what the name was. All I know is the one on the left is called Sakura Shobu. And you can find these at 956pro.com/shop, and you have a 20% store-wide discount.
Aru Sampo has really thick thighs. You should probably just support it for that purpose alone.
True. The Okazeme shirt is actually also really good, which is not shown.
Yeah, the sweep. That thing is dope.
I bought the shirt. I'm so excited to get it.
All
right, and we also got Waku Waku 7 as well. Yeah, and Phantom Breaker Omnia up soon in about an hour.
Turtle Fighters.
Yeah, Turtle Fight. Yep.
Man, dude, there's so many games that are just like, wait, I forgot about how cool these games are, because like some of them are like insane. Like,
I think we also had Jackie Chan Fist of Fire the other day.
Oh yeah, I think Yara ran that. I think Yara's also running JoJo right now. So like if you're multi twitching, there's plenty. There's like basically every game under the sun. You don't even have to. Like if it exists, somebody's playing it, and it's probably a Vortex Gallery.
Unist and Uniclear. And they got a ton of stuff. So many games.
Yeah, this is the heart of the FGC, man. Like past the Hollywood, past all that the drama. There's the essence of what fighting games are about, and Vortex Gallery really is the essence of that. I mean that really seriously. Like, we ain't doing this for like a living, We ain't doing this for clout. We do this because we love the game we play, and we love the bonds that we make through those games, like bar none. So definitely check them out. And you might find your next favorite game that like you'll go to a combo breaker, you'll be like, I know you, and like I know you, and they're like, you're like the only other Waku Waku player on the planet.
Yeah,
like there's nothing quite like that. That's the kind of stuff that destroys relationships.
What? You play the same game as me? I hate you. No.
Oh no.
Incendiate's doing a mighty fine job so far.
Well, hey, listen. You can't teach you them both. You guys gotta watch them. Oh!
Yeah, a pretty mighty fine job if you ask me.
Oh my god. Well, we got to see at the end of that round a ring outpost GI. So I guess they've been mashing at each other. I wish I could really sum up what else happened behind the scenes.
Oh, the asshole pit.
No way. Oh God, the CJ as well. Oh my God, I'm so excited.
Take it away,
oh my God, I'm so excited.
You.
He's the one. Okay, so this is a really specific counter pick, but the way that CJ plays this matchup is really nuts. Watch out for like how he transitions to like 6K and uses all the weird, like a lot of the weird stances that basically have no place in real Caliber, but it works in this matchup because he has to get a weapon somehow, and he'll do it.
He just got hit.
Yeah, he's got a sword though. That's all that matters. Like,
he's got a sword in a dream.
Okay, so like Aswell is an insane character. If you don't know about Aswell, this character basically sucks in one form and is best in class in another, depending on what weapon it is. And if he doesn't have, and if he's in Soul Charge, he does everything. He's the Swiss Army knife character of the game. But the thing is, his crisis management is like some of the hardest in the game. But it doesn't matter when you're an Axe and your opponent ain't blocking, because you have some of the best Oki in the game.
That is true. Axe Oki is very strong. Right,
it's strong but super risky. Like the thing about this character in particular is that if you're gonna go for the big stuff, you really have to leverage the idea that you will lose if you like get blocked. Okay, 6A is really just pushing it. Okay, that was really smart. So that's a like ICC startup move. You don't have that many out of there, so using that after getting a tip hit is probably one of the fastest moves you could possibly do in this situation.
Alright, so great whiff punish there. Just being able to lay down some pressure. Still an Axe. Switches to sword.
Yeah, he just at the nick of time too, because if you stay in Axe at that range,
he died though.
Yeah, he cooked. It's hard. It's not complete, but like, yeah, his transitions are actually pretty smart too. Like oh God, that's so clever. Oh my God.
Oh,
okay,
like that, yep.
Yeah.
Okay, the Joe.
Okay, yo, no! No, he dropped out. He's not getting his college degree. Okay, pull in. Okay, ops for a pretty interesting mid mix up there instead of going for the hard mix.
Charge right there coming in.
Right into it. Okay, here we go. 6 speed. Oh no.
He starts to get hit. Okay, one more mix, possibly. No. Oh.
He's the madman.
Oh, he let it rip.
He mashed his brains out. Are you kidding me? He was dead any other way. If he held it, he died. He's actually insane. Like there was no and he dies to a block button. Like he's actually a madman. But right now his momentum's going negative.
I'm pretty invested right now. Keep going.
Okay. Great.
Oh my goodness.
Axe pressure.
Okay.
Oh God. Okay, here we go. What's the okay? The thing is, it's not technically his turn. He has to be kind of careful. Okay, he runs up 2A.
Ooh.
That's quite dead yet.
He's living.
It's one turn.
Oh, he's not living.
Oh, it hurts. It hurts. Okay, full resources. Goes for Soul Edge. Can't. Will he do the dream though? Is CJ going to be after my horn? Okay, you're not moving around. No moving. That's what CJ's saying right now.
Oh, that's another muscle buster for your troubles.
Okay, he's going to run out of Soul Charge. Okay, melee spends it. Okay, Soul Charge again. Yeah, doesn't want to be in any bad situation right now. Nice block! Okay, going in for plus frames.
Okay.
Okay, run it. Okay, but again, he catches it! Oh my God, and that's guaranteed off of the Beyblade.
So
all right, I think, okay. The ball is an Incendiate Squirt. He could just character select probably to Xianghua and really just cook. The thing about Aswell is that his safety is really bad, and once he loses his turn against characters with more traditional tools, if you're in the wrong weapon, like if you're an Axe and your opponent has like all the frames in the universe, the only thing you're going to be able to contend with is like a 6B, which is I-14, like just straight and narrow vertical. You got nothing else. It literally based off of a character change. If you remove the like long range component that where Aswell excels in, and you replace it with like, okay, he doesn't have that luxury anymore, and he has to play solid all the time, it gets a lot harder for Aswell. He gets stifled, but it doesn't seem to matter.
Oh wow,
he's just sticking to his gun. I don't think this matchup is super bad. It's just interesting because Aswell does have opportunities to be like, hey, stop doing stuff at full screen. But we didn't really see that. We didn't see like sword throw beating out like big long range moves, although we didn't really see 6A that much, right? Like the marquee middle move that like pushes people out.
Right.
But that being said, like if Incendiate maybe opts for a more like aggressive game plan, just runs up and just starts, you know, basically just doing like throw pressure and stuff like that, you could really go the distance. Oh, there we go. Still opting for mid mix. This is actually really interesting because like he's like not really deviating his game plan that much.
Yeah, I think it was just more solid play and just like that, almost working on a perfect right now. That's probably going to be the SS. Yep.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, CJ was like kind of locked into Spear and really could do anything because like in Spear you have the best low block punish in the game, but you have nothing in terms of high block punishment.
All right, a little bit of zoning right there for your troubles. Yeeting the axe and spear. Great block. Great jump.
He's in so much trouble. He has no weapon. He's getting swept. He can. Okay, immediately pay, but he still has no weapon. Okay, 9A out of.
Oh my god, they are slugging each other.
Yeah, no, this is exactly how you play against this character. You must mash. Just mash the crap out of Aswell. He can't do anything.
Okay, still has it, but decides to get hit by low. This is actually looking real rough right now for Master CJ.
Yeah, great adjustments by Incendi. He's really just playing the matchup perfectly and adaptively too, because you're right. If he stays a sword, the game plan changes. But if your opponent's an axe or a spear, you really get to press the issue.
When you soul charge, do you get Almighty mode immediately, or?
Yeah, you're technically an Almighty the entire time. It just pulses.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, he went for the cheeky 1A ring out attempt. Doesn't quite work there though.
Okay, great whiff punish.
Okay.
Ooh, the 16
oh my
god.
god.
Oh, great guard.
The 9B. 9A going south.
Okay, soul charge to nullify that unblockable right there. That's the break
Beyblade.
attack for more damage. It's possible to check.
Oh,
That's the
GI.
Oh, the GI.
I'm losing my mind.
Barely.
Okay.
Oh!
Caught your toes. Caught your toes.
That was a pixel on a dream.
Oh man. Oh. Are we gonna keep seeing it though? Or is he gonna switch to Amy?
Welcome to the stage of history.
He's sticking with it. Sticking with his gun.
Oh goodness, we're going to evening Sophie stage.
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's weird because like both of these characters kind of thrive off a little bit of volatility, but if Aswell gets a little bit more space, it's a little bit better because you want to have more selection on what weapons you're getting. In the last game, he was really forcing his spear a lot to like kind of maintain pressure, and he's still going for spear. Yeah, he's actually, it's interesting.
Okay, back to axe.
Yeah, he's been doing that a lot.
Yeah, not really working with a whole lot of sword, as you mentioned. Oh.
Oof. Yeah, he's making big risks early, but without the momentum necessary to, I think, facilitate what makes Aswell's offense really strong.
ICS.
Oh, okay. An opportunity, but again, it's not really his turn. What is he going to opt for? He goes for, interesting. Goes for like the Classico. That's like week 1 pressure where you go for 6K to follow up with the low, but it again puts you in a weird situation. If you're up close to your opponent and you don't feel like you can immediately land Muscle Buster, it's a really dangerous place to be. Okay, Almighty.
Oh my gosh, another punish. Doesn't get the whole punish though, so still good for Master CJ right now. Being able to keep up that pressure. Very solid defense right now coming from... Oh, no, and the life lead still... Oh my gosh, he's been guessing right every time.
Oh, nice escape. Great soul attack. It's actually not a bad place to be. Goes for a jump. Interesting. Oh, all right. Gets up with a Joe. Beyblade in.
Oh, yeah. He just walks up.
Yeah, sometimes you can just run it, man. You're a little bit plus after you block Beyblade, so you're just be able to be like, hey, it's my turn. Okay, this is... Okay, oh no. I know this feeling. Losing a third of your health before you get a weapon. 50%.
60%.
Oh my god, okay, gets a critical block there. Yes, okay, opting for axe pressure. Oh, the dream?
Just a little bit more.
Oh my god, he's getting everything he can ever want.
Oh, okay, breaks out.
Oh my god, that was the most clutch 1B I've ever seen in my life. Oh my god, the run-up crouch 1B was so insane, dude. That was incredible use of Almighty. Oh my god.
Yeah, come back from this.
I'm like, okay.
Blocks.
His block,
Almighty again.
His defense is so good. But, like, Incendiary is so far ahead. Like, that's just crazy. Like, we're kind of upplaying, like, CJ so much. But, like, Incendiary is really dictating the pace of the game, like, all the time.
lows.
Oh, yes.
Huge punish. Okay, Soul charges out. No weapon.
Gets
All
in.
the weapons.
That's fine. Like, it's worth it. It's worth to take a little bit of damage, but not for that. Oh, man.
All right, so Master CJ. Possibly last life.
Okay,
How
well,
sweet.
he's getting
Christmas
blended.
Right, the Aswell coming in, yep. Plus frames.
Beyblade again.
Oh!
He doesn't convert. Oh my god. That's actually kind of a big drop. Okay, he's trying to like...
Okay, back in
Okay,
spear.
he's in axe.
Drops it.
He doesn't have a lot of defensive options, and CD definitely knows this.
Oh, the pressure.
Okay, back at the sword. But what can he do? He can nickel and dime his way back into the
Okay,
game.
the
Okay,
mash.
that's huge.
Barely enough meter to soul charge. We got a pixel and a dream. We got another.
Okay, just runs it down. Okay, he's still an almighty. He has the world is his oyster. He doesn't get any blocks, and what a critical block from Incendiate. Oh my god.
Claim victory and bask.
Oh my god. Live and die by Muscle Buster, man. Oh, and he put
That
the
was
delay in
rough.
it too. Like, that was the most clutch block I've seen. It's so... Jesus Christ. Like, oh my god. Incendiate is a champ, dude. Like, that... God. Oh, man, dude. I hate that character, but I love that character. Jeez. But man, like, sticking it out with Ivy was nuts. Like, I thought for sure it'd be like, okay, let's switch to something safer, a little bit more control. But he's like, no, I will up it. I will up the ante. I will go even harder than my opponent. And it's like, you're talking about Aswell, who's like, the character's functionality is literally like, okay, I suck, and then suddenly I'm like the best character in the game. And like, you run it down with the axe, and you're just like, I'm unstoppable, right? And it's just like, and he would do it like, he would be like playing that way against it, and like not care. He's just like, well, I got muscle boost. I don't care. I'm gonna take it again. It's like, it's just God. The iron will, the ability to be like, no, I'm not gonna cow to like somebody else's perception of the game. I'm just gonna do it the way I want to do it. Like Chef's Kiss.
Right, and we can't count Incendiate out at all for that whole set. Definitely dictating the pace of the game and just being able to, just kind of shut a lot of the game plan down that Aswell needs to have to at least run an offense. So yeah, props to Incendiate for just, doing what he does best and winning a lot. And just like winning a lot, we got the Matcherino on our screen right now. We got exclamation Matcherino to get to this web page, and right now we are at 170, and this is before the glorious contribution from Team Deus's $1,000 into the pot.
Yeah, you can't drop that immediately because then people look at it and are like, "Oh well, $1,000."
Yeah, it's too intimidating.
Oh, it's a challenge, right? How about you get more than what we're doing, right? Like,
nobody goes down that road.
Can we somebody play Tallum so we can get Graffiti Souls to give us a ton of money?
True.
Oh man, what an experience! But of course, as we come to the end of this tournament, pretty soonish, we also have other tournaments coming up. Amongst them, many indie fighting games, not indie fighting games, any kind of fighting game you could possibly imagine, even not actual fighting games like puzzle games, and which are fighting games in disguise. You'll find anything and everything you want. I believe this is happening for the whole weekend, and I think next weekend is also going to have some Vortex Gallery action. If you correct me if I'm wrong.
All month,
the whole month, there might be a game for you. So I'm definitely going to park in a couple of channels and just be like, man, I'm so pissed off at Calibur. I want to go play like Plus R right now.
Sam sure already happened, so I can't mold.
Oh man, but yeah, this has been great. Like, I've obviously it's been a pleasure hanging out with you guys, just losing my damn mind over CJ picking Aswell.
True.
God damn, dude. It's people say, I've never. I scream, I curse that character, hoping that one day people will understand my pain, and now they do. Now they get it. Doesn't matter how dirty that character is. If you're Incendiate, you're just better than Aswell, man. Sucks to suck.
Imagine being better than a whole character.
Being better than an entire character.
All right, so now this is the run back from earlier.
Grand finals,
indeed,
boys.
Grand. We are going to see the Shanghua into Hill to pick.
Okay. This changes a lot of the dynamic, like by a lot.
Indeed, and now we're going right into it. Press 1 if you want Jordan to win. Press 2. Yeah, or put in or sacrifice
put your points. Sacrifice
put
your points, cowards.
Yeah, put your points.
Souls into their swords.
That's a good question. Alright.
Very well.
Alright, Incendiate versus Rubber Beef. Down and losers. Let's see where we go from here. This is kind of, I don't know. I'm kind of weighing it out. I don't know.
I think Incendiate Shanghua could do pretty well into controlling the pace of the game, but I think the way Rubber Beef Man's explosiveness is could bring a lot to this match.
That's true. That's true. Well, see, we're already seeing it right now. Like, he takes an inch, gets a mile for denying movement, really making sure that the opponent doesn't feel comfortable. And again, that tip range 2-2K is so integral to Rubber Beef Man's like critical offense because it slows the game down a lot, makes you feel uncomfortable move, and puts you in perfect range of making her primary core tools a killer mix-up.
Indeed, and just like that, Rubber Beef Man already has a pretty sustainable life lead. A great block. Returns to neutral, but as we can see, look at this movement, look at this pressure right now coming from both players. Oh my goodness, just lets it rip.
Okay, small AHX.
Okay, another out sweep.
Okay, the backwards movement, getting discouraged by Incendiate, doing a good job. Really making sure that...
Oh yeah, that's the TTB, yeah.
Yeah, Rubber Beef Man's losing his ability to move slowly but surely. Incendiate is chopping away at it very well.
Oh my goodness, just being able to control and kind of duck and weave with Shanghua moves. Definitely controlling the pace of the game a little bit more than Rubber Beef Man would like to, play around. However, can't count him out. He's doing pretty well.
Okay, he's doing the thing that we all know the love and hate, which is the 2-2-B, the pizza cutter based offense, where you just run up and do the horizontal launcher that's safe on block. And oh my god, he just wakes up and challenges.
So Full Crush 3B does scale a little bit, but I think this isn't gonna kill.
Well.
Wait for it. There we go.
Wow. Nice out. Relying on the character to commentate for you. I see how this is.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta work with what you got.
Ouch. Okay. Jeez,
oh my god, look at that damage.
Yeah, that
Who said this character doesn't do damage?
That's a low tier comment. Jesus Christ. Okay, nice IK, getting out of the pressure a little bit, but a little crybaby to disrupt.
Oh wow! Just stabs her in the chin.
I actually like that. I like the idea though, because like 9B in that situation actually wouldn't be that crazy of a thought. Oh, not quite dead, but the Oki, ooh, goes for raccoon kick.
Yeah, the Oki, and like I said, the Oki is fair.
It's pretty good. You have like a mid option, you have a low option, you have a delay option, and a full suite of options after that as well. Coming from a move that is fast and has strong utility, it's just like, yeah, that's why it's kind of best in class, because like typically actually a lot of Cs in this game, they kind of like don't give you your turn at the end of it. Because they're like, hey, you just sat through this cutscene, you want to have another one? Like, they're like, no, we wouldn't design it that way. But here we are. Okay, we're going to a really, actually, very volatile stage in Geralt's castle / mansion.
Oh yeah. Definitely, ring outs are huge here, and just being able to play close quarter combat is going to be the name of the game for Geralt's stage. It's the smallest stage.
My god, dude!
Oh, wait, where are you going? Oh,
we were seeing that combo. It's so much.
Imagine dying.
Dude, what
dying.
That counterplay was insane. Wait, I didn't even know you could do that.
Wait, that means I can monument. Oh, anyway, back. We are. Oh, look at this damage right now. This is huge. One more mix. Dude, oh, God.
That was like a 2-turn game. They like exchanged like 3 turns, and that was like it. That was some of the most explosive Calibur seen in a hot minute. Oh, delayed.
Look away. Incendia has a grasp on decision making right now. It's ridiculous. What the?
Oh, he's running away with this.
Combo.
Incendia is running so fast and furious.
Oh
my God.
Parfait.
It's not stopping.
Oh my gosh, this is polarizing right now. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's gonna take a lot for Rubber Beef Man to really like secure it. Mostly like to stop Incendia from feeling confident pressing buttons and like just it's gonna take a lot of damage because it clearly didn't stop him before. The guy lost like literally 70%. Still swing. Oh my God!
Right.
Calls out the RE.
Yep. Boom. Oh God. Oh my good. Oh my.
Okay, good blocking though. Wall spot? No, not quite.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay. No.
Oh, I was like, where are we going?
Right, maybe.
Ah, the tip. Oh my God.
I've never seen Xianghua play that aggressively and that clean in a very, very long time.
I think the stage is really dangerous for Ruber unless Ruber can really figure out something dramatic in terms of like slowing down Incendiate's game plan, because like there just doesn't seem to be any gaps in that offense at all.
Welcome to the stage of history.
My goodness, and we're going to
the polar opposite. Yeah, awesome. Good stuff. All right. Well, this is definitely in favor of Ruber Beef. Like Ruber Beef will thrive in an environment that allows him to move, charge, just control the match a little bit more safely, and not have to worry about getting wall splatted or deal with like just like knowing your opponent can just press a button right at the start and like be in your grill. But
like that.
Nice recovery right there. Still kind of have an uphill battle using movement to create timings.
Okay. Ooh.
Nice.
Yep.
Gets a counter hit off of that. Really taking a risk there because on block that's not like minus 14, not a place you want to be.
So definitely throwing. The offense is definitely slowing down. They're still slugging it at each other, but. Huh?
What? Wow. How did he know he would duck?
I need to take a sip.
Dude, that was crazy.
Hold on.
That was like actually like so Giga Brain. Like my jeez, he lobotomized me with that. Oh,
what?
Going there, taking the momentum, just sliding in those DMs. Oh,
that
yeah.
was the most. I'm still confused. What? How do you think of it, and how did it work?
Okay, it's stabilization from Rubber Beef, getting that 2A to poke off and then get some distance. But okay, forced to use Soul Charge because Incendiate brought it back. Oh my God, there it is, the Rubber Beef Man.
That's the Rubber Beef Man offense that we've been looking for.
Incendiate tried to challenge, tried to move. Everything went south. 3 turns back to back in Rubber Beef Man's favor. Oh, what an exquisite clash. Okay, blocking the low. Oh.
Okay, this is where the offense starts. This is where the stance mix-up starts. This is where the counter hit starts.
2 turns in a row. 3, 4.
4. Okay, back to neutral.
Like 4.5. Okay, here we go. City back in. Okay, never mind. Rubber Beef really putting on the pressure. Getting a reset. Oh. Blocks it out. Oh, that shot.
I'm so scared. I'm so scared.
Oh my God, so gutsy for Rubber Beef, almost able to like scare Incendia off with some of the most unorthodox choices.
You know, what's the scene from Whiplash? I'm upset.
All right, Rubber Beef trying to get some offense going here,
okay,
managing it right there. Swing, okay.
Should be, yeah. Okay, so if that's a CE right there, possibly.
Okay, kill range, like basically 2 mistakes away for Incendiate to close out this game.
Minus 12, any 2-2B landed, any full crouch 3B, or any launcher, in fact.
There it is, the throw.
Or the throw.
There's a lot of options. Oh my God.
And that's a reset.
Woo! That was fast.
Just kidding.
Man, even with the extra real estate, it didn't seem to slow the game down too much. We saw some glimmers of substance from Rubber Beef, but Incendiate just continually is able to really press the issue so aggressively, and they make like these insane call outs. Like, man, calling out the duck in that sequence was just like wild. And here we are back again immediately 10 seconds in, already at half health.
Okay, well, doesn't get the whiff punish in time with the charge 5A, but not really gonna let down either. Already the life lead is pretty much even at this point.
Okay, throw, but what's the Oaks? Okay, whoa!
Zines.
Double kicks.
Oh! Yeah, new set, new me going in, taking the first round of the set.
Still pretty scrappy though. Like, we still saw Incendiate able to take the round, like pretty much to the bitter end within like a really quick time. So I don't think like River Beef Man's job is done yet. He's gonna have to find a way to control this. Okay, nice. Oh, there we go. Getting in. Incendiate. Okay, getting enough momentum to be able to just run into his opponent's face. Confident doesn't need to use meter.
Hey, yep.
Okay, wiggling back and forth.
Definitely intense match going on right now. We see definitely some mental frames going left and right.
Run up, empty jump into continual pressure. Absolute bad man right now. Oh my god. Nice call out.
Oh, does it? Yeah, that's a 1KK half for your trouble.
This guy's nuts, man. What a game. Oh my god. Okay. River Beef taking the defensive posture. Incendiate is looking like they're having a difficult time getting inside.
Yeah, but just like this, look at the parfait. Never mind, Commentator's Curse going in. Let's see if Incendiate can bring back some of that momentum going into this round.
Okay, River Beef Man forces Soul Charge. Opting still to play defensively. Going for block punish, whip punishment. There we go. All opportunity. Kind of skipped right there.
Okay, that could be a CE.
That's might be kill.
It depends.
No, it's still a 2. No, I think it's gonna be Oki Death though, off of a mid.
Wait.
Oh my god, I'm so tough.
Pixel injury.
Stand! All right, but full sticks of butter for River Beef.
Oh wow. My gosh! What an interaction!
That's a thrust. That's allowed. That's literally what it beats. Oh my god, the throw game just constantly harassing with grabs. Grab again.
Data Soul Charge comes out. Definitely a 2-2B on the table.
Oh my god!
Wow.
This guy's insane. Just mad dogging his opponent down.
Yeah, Incendiate right now.
Jeez, that was
4 games in a row.
And like full screen, like stance transition pressure too. That's what's nuts about this. Like most of this stuff, like if Rubber Beef was feeling more confident or like felt like they had more momentum, that's the place where you're like, I'm gonna go blue, I'm gonna spear regard your face off, you're gonna die in like 2 hits. But clearly that's not present here, right? Because like Incendiate has enforced so much pressure and continues to do so throughout the entire game.
Okay, so far so good for the pressure on both sides. Look at that 9K working, doing wonders. Oki right there. Like, no matter how much mental frames they have, this is still a very fast-paced, like, I need to hit you, you're gonna die, I'm sorry, get CE'd.
Oh my god, the throw connect. Doesn't get the whip punish again. Just so small and compact so far from Incendiate. Oh my god!
Oh yeah, oh my goodness.
What the? They're moving so much too. This is the wheelhouse where Hilde typically thrives, like with Charge A. Like it just makes it really difficult to move around. But Incendiate has so much confidence.
Oh my gosh, just every 2-2B that lands is just more mental damage towards your opponent. It's just like, lol, you got hit by this horizontal.
Everything is landing. Okay, here we go.
I feel like a 2K is coming out or something. Wow.
There it is. You found it. Yeah, Rubber Beef Man having a little bit of hesitation, trying to kind of slowly pick together the game plan, and in the process gets poked out with a small low.
Oh, oh no, it goes for the guaranteed corner damage right there.
Ooh.
Yeah, full crush to A, one of the more annoying moves from Shanghua.
Yeah, look at those preemptive checks from River Beef. He's using moves that are way stubbier than the range that he's actually in, anticipating his opponent running in. But that's what's so crazy about it, is because Incendiate is like, well, I don't have to do it. I don't have to go to stance. I could just be here.
All right,
Hey,
well,
Oki time.
Wow,
that was really layered.
Oh.
Okay. I think River Beef Man has got to come up with some pretty creative solutions here. It seems like Incendiate has so much momentum, and the pure solution to River Beef Man's choices. He's not opting to change any stages as well, because this is really the best possible stage. Nothing really cheeky is going to be able to really change the way that this matchup is playing so far. So I don't know. What is he going to do? It's not like he's been slowing it down some, but Incendiate's just like, well, I'm going to keep going fast. Like, there's no reason to really stop it. And yeah, like right there, like no zoning opportunities. And now the pressure starts, and we're already at 50% health.
Oh my gosh, I just looked up and he's almost dead. All right, already just going in for more layered offense, more tech crouch, more tech jumps. However, Cindy doing a very good job containing this pressure right now. The 2-2-B.
The standing K 3 times in a row. Absolutely bewildering offense at this point. Oh my gosh.
Okay, gets a little more plus frames there. Decides to challenge.
A River Beef Man.
Yep.
Getting a little bit. But you can see Incendiate has no fear. Just pressing.
Oh gosh.
Okay, now
slowly whittling down. Wow, that's neutral. Who would have thought?
He just buffers it in a little bit in there, but it only lasts like a second. It's not prolonged state. Like, it seems as if like there's really like the state changes are dictated by hits, not by necessarily. Oh my god, nice. Crybaby interrupting a little bit of pressure, but not too much. That's gonna be game. I mean, not game. That's gonna be the round for that.
All right. Well, now on the board, it's gonna be 2 more rounds, so River Beef Man can stay alive and Incendiate for 2 rounds to close out this whole tournament.
River Beef Man getting run up on. That's not good news for River Beef. He needs to be able to zone out just a little bit, or encourage the idea that it's not safe to just run in.
Oh, another mix-up right there. This is so dangerous. Okay, full crouch 3B, safe launcher, decides to get counter hit anyway. Another 2-2B. All Incendiate has to do is land something that connects into CE.
Yeah, he's got throws. He's got the launcher, but
wait, that's minus 12.
He's gonna get punished.
Oh.
Yes, that does happen in this game. Like that's why this is such a dangerous situation, because like once you get to past that tick mark and your opponent has meter, there is so little you could do that also has external utility outside of like, you know, just being like basically if you want to deny movement, you have to take the risk. But then at the same time, you don't want to let your opponent move all the time. And right now, Incendiate is just moving all over River Beef Man.
Okay, stopping a little bit of that offense. Crybaby does manage to track.
I think that's it. I think that's all she wrote, because I believe Full Crush 3B does not scale that much.
I think it does.
Oh my god! Nice
Good block.
Holy crap! Down to the bitter end.
All right, a pixel in a dream. Can River Beef Man clutch it out for? Oh
my god! That was the wackiest bit of all time. And Incendiate takes it in absolutely landslide fashion. And
wow.
Man,
that was very
we just
fast.
saw a lot of Vortex. That was insane. What an offensive showcase and defensive showcase from Incendiate for this tournament. That was an absolute blowout. Holy cow.
Xianghua's back at the public enemy #1 again, it seems.
Oh, man, that was wild. I just, credit to everybody who played this. This tournament was hella stacked. it was this 41 man deep, I think. It's just like, for Calibur, that's pretty substantial. And every single person in this bracket was absolutely monstrous, killer, supreme. But what a run from Incendiate, all the way from losers to all things. It's kind of like, shadows of Zephikai, frankly. Really impressive stuff.
Yeah, definitely getting the run back from the person who sent him there to losers. Is like, all right, I'm back. I see. That's cute. That's cute.
What an adaptation. Just like wore his own skin.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm you now.
Whew.
Alrighty. What's up?
I'm just, I'm here, and we finished the tournament. We did it in about the amount of time that I thought we were going to, so I'm just kind of happy. And yeah,
we did it.
How did everyone enjoy themselves, folks, out there in Twitch chat? Was it a good tournament? Did you have fun?
I had fun.
Konmai.
I had fun. It was well ran.
I had a blast. It's always fun working with 956, and especially the main TO squad, you guys, BPC, pretty much my main commentary partner at this point.
I'm your dad.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I'm so make room. Yeah, Konmai Jr. Yeah, riding coattails and.
I just have a shirt. But no, that's thank you so much, everybody, obviously, for participating and watching and hanging out with us. We're getting to that time of the game where it's like it's kind of hard to come by, but the soul still burns, no matter what Bamco decides to or not do with our game and whatnot. And I know that as long as Big Papa Chunk and SabinDeus breathe, that Calibur will still be alive. So obviously, thank you guys for that.
All right, I want you to load the match Reno now.
Right, oh my God! Look at how that's a lot of chicken nugget money.
There's our pot bonus added. Thanks to everybody who participated, everybody who donated to the match Reno, everybody who made this happen. I want to give a huge shout out to all the commentators: JJJ, Carbon Clive, Konmai, and Nemo. Everybody who pitched in to make this happen. I want to give a huge shout out to Cambosa, who helped run the bracket. This is not a one-man bracket to run. There's a lot of moving parts. Shout out to ChapterXLVII in the chat, holding it down, making everything run smoothly. And of course, the largest of all possible shout outs to Big Papa Chunk for really lifting most of the weight on this, doing the stream. It's a non-trivial amount of work, by far. Thanks to everyone who agreed to just follow along on this journey. Huge shout outs to 956 and the rest of Vortex Gallery. Always a pleasure working with y'all, and truly appreciate it. Appreciate the opportunity to showcase SoulCalibur and let everybody know that the game is still around and we still love it and it's still really good.
Fuck yeah.
Konmai, Nemo, do you guys want to say anything before we sign off?
Once again, thank you for having me. As always, it's always fun commentating and all that stuff. I don't know. Do we get plugs? Or I don't know.
Yeah, you can plug whatever you want,
bro.
Dude.
Plug.
All right. I stream SoulCalibur Parsec stuff as well. So if you want to follow me for SoulCalibur content and other meme content like me playing Valorant. Kind of shitty, but if you enjoy my company, I do stream. So at twitch.tv/ninomai_Nemo. So you see on the stream, just put an underscore between both the name parts, and you'll find me there. I am on Twitter, but I don't really use it that much, besides complaining. And what else? I don't know. Hopefully we get a rollback or something soon.
You sweet summer child. All right, this is gonna be not. I'm not trying to make it. I'm not gonna try to take too long, but I've been obviously like playing and competing a lot, and I have to say that this has been a really interesting and harrowing journey. Primarily because I'm pretty hard on myself about the game, and even though like I do commentary, I really want to like basically be JJJ2. In the sense that I want to actually understand and through the game. Needless to say, that is not happening in the pace that I would like it, and it has been incredibly frustrating, but that is not because of anybody in this community. I have to say that this community, no matter who I play, no matter how salty I seem to get, you guys continually accept my bullshit and my screaming and my yelling and my just constant downplaying and all that stuff, and I just like as a player, because I get the opportunity to say this, I really am like touched that this community has stayed this way despite there's no reason for us to be this way. I think we have a lot of reasons to complain and be down on it and stuff, but we just everybody's genuine, awesome, and I want to play you guys more, and I don't want this game to die because I'm still too salty to let it die. So thank you so much for being a part of it, no matter what your capacity is. You don't have to be a player. You could just be some guy on YouTube because, you know, obviously, like, I've been frankly warmed up by the fact that we really touched a lot of people in a very interesting like range of people that we normally wouldn't see in the YouTube space, thanks to Papa Chunk's continual consistency with uploading stuff. So, you know, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for continuing to play SoulCalibur and supporting those who continue to sacrifice for it endlessly, whether it's their time in games that they would otherwise like to play, or, you know, the blood, sweat, and tears in the case of SabinDeus, Chunk, Cambosa, Cager, Anya, like just everybody who continues to run this game, and Chapter, obviously. God, I'm sorry. It always goes without saying.
We've got a neat event that you can see in the pinned chat.
Cancel them.
As you all know, anyone who's watched a SoulCalibur tournament knows it wouldn't be a big SoulCalibur tournament without Kanmai crying. So now that we've had that, I think we can go and call it a day. Chunk, do you want to say it? Do you want to like turn on your mic and say anything to sign off, or do you want to just have me hand it over?
No, I've been here. It's fine. I'll just say thanks everyone for watching. Thanks everyone for doing the match renewal, all of my commentators, everyone for running it. Very much appreciate all your help. Don't forget that I will upload this VOD to my YouTube channel maybe tomorrow, I don't know, sometime later. So if you want to rewatch any of the matches or miss anything, you can catch it there, youtube.com/BigPapaChunk.
Sweet. All right, we're gonna go raid another Vortex Gallery tournament. Our 3D brethren over at Virtual Fighter 5 Ultimate Showdown.
Who my homie's in top 8. Genesis Frenzy is in top 8.
Oh, Genesis Frenzy top 8.
Genesis Frenzy top 8.
So root for him.
It's being run by the homie Harpooner in the VF scene. Everybody's got peeps over there, so we're gonna go send them some love.
Yeah. So thanks everyone for coming out. Thanks everyone for helping. Hope you had a great time. This is a blast. I'll see you all again on Wednesday, and yeah, the legend will never die because I'm not gonna fucking let it. All right. Good night, everyone.
Woo! Good night, folks.
See ya.
Raid is out.